What's the subject matter?
I called it Godless LGBT Goodness, #1.
That is a wholesome
If you
title.
write up, I did a speech for it. Then, yes, I've got sexual and other ethics without any god or religion, and that while being transsexual too.
Wait, how can you have morals without a god, Nadia?
So, oh well, if you're unrepentantly immoral in one area, you must have no morals whatsoever. So on.
So you are telling us that you can have morals without a god?
That too.
I don't believe you.
Moral nihilist?
I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm definitely not a nihilist. Moral nihilist.
Like a subjective or
Who, me?
utilitarian or what?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm more like you. At least we seem to agree on moral positions when we argued. So, someone I don't know the exact terms applied to me, but um, I guess okay. I believe in objective morality that is based on well-being, agenicity, which kind of stems from well-being. Um, I believe it's subjective. Yeah.
I called it Godless LGBT Goodness, #1. Oh, sorry.
That is a wholesome
If you
title.
write up, I did a speech for it. Then, yes, I've got sexual and other ethics.
We heard you the first time. Now you don't have
So
to.
bad.
Boy, Michigan sucks for the LGBT.
Oh, sure. Ontologically justify objective morality. Well, the easy one is
Oh damn! I think she cut out.
No.
Seamus, was that you? Oh, Nadia, you cut out. Can you hear us? We didn't hear the response for the ontological justification for objective morality.
well, once you go about ethical naturalism as a sort of the only possible source of it, then you have a matter of observation in order to observe the nature of the universe in reality to find where the morals are within it. From there, we can see the sort of usual reliablest external justifications of various accounts of utilitarianism, and as well as the neurological accounts and the evolutionary accounts of it. So those all come together and show utilitarianism is
No, she froze again.
I wonder if it's that new phone she got, or just the internet's just too wired tonight.
What was the last thing you heard?
Is.
I may need more words than just the last word.
Oh, okay. That shows that reliabilism is the process that you can see that. What is it?
Yeah, reliabilistic external justification as well as confirmations of that through both neurological and evolutionary bases. And from there, you can just extract the morality that's ingrained in the universe by observation.
Seamus, any responses?
30-second rebuttal.
No, that's self-refuting.
How so?
Well, you said you look around for justification from other people. So if that's kind of your
No,
outlook on objective morality, then it's pretty much self-refuting.
I gave 3 lines of evidence that all mutually confirm each other. The reliablest external justification was one. That is direct perception. There's also evolutionary and neurological.
Seamus, 5-second rebuttal. Go ahead.
You can't
I'm
effectively
sorry, your
use,
time is out, Seamus.
you can't effectively use a person's brain or similar as an observation instrument. That's why
Yeah, well, your first reason is an epistemological justification, and I specifically asked you about ontology. So your internal justification in terms of ontology is out of notion, because internal justification is known as epistemological view. So scratch that one, and I got either you weren't quite listening to what I said, or you were just being deliberately obtuse.
I already saw you asked for the ontological one, right? And the metaphysical argument was that if there is any objective morality being contingent on mind, it would essentially have to be ethical naturalism. Simply by contingency on mind, whether the mind of man or the mind of God, right? You're still contingent on mind, right? So you have to also an impersonal source of that morality.
Yeah. We had this talk last time that when people talk about objective morality, they're not using the definition of objective as in contingent on mind. They're using the fact that it is the actual state of affairs, that this act being immoral is actually a true statement. And when you try, I've had a few people approach it that way. It's like semantically attack the definition of the word objective, but not really hold it in the philosophical view of what actually objective morality is, and kind of hold it in the soft terms of just non-dependent on mind. It's yeah, I'd rather just stop there if it's at all possible, because it's just 2 different subjects that we're talking about, and it's not really worthy of sitting here for 45 minutes and talking about nothing.
Well, I guess it ends up being a semantic affair revolving around objectivity.
Yeah, but it's Seamus's kind of fault. I mean, okay, Seamus, what is your contention here? What do you think objective morality means?
I just defined it about 45 seconds ago.
That something is true whether or not a person thinks it's true or not, right?
No, objective morality means that something is moral and something is immoral, and that is objective and a truth statement. It is not falsified by subjective opinion. It's a matter of fact that this is objectively moral or immoral. So
right. That's what you proposed.
Right, but when you use the definition such as objective in the colloquial sense, such as non-dependent on mind, so we need a morality that's non-dependent on mind, and it's not necessarily addressing the philosophical definition of actual objective morality. It kind of semantically skirts around it. Like I said, like
It is a philosophical definition, and the colloquial one is essentially like a matter of opinion.
I'm just saying most people that I actively engage in the subject with, we kind of accept the philosophical definition of objective morality, or I don't really talk about it with those certain people.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the problem, is that when you use the definition for objective as in not contingent on a mind, then any protest to that a non-believer would have for objective morality, you just rule out of hand, because it doesn't meet within the definition that you're using. When the definition of objectivity or objective that the non-believer would use would just be something that's free of bias or opinion, not influenced by personal feelings.
Well, that's the colloquial one, yes.
What's the philosophical one?
The philosophical one is that objective morality is actually a truth statement, that something is objectively true about a said moral action, that it's not debatably subjectively moral or immoral depending on the observer or depending on the moral agents involved. It's actually the act itself can either be considered moral or immoral, and that is objectively a truth statement. And so what it means is that morality, as it is not a subjective interpretation. Something being moral or immoral is actually the state of affairs. And this is independent from the colloquial definitions such as that it's independent of mind or free of bias, because that's kind of just talking about the word objective, and then it just kind of later attaches that to morality. Like, so we need to just come up with a morality that's free of bias or non-contingent on mind. But
Okay,
it doesn't address the topic that objective morality, in the sense philosophically, just means that something is objectively true, and it's not subject to interpretation.
So why would you oppose to a system like Thor was saying here would be a system of morality based off of well-being? You know, that's not subjective.
Well, sure, but here's the criticism of that is a lot of people will say that, okay, well, I'm basing it off of something objective, which is well-being, and objectively measure well-being. But think about this. We can objectively measure pain. Now, just because the fact that we can objectively measure pain, or just for the fact that we can objectively measure well-being, it doesn't address the philosophical term of objective morality. Now, what the problem presents itself is if I have an objective standard of pain, objective standard of well-being, then we can't have two can't both be right. But so
What do you mean?
Hold on.
I'm sorry. What do you mean by an objective standard of pain?
Okay, so most people that I've heard, and I've heard you, Sokka, and Ozzy use the same argument, and they'll say this.
But I just want to point out that when I plead to an objective moral fact, I'm not pleading to an objective standard. I don't believe that you need to have an objective standard of pain or objective standard of well-being.
That's what I was about to say. That's the fact that it's objectively measurable is not what's at stake. That you would have to make the stronger statement and say that well-being is actually the standard of what is moral. So
right.
What it does is it separates itself from other objective standards and said, no, there might be other objective standards in that colloquial sense, but in the philosophical sense, there's only one objective standard, and that is well-being, and that is the moral good. But like I said, the problem with that is it either presents itself in one of two ways. It either presents itself in the form of Platonism or a tautology. And I'll show you why. First of all, I'll address the tautology. It just basically says people are moral because people are moral. It is because it is. Well, no, it says it's come about.
I've never used that argument.
Well, some people. It usually manifests itself in this way. It comes about because it's a process. Morality is a process that's come about not through evolutionary standards, but also through things such as like a self-preservation. That it's all kind of come about through these natural processes. But what it just says is that in simple form, it's a tautology, because it says, well, people are moral because people were made to be moral. Right? It's a tautological.
No, but that's not how the argument would go. It would be people are moral because through the evolutionary development of humans as a species, it was beneficial for favorable social interactions between the members of that species in order to guarantee their survival. Hence, that manifests as morality.
That's an appeal to human nature, and remember,
no, it's not quite an appeal to human nature, in the sense that what I'm saying is that this is the basic standard of where we look back for all morality, is that morality is based on the basic social interactions of us as a species. That's how we gauge it, and we gauge it on this level of well-being and stuff because we look at favorable social interactions as the ways that we can guarantee our survival as a species.
Right, but what I'm saying is it presents itself as a tautology because it's unfalsifiable. It says, well, people are moral because the state of affairs has come about that people are moral. It's like appeal to human nature.
That's not.
Let me reply, please. I get like 2 sentences out. I'm not that long-winded. So when it's an apply to human nature, actually Ozzy had a video on this, and the appeal to something's nature is just to say, well, it is because it is. It has no explanatory power. So someone's feeding that really bad. So what I'm saying is the only two ways that an atheist can appeal to the ontological grounding of well-being being the moral good is either to express it in a tautological way that's unfalsifiable and presents itself basically in the form of humans are moral because it has come about that humans are moral. It's their nature and it's the state of affairs, or they appeal to Platonism.
But it's still not a tautology to say that sorry, 1 second. Sorry, to say that we ended up this way because of evolution is not a tautology. I mean, it's just it's the way that. Okay, let me go back this way. Even if it is unfalsifiable, it doesn't matter. Because we have the evidence that can lead to that conclusion. We can take a look at development of us as a social species through history. We can compare it to other animals that we see in loose, more primitive forms of social interactions, and we can see how these things formed. It's the same way with saying it's like saying that evolution is unfalsifiable. It's not. You can actually look through, and you can. You go back and you can look through all the transitional forms. You take a look at what we have now in order to get to the conclusion that evolution is true. We can do the same thing with our evolution as a social species. You can take a look at how any social animal interacts with each other and use that as a way to gauge how we formed as a social species.
May I ask a question on the subject? All right, well, I'll take the silence as okay. Do you think that we got as far as we did in your worldview of evolution because of empathy or our ability to murder and kill, our aggressiveness? What benefited us most?
It's not a dichotomy. It could be both, for all I know. That it depends on what culture it was and what the situation was.
How long do you? What I'm wondering though is how long do you think the empathy was there? When did it begin?
I don't understand the question.
When do you believe that empathy? When do you believe that empathy and even the very concept of wrong or right? When in our evolution of your worldview did this come into being?
Why does it matter?
Well, because you're basically stating that it was evolution as a part of your morals and ethics, so I'm asking at what point did these morals come into being?
When we started living as a social species then. In that case, because once we started living as a social species, the only reason why we continued to live as a social species in whatever our ancestral form was because nature benefited better social interaction and social work within the species.
So are you saying around the time of the primate, that's whenever it got to the point where morals and ethics and
I didn't say that. I didn't put a timeline. You asked me when this stuff would have formed, and I said it would have formed as a result of a beneficial action. So it would have been once we've already started moving in and first moving into social groups.
But before that, we would have just been aggressive, killing creatures.
Would have been a very gradual process. Maybe it's from solo. Maybe an ancestral form could have been something hunted in a small family group. Maybe it could have been something that eventually went off to a larger social structure that would encompass a variety of bloodlines. Maybe it just started off small, grew naturally as slowly over time as whatever that ancestral species we were developed.
All right. Shamos, are you wanting to continue? I hope I didn't throw you or distract you in any way.
No, I was listening. That's fine. But, my response to Sokka would just be that I think in terms of like an ontological explanation that appeal to like human nature, or that it just is the state of affairs, it really has no explanatory power. And I think Ozzy just made a video on this probably about 3 weeks ago. And it was basically saying that when Christians appeal to God's nature and they say, well, it's just in God's nature, it just is. Ozzy said it's basically saying it is what it is. And so he's saying that when in terms of explanatory power, it has none. So when we're specifically talking about ontology and the why something exists and its nature and being, and but saying it is what it is nothing more than assertion, and it has no explanatory power. So that's the reason why the tautological explanation that doesn't appeal to Platonism is, I don't find it very compelling.
Yeah, I know that you'd love to think to switch around, turn around something that Ozzy said into some type of gotcha moment would be great, but unfortunately it's two different things. By saying that God's nature, as of itself, has always been, always will, that this is just His nature because it's nature, because it's His nature, doesn't actually accomplish anything. Is one thing. Saying that it's our nature because it is the end result of a long evolutionary process that benefited proper social interactions is not the same thing, because we're actually showing the causation that led into our how we could form as a social species. We are providing an explanation to why proper social interactions are important to us as a species. Saying that something is you're right. Saying God is good because it's His nature, it doesn't accomplish anything at all. Saying that we want to be good, or that we want to have good social interactions because it's a result of a very long process that actually benefited us as a survival tactic, is completely different. And I don't see how you can be drawing some type of correlation between the two.
Well, I think that within the scope of ontology specifically, that statement of appeal to human nature just is. It is what it is. And I think another criticism I can make is that it's really a teleological explanation that just, it looks at the ends and says, well, we perceive morality now to be objective, so we're going to attribute that teleologically to the processes of evolution and the processes of nature and coming about. But when you actually say that well-being is the moral good, and I ask you, why is it that is? And all you say is, well, it is because it's in human nature. I mean, I think we're at an impasse.
Yeah, that's a straw man.
But that's basically what it is. It's
not basically what it is.
Yeah, we're moral because we've evolved to be moral. We're moral because we're moral. It's pretty much that simple, Shamos. We evolved to be moral. We are moral. Therefore, that's it. We're moral because, well, we're moral. It's in our nature. It is what it is.
What's the difference from you saying that God is good because He's good?
No, again, there's a huge difference there. I mean, to say that we're human because we evolved to be human, it all really depends on what the question is. I mean, the question is, if the question itself was, why did we, end up this way, that we are human, then the end result would be a plea to evolution. You'd explain it through evolutionary theory how we ended up this way. If someone wants to ask a question of how we got to where we are to care about morals, or how we can care about good social interactions, you use the same plea, and this is how we got here. It's not a tautology. See, you're asking it as a question, as if why are we human? And the answer is, because we evolved to be human. That wouldn't be my answer. In fact, that question itself is just so nonsensical to say, why are we human? It's the same thing to say why, and so to say why do humans have morals, and in that way almost seems nonsensical. Like I said, it's just the result of the process.
You mind if I ask another question? Is benefiting the species a subjective desire?
No, of course not. It's a survival desire. It's all about survival.
Do you think that all of the species, or all human beings, actually share a desire to help all the species survive?
No, we're on too far of a scale like that from this. Is that we've the tribal mentality and group mentality and pack mentality, whatever, still exists out there. It's why you care more about things in your immediate social circle compared to things that are farther outside of it.
I'll say this, since I think that perhaps, because we're kind of circled around a few times, perhaps we're at an impasse, but maybe we could kind of bridge this by giving deductive arguments for why we think morality is objective. Not why it's beneficial or anything, but why something is actually moral or immoral ontologically. Because I mean, I've got like 3 or 4 deductive arguments that I could probably pitch, and I was just wondering if besides the mere presenting of what I accuse you of being a tautology, not to say that it is or isn't, but besides that, do you have any deductive arguments to further the case?
No, not at this time. I haven't really thought about it.
Does it really seem like most people actually care about the entire species, or just their surrounding folks around them, or maybe the occasional stranger?
Did you not understand my answer last time? Or are you really going to make me repeat it?
No, not exactly. You said we came beyond what we were on this particular way of doing this, and I ask you, is this
you're asking for a universal acceptance of these policies, about these interactions that we have, and what I'm saying is that another result of us being developed of our evolution as a social species is that we have a pack mentality, tribal mentality, whatever way you want to describe it, is that we are going to care about things in our immediate vicinity more than we care about things farther outside of it. So it's not a universal that you're going to care exactly the same way about what happens to your kid compared to what happens to the kid halfway around the world that you've never met.
Right. So it's subjective.
No, it's not subjective. Where did you get subjective from there?
Well, of course it is.
No, I mean, where did you get subjective from that? I said that we do favor this, and I just say that we favor things closer to us. That doesn't make it a subjective.
Well, some people don't even care about those around them that are closest to them.
Well, I mean, it's a result of, like I said, it's a result of environment and a lot of other things, but it doesn't mean it's subjective. You're not even asking the question about a particular moral action or anything yet. You're just asking about, the environment around the person. To say that, wow, it's subjective, actually has no bearing on the question itself. It makes no sense.
Well, it's obvious that it's not objective. It's obvious that this isn't the case, or we wouldn't see a lot of people hurting and suffering like they were.
Again, you're on chapter 3. We haven't even got out of chapter 1 yet. Okay,
yeah.
You're jumping to this idea between when we're talking about something can be objectively moral or subjectively moral or whatever, or talking about objective morals. We're talking about the actions that can lead to the way that we can diagnose any type of action as being right or wrong, essentially. So if I can base it off of some type of objective moral fact, and I can put it through my moral framework, I can come to what I can think is an objective moral conclusion based on that. I mean, that's if I wanted to go pure, like, consequentialist, I guess, in a way. But what you're asking is just, you're not even asking a moral question right now. So I don't even understand why you're even saying it's objective or subjective.
Well, I just find it strange from a naturalistic worldview, because I spent a lot of time with my pal Nadia here, and we talk about the differences in brains and wiring and all that. So obviously it wouldn't be the same 100% across. There's something different there.
Yeah, but you're not even on a moral issue here right now. I don't even know what your point is. Like, you're talking, but there's really nothing of value coming out right now.
Well, the value is that it's subjective.
What's subjective?
Everything that you're talking about.
How so?
That's the point. I've continued to ask you how you can show that it's objective, and
I'm asking you how you can show that it's subjective.
Well,
I'm actually asking you what's subjective.
Well, exactly.
What moral argument have I put forward that is completely subjective?
I've already pointed out that not every human being sits there and has this particular view. This is obviously a desire.
But that's a red herring. That has nothing to. I'm sorry, but Brett. Brett. Brett, I'm sorry, but that's a red herring because that's not. We're not even talking about morality at this point in time.
I'll tell you what.
Okay.
What I'll do is I'll go out and get me some air, and you go ahead and pretend I'm still here because you just want to hear yourself anyway.
No, I'm not. I'm correcting you on this point because you're saying that this is subjective. I'm asking you what's subjective. Is it subjective that it's a fact that people do feel this way? I don't understand what you're saying. You jump in with, well, that's just subjective, and it makes absolutely no sense on the rest of the conversation.
Well, I ask you. I didn't make the statement of that, and you haven't been able to present that it's objective.
Because it's not objective. It's not objective. It's not subjective. I haven't put anything out there except the facts of the question that you asked.
Right. You said it's subjective. You didn't say it was objective. I
didn't say it was subjective or objective. Are you dense? Does anybody else see what where he's going wrong here, or is it just me?
I didn't realize we were doing wrong or right here. We're just sitting here talking about it.
Because you asked me about a fact. You asked me about why this is the way it is, and I explained you a situation to why this could be this way. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's subjective or objective. Because we're not even on the issue of whether or not something is subjective or objective.
Why is it that it is? I asked the question, is it subjective?
Yeah, and it's a nonsensical question in the framework of what I was talking about. And you didn't say, is it subjective? You made a statement saying it is subjective, and I'm asking you
I will admit
that.
I have a hard time understanding you because, I don't know, my brain doesn't pick up your waves correctly. Shamos, what are you getting from this conversation? Maybe I'm off on the wrong road here. He's good at clearing this up.
No, so I just got back. I stepped AFK for a minute. I went to use the bathroom. I actually just missed probably about the last minute and a half.
I'm going to grab my spokes. I'll be right back.
Well, what I was asking is this evolutionary, because obviously they're going to claim that the development of morals and ethics comes from their evolutionary process and development over time. So I'm asking, is survival of the species a desire? Is it a subjective thought process between some? Does that make sense, or am I sitting here not having my first cup of coffee?
No, I think that's a big question. I'm trying to think about that because that's kind of deep.
It is, but he thinks that what I said was stupid, so obviously I'm subjective to him. I'll be right back. Give me some coffee.
All right. Okay.
You're all wrong. Every one of you.
I'm back. Sorry. Seamus, did he explain anything clear to you?
I think Seamus went to get coffee too.
Oh. Okay.
All right, I'll be back.
I can barely hear
Some
anyone.
coffee.
Well, I think it's been quiet for a couple seconds now, Nadia. How long have you not been able to hear for?
I think about 10, 20 minutes.
Oh, you missed some good stuff.
It helps to use short sentences, so I miss small enough chunks to repeat.
I'm sorry.
Now your camera comes on now, yeah, when you talk. Maybe if you turn your camera off, I know.
Maybe all the people that are screen sharing their games should turn them off. It might decrease some of the latency.
I don't think it's hosted on her computer, so I don't know if that would help.
That's a joke, right? I think Sokka is joking, right?
Yes.
Well, she's
Yeah,
running off.
everyone's still breaking up even with video off.
Oh. Might have to order another new phone.
Hey Nadia, is that because your phone...
What was that, Bob?
You might have to order another new phone. They might have sent you a refurbished one that had problems.
You know what you could try and do? Take your phone in different places in your flat.
You're not coming through at all, Art.
Okay.
I'll try rebooting. I already tried rebooting the phone or whatever.
How did you try moving it? Like,
Or actually turned it into airplane mode, and then back. I don't know if it was refurbished or anything. It says it's got 5 bars, but it's not the first time. The old one had similar issues now and then. It would go away after a few days. Okay.
Are you
I'll
having-
reboot. I'll do a full reboot on both the phone and the laptop.
Hopefully it works.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nadia, can you hear me right now, Nadia?
I heard the part while you were still saying, "Can you hear me?"
Okay.
It says something after I couldn't hear.
What type of network is your phone catching right now?
It says 4G.
4G, okay. Yeah, that's some kind of internal error or something. Yeah, it might be the phone itself.
I guess she's got to reboot. How many of you in here have read anything on the selfish gene? Is my mic
Sorry.
working?
Sorry, I haven't.
Well, usually when Richard Dawkins describes this desire of survival of the species, he describes it almost as if it's a selfish desire, not really to preserve everyone else, but to preserve yourself, with the philosophy of, if I don't do something to you, you won't do it to me. So the idea is to preserve yourself and what's yours.
Yeah, but what preserves the self is allowing for, like I said, good social interactions. I mean, lone wolves, people off by themselves, have a less likely chance to survive. Self-preservation could be the fact that we do benefit from being in social groups as the type of animals that we are. So in that case, self-preservation for us would depend heavily on proper social interactions.
And I think the thing he meant by that, which everyone, I think, kind of confuses, is survival of the fittest doesn't mean we need to take everyone else out now. It's if you were in a life and death situation where, there's 2 of you on an island and there's only 1 can of food, you would take the other person out so you would survive. It's not, let's walk down the street and wait.
That's not what survival of the fittest is.
Well, but from what I'm getting from the way Brett asked the question, because he's always asking,
Yeah, and I hear what you're saying. Your name, I hear what you're saying, and I look at society and I try to look at it a realistic way. It's obvious that even our leaders don't give a damn about preserving the species. They will sit there and blow up another country, kill innocent people and stuff, whether they claim it's accident or not. It's obvious that it's not a matter of preserving everybody, it's preserving the wealthy or whoever's got the power.
Well, if you want to take a look at it that way, I mean, but governments also work very hard to create infrastructure, roadways, schools, police programs, fire departments that help benefit everybody within the country. That's what a government's supposed to do. It is preservation of that group. Now, it doesn't necessarily, when you say species, you're talking about species overall. Well, there are divides, obviously, within the species. This goes back to like the pack or the tribal mentality I was talking about, which is, that's an objective fact. We can observe that. We see that in animals. We see that in other animals. We see that in ourselves.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't know if that's exactly objective, especially whenever it comes to the concepts of our government.
When I say objective, I mean it's a fact. It's an objective fact that this is how we act.
Hey, welcome back there, Nadia.
And also, there's a difference between the government and human population.
Fingers crossed, it'll work
Government
this time.
only- What's that, Nadia?
Yeah, let's let her test it out. Let's see if she's coming through all right. Try it, Nadia.
I think she froze just right now.
Oh no.
Unless she's taking a really good pull from that cigarette.
Am I still smoking a cigarette?
No.
Well, on the image, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's okay now.
Okay, well, I guess it helps give some indicator of what's happening with my bandwidth.
Exactly. It's because of your smoking, Nadia. Stop smoking. Yeah,
Nadia, I've got a strange question for you if you can finally hear me.
Ask away.
Do you believe that the government objectively cares about your health and your life? Go ahead.
I think it would in certain other countries. Obviously, it doesn't in the U.S. I think well, actually, it might. I think the Republicans actively want to kill me.
My point, and I hate to hear that, Nadia. I hate to hear it for sure, but that's the point.
The point is, the government's not human population. Not everybody thinks that way.
I thought the government was supposed to be we the people. Obviously, I missed the memo on the other part.
Well, I mean, obviously.
You
But
really think? Come on.
Yeah, the
I don't even get what's the
government,
point here.
the government is we the people, or is for the ones who aren't lazy enough, or for because there's lazy people out there that don't do anything. If everybody did something, that would make a change. But people are happy with the status quo.
See, my morals and ethics state that Nadia should have as much happiness and quality in her life as she possibly can. But whenever I look at our government, all I see is a bunch of individuals in suits holding money in one hand and giving a middle finger with the other. So I have a hard time believing that it's really about survival of the species.
Again, that's government, not humanity.
So the government is ran by aliens, obviously, and the rest of us that are not in the government are human.
That's exactly what he said, Brett.
I totally heard that too.
If you wanna go there, Brett, there's churches like what's that church down that hate gays and hate fags in Westboro? Okay,
Right.
well, gee, all churches are like that.
Right. There's
So
churches
should we
out
say
there that
that?
do some pretty bad things for sure. Exactly.
Yeah. So
My point again.
you can't judge all church, but you're trying to judge all humanity by government. So we can't judge all churches by one church.
Oh no!
So,
I just said as a human being, I think that Nadia should have as much happiness, joy, and quality in her life. And obviously, I'm a human being, even though you guys might argue that. I want that for her, but the government is something else, at least in America.
So we've established the government's not human.
It's starting to seem that way, just a little bit.
I still don't see what the point is.
Well, not the government entirely. Republicans.
yeah, but it still has nothing to do with morality.
Yeah,
Kinda
the NDP up there in Canada, yeah, and probably Labour up in the UK, and so on and so forth. Well, they probably care more about my health or want to do more and better things for my health than Republicans do.
Nadia, have you ever heard of Lewis Black, the comedian? Oh, she froze up again.
Those damn cigarettes, I tell you, look, it happens whenever she takes a cigarette.
Lewis Black, the comedian, he stated that Republican is a bowl of greasy horse shit that's sitting in front of a mirror and its reflection is Democrat.
Well, that's a commentary on the sort of corruption of the left in the United States and the corruption of the Democratic Party, so that it no longer represents such. Which Only did for very brief time surrounding the civil rights movement.
I hear you there. I'll be right back and grab me something to drink. I just don't see the objective morals in all of it.
Well, we haven't brought up the objective morals yet.
What the fuck does this have to do with objective morals?
Yeah, he's just like, oh, I haven't seen the objective morals in this yet. It's like, well, I don't think we've actually gone to the part where we're asking about objective morals yet. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, ironically, most people in the government are theists, and he would not say, look, therefore theists have no objective morality. Like, what's the point? Damn, and the only person who can inject some form of reason from the theistic side in this discussion is Les. And I'm referring to Seamus.
Yeah, well, I mean, these questions are pure sophistry again. Like they don't make any sense. It's and he's just like, well, it's the government is a bunch of people that seem not to care. How can morals be objective? I'm sorry. Can you maybe, I don't know, elaborate on how that follows? Like.
Yeah.
Well, if you follow it that way, you got to say if they're, like Art said, they're mostly theists. So if they have no objective morality, then theists don't have objective morality.
Yep.
Well, I'm theistic, and I just got back, so I don't know like where we are on the topic. But I mean, I don't understand why morality needs to be objective or subjective. I don't think that makes it good or bad within itself.
Well, if it's not objective, there's kind of problems with it, and there's a whole list of kind of arguments
why
it is problematic. Well, if it's just subjective, then it's kind of it could be a different way, right? It could be that some subject, like some human, would think that raping babies is cool, and according to people who believe in subjective morality, they have to agree, yeah, that's okay. He is justified.
Yeah, but it's not subjective because most people would take a look at that and be like, well, that's obviously wrong, and well,
right.
I think what the real question is that what do you need to look for in any given act in order to diagnose whether it's something that we should do or shouldn't do, or something that's moral or immoral or whatever. That's the question. If you want to start talking about, if you really want to go down the issue of whether something is objectively moral or subjectively moral or whatever, the first question is that what framework do you have to put something through in order to kind of look at it and find out first off whether you should or shouldn't do something.
Right, but that's an objective morality.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would be based on objective morality, but I think is that you don't need a God in there in order to answer those questions.
Oh, I agree, absolutely. But I still think there are problems with any kind of subjective type of moral system.
Well, I'm back.
It just,
do you mind if I make a point about it, and then you can call it stupid or whatever you like?
Can I just call it stupid now, and we just skip the trouble of having to listen to it?
Rock on with that.
Okay.
But basically, what we've come to the point is that humans, according to the worldview of evolution, are trying to get to a point where they have higher morals or higher ethics than that of the animal kingdom. And on top of that, we all agree that society has a great deal of issues, even within the church, some of you pointed out. So therefore, the morals, if they're not based upon nature because we're trying to be better than what we see the animals doing, and we're independent of society and how broken it is, I ask, where does the independent morals and ethics come from, then, if not nature and society?
Yeah, Sokolo's right. I mean, this is a stupid question. Your first characterization of evolution is just wrong. Evolution doesn't try to do much, if anything, especially some organism trying to be better than a whole group of organisms like humans versus animals, especially in some specific aspects like morality. No, evolution only selects for organisms that are better adapted to survive.
Yeah, and the organisms that, for example, what made humans better adapted to survive was the idea that we benefited from having good social interactions. I mean, I don't understand how even to answer such a ridiculous question.
Well, I figured that'd be the case before I even put it forth for you. You seem to have a predetermined concept of how you're going to answer all my questions.
Well, I can't answer them if they don't make sense.
Well, I think it makes sense.
I know, and that's scary.
So, do you feel like your morals and ethics are based upon a dog or any other kind of animal, or is it a human moral and ethic?
I'm sorry, what part of in this entire discussion where we're talking about the human species and benefiting actions that favor proper social interaction between humans, did you ever think that I was talking about dogs?
Well,
I'm just out of curiosity, Brett. Are we even having the same conversation?
Are you going to interrupt me every time I talk?
You asked a question, and I was answering it. I wasn't interrupting you. You asked a question, and I answered it.
Barky. Listen, are we trying to do better as a species? Do we want to be like the animal kingdom, or are we trying to be better? That's my question.
What do you mean better than the animal kingdom? We are the animal kingdom. We are a species within the animal kingdom. We are a species within the animal kingdom that benefit proper social interactions.
Right. So we do want to do better, or obviously we wouldn't build the societies that we do.
What do you mean by do better? It's natural. This is the result of us as a species. As a species, that we take a look at certain functionalities of our species that act in ways that benefit the and safeguard human relations. That is what we are as a species.
Do you really care about the species?
I do, absolutely.
Are you sure it's not just about yourself?
What do you mean by just myself? I mean, like this goes back to the question earlier. Is that my self-preservation is based upon the survival of the species. I cannot survive by myself, especially in the situations that we live in nowadays, and the infrastructure that we live in nowadays, where for example, I need to benefit. I need to rely on a lot of different people, a lot of different aspects of society in order for me to continue to live.
I think Brett is saying that. He's saying that's actually an illusion that's making you think that way. That what you want to understand as moral, or to defend your own genes, is just your brain playing games on you to make you think that you're actually looking out for others when in fact you're actually looking out for yourself.
Hey.
Is that what you're saying, Brett?
Yeah, you're kind of getting close, getting real hot on there.
Okay, so that's what I said earlier. Is that when you want to talk about self-preservation, if you want to talk about the first instinct of any living thing out there is to continue to live. What does a human being need to do as a type of animal that we are to continue to live? And the type of animal that we are is an animal that relies heavily on the social structure, the social group.
Well, that's the point. There's some human beings out there who think that they would survive better and do better if they simply destroyed the group around them. They feel like the group is a threat to them.
Yeah, and that goes back to pack or tribal mentality. Again, these are things that are explained. I don't understand what your problem is.
And the key word and the thing you said there, Brett, was some, not most or all. Some.
Well, exactly. That's the point.
I mean, they'd be the exception, not the rule.
Right.
It's the same way that some Christians think that we should put a bullet in the head of every single homosexual, which is that thing that tried to pass in or that bill that the guy in California tried to put out there. Would it be safe for me to say that all Christians now want to put a bullet in the head of homosexuals?
Well, not unless you wanted me to bring up Jeffrey Dahmer, the atheist, and Jimmy Jones and Joseph Stalin.
Yeah, exactly. Those are stupid arguments. I mean, saying just like, hey, look at this. There is, Stalin was an atheist. Stalin killed millions of people. Therefore, all atheists want to do is kill millions of people. If anybody actually thinks that that's a reasonable argument, then there's probably something wrong with them.
Come on, Taka. We all know you secretly want to kill millions of people.
Well, I mean, again, I might be the
She's
exception.
on to us, dude.
It doesn't mean I'm the rule.
She's
Only
on
the
to
ones
us,
that
dude.
don't bow down to him, right?
Only when I wake up and I haven't had my first cup of coffee.
Well, that's all of us.
So I mean, it just again, it goes down the path of just we're not even talking about morality yet. We're just talking about I don't even know what we're talking about. It's pointless. These are just honestly stupid conversations.
Right, it usually is. Bow down, you mind if I ask you a question? Because I think you kind of get me a little bit.
Go right ahead.
When do you, obviously you've probably put some thought to this, at what point in the evolutionary chain do you think morals and ethics, empathy kicked in?
I think it goes back to what do you say that humans evolved from? Rats? Something like that? I think when they
Well,
started
that's just one of the creatures that they state.
Yeah, so when they started to work together as a group, I think that's where morality slowly kicked in. It's not necessarily a conscious thing. I think it's just just something that even irrational animals are capable of.
Wow, look at that! Exactly the same answer I gave. Amazing, huh?
And I didn't even hear what you were saying just now.
But I like the way he did it, though, because he just answered the question, didn't say it lacked value or that it was stupid. He seemed to point to it. Nadia, is everything functioning over there?
I heard that one, but people are cutting out a lot. I mean, this is not a unique phenomenon. Mostly I blame it on the cell tower because it kind of comes and goes, and it'll last for, well, longer than the single 8-hour hangout and such. But anyway.
Or you can blame it on Google.
I mean, if you really wanted to talk about morals, Brett, I mean, I could ask a question to you. Is that what do you need to look in any given action in order for you to come to a conclusion on whether it's morally right or morally wrong?
Oop, sorry, a little bit of latency. I'm trying to unmute that microphone. Well, I've said before, I'm a work in progress. I'm still trying to understand the full concept of it as well. If I wasn't trying to understand, I wouldn't be asking questions to learn.
Okay, so you don't have any type of idea right now on how you could ever diagnose something as morally right or morally wrong.
Well, I understand that there's things that I could say that are wrong, and I can say that there's things that are right, but I know somebody can come along and say, well, they can give some kind of scenario where killing might be justified in a self-defense manner, or stealing's okay if you're trying to feed your starving kid and you need the food.
Right. What I'm saying is in any action, okay, that morality implies choice. Morality implies that there is an action that's being committed there on you or on somebody, or that you're doing something. Is what is it that you look into that the question here in order for you to come to the conclusion that this is moral or immoral?
Well, I think that that's based upon the individual, really. I mean, I can sit here and tell you what my views of right or wrong are, but obviously some people are going to be suggestive about it.
I don't care. I'm asking you, what do you have to look at? If you were to try to explain your system of morality to me, how would you explain to me that something that I did was immoral or moral?
Oh, you're wanting me to tell you how you'd be wrong or right?
No, I'm asking maybe in a way, if you want to put it that way. I'm saying that, somebody comes up to you and says that, for example, okay, J.D. Kane used G-Man's real name in a hangout, and you say that's morally wrong. Okay, great. What about that action did you look into to come to the conclusion that it was morally wrong?
Because the individual that it was being done to felt as though they were being disrespected. They felt like they were being threatened, and it was causing them emotional trouble, which could be clearly seen through their words as well as, or heard from their words and through their body language, that it bothered them badly. And I didn't see someone uncomfortable and feeling that way.
Do you think that the fact that somebody is upset, somebody that's not happy, somebody that this action is causing them mental harm, do you think that these are things that we can measure? Do you think that these are just objective facts to how we function as an animal?
Well, from my viewpoint, it's something that's incorrect to do. If an individual says they don't want it done to them, then obviously there's a violation if it continues to happen when the consent is not there.
You didn't answer the question. I said, do you think that these are things that we can measure? Can we measure levels of unhappiness? Can we, take a look at any person out there and that something's happened, or any action out there, and you can see the end results there? Do you think that we can, that every single person can actually understand what these emotions are? Do you think that the end results can derive some type of objective facts about the action that happened?
I think and I'm saying this from a naturalistic worldview, I think that people get the empathy because of identification. We identify, we understand pain, and we identify with someone else. So it basically incorporates in our mind and thoughts of what it would be like if it was happening to us, if we were in that individual's shoes.
Great. And this is good, because nothing about that then is purely subjective to you. The fact that this action caused harm, or that not going through that action would not cause harm. It's not just your personal opinion. It's not only true in your own mind. It's that these things are actually measurable things that are not just contingent on the mind of Brett Keane.
Right, but it's obvious that my views are subjective because someone's going to come along and justify the behavior and actions towards the victim.
No, it's not subjective. Like I said, you're going into a different question now, more along the lines of why are these things important? Why do we care about these things? And I can answer that question too if we want to. But what you've acknowledged now at this point in time is the fact that the end result. I mean, if this is basically going off of like pure consequentialist too, I think. But you've taken a look at the action, you've taken a look at the end results, and those things are objective facts that we can actually take a look at and measure, really. So one of the things that you did to get to that stage is that you didn't have to plead to a god to come to that end result. So if we can come to an objective conclusion about the act itself, what about that now is subjective?
But there's no way you could bring 100 atheists in here who would probably tell me that my view of how I felt about the situation is subjective. Hell, we already went through that for about 20 minutes earlier.
No, I don't think so. I mean, again, I'm trying to understand. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying here. Maybe try asking the question back to me, and I'll see maybe whether or not you're understanding it.
Well, you're the one that asked me the question. You're
the one that gave an answer, but your answer didn't fall in line with the question I was asking. So maybe I can get some clarification here instead of trying to repeat the question, because I don't know how to repeat it in a different way. What did you hear me say?
Well, you were given the scenario, the example of, I guess, the issue with G-Man or whatever, and I gave you body language, I gave you violation, I gave that he didn't give consent. I could see that it was bothering him on an emotional, mental level, and it was clear through his videos as the way he also acted and became very agitated. It was causing him anxiety. And as a human being who identifies and actually cares about other human beings, it bothered me to see someone going through that. However, I realize that other individuals are going to say, oh, but he did something dumb and accidentally put his stuff out there, so therefore we can publicly put it all over the place. Hell, we'll send it off to the mall, So obviously it's subjective. Even though
that doesn't mean that it's obviously subjective. It means that obviously people react differently to it. For example, like it's objective that that the color red is okay. Let's say we're sitting in a room. It's objective that the color red is right there. Now, it might be subjective to how we feel about the color red. It might be my favorite color. It might be your least favorite color. That doesn't take away from the objective fact that we can observe the color red right there. The objective fact that we can observe is that the result of the actions, and from that you can diagnose whether it's moral or immoral or whatever. People can now come in there and they can kind of, elaborate on that and why in this particular situation they should care or should not care. I mean, you're never going to get away from you're not going to get away from a certain amount of subjectivity in how we do react to any type of moral dilemma out there. I don't think even under a system where you believe in objective morality dependent purely on the mind of a god, that you'd ever get away from the situation of the subjective nature of the person actually caring about why they should do something or why they should react in a certain way. But it doesn't take away from the fact that if you wanted to take a look at this and and be able to explain it and like I say, diagnose it as either moral or immoral, it comes down basically to the objective facts that we do have.
Now, I do want to point out that whenever I gave my opinion on this or my feelings on this, I realized right away from a naturalistic point of view I would not be able to reach an objective point from a worldview of where atheists come from. Now, on the other hand, if I were to bring God into the picture, I will be intellectually honest and say I believe that God put innate morals and ethics within us. However, I cannot serve you proof on a platter, but I believe it to be so.
Right, and I mean, then again, this goes back to the question that Seamus was trying to hit me with earlier, where I said, well, I think that it's that we have developed morals in a certain way as a result of an evolutionary process that benefited us as a social species. And he said, well, that's unfalsifiable, so it's not, who really cares? But the difference is, I can explain it. I can falsify it. I can actually explain and show you the process that led up to why we developed in this certain way. The thing is that you can't demonstrate the process of why God cares for us to act in whatever way he does. You're right, yours is unfalsifiable, in which case I do use Seamus's objection to saying that who cares? What you're saying is unfalsifiable, so why does it matter to me? Why should I use that as my framework?
Right. So why would it matter to you?
It doesn't, but the point is that I can get to the conclusions of something being right or wrong on an objective level, and I could explain it and illustrate it in a certain way that does not depend on that of a god. So it's not.
So basically you're stating that you can explain this through evolutionary process, but the end result is you don't care anyway, according to you.
No, I could explain through evolutionary process. You just took bits and pieces of what I said and you formed a sentence that isn't what I actually said. The I don't care part only referred to you making the claim that it came from God. The rest of it was I could explain through evolutionary process to why we ended up in the way that we are to care about these things.
All right, fair enough. Can you describe for me spontaneous generation?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about, or how that has any relevance in the conversation we're having right now.
Well, it does, because in order for evolution to work, you would have had to have this in the beginning of it. Spontaneous generation is whenever...
No,
well,
sorry. I just want to correct you, because you're starting on a false premise right off the bat. Is that because what we said before, in the question that you asked two different people, and they gave you the same answer to where did we start developing these habits? It wasn't at the formation of us as a life form or through abiogenesis, right, where we're trying to get to. It was at the end. It was a gradual process that happened when a distant ancestor of us decided that it was more beneficial to work in social groups. That's when it got started forming and started being shaping through natural process. It wasn't something that was ingrained at the moment of the first cell form out there.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but in order for the change and all this evolution to work, though, you have to have a starting point on this, and the starting point would be spontaneous generation. Now, this is the naturalistic worldview.
So what you're saying is that you're moving the goalpost to a stage now where I have to explain abiogenesis in order to justify our development as our evolutionary development?
Well, the problem is that every time I go on to explain and are putting forth a concept, you interrupt me halfway through.
Yeah, but these games just doesn't make sense. This is what's called moving the goalpost.
It's not a game.
This is why I said that the spontaneous hold on a second, Brett. This is why I said that the spontaneous generation stuff doesn't make sense, because it actually has no bearing on this conversation at all. And
I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
And you can hold on. You can continue to go through and ask that question, but it has no bearing on what we're talking about now.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Obviously, my voice and what I say bothers you very bad and causes some kind of emotional distress.
No, it
If you
doesn't. I'm
don't
trying
mind,
to correct you here.
I'll just simply ask the question to Bow Down or Mr. Thor if he feels like answering any of my questions, because I don't want to upset you or cause you some kind of anxiety. You're getting really worked up and speaking very quickly.
I speak quickly, naturally. I mean, anybody that's ever been in a room with me knows that this is kind of how I always talk. But if you want to ask Thor or Bo why, that the question of morality and our development as a social species through the process of evolution has anything to do with abiogenesis, I'm sure they can feel free to tell you that's a nonsensical question too.
Okay, well, if they feel like telling me that I'm stupid every time I ask questions, so be it. Bo, if you don't mind, I'd like to start with you first. That way we can kind of get some individuals participating. I feel like we're kind of just taking up everybody's talk here. Are you there, Bo?
Yeah. Before you say anything, can I ask you a question?
Sure, I can hold off from my question. Go ahead.
How do you remain calm at all times? What's your secret? Is there
Well, I
anything that
try
you
not to get
take, or
myself all worked up because I'm not really in the mood to have a heart attack.
do you
So,
drink coffee and any of that stuff, or do you avoid it? Because I want to know what's your secret. Do you avoid coffee and stuff like that?
It's because of Jesus. We praise to Jesus.
I've had a heart attack too, but I always had my personality or approach or whatever it is you might call it hasn't changed. I've always been, I don't know what you call it, stoic, laid back, composed, whatever.
Well, I didn't never had a heart attack, but I don't see how it should have any effect on a person, like psychologically.
Yeah,
But
I think, Brett, is yours related to atherosclerosis and that kind of thing? Because
I
it's
think
pretty
Brett
different.
disconnected.
Oh,
praise the Lord.
yeah, well, no. Yeah,
Well,
mine's of a pretty different origin. Uh, mine's from cardiomyopathy related to repetitive ketoacidosis in 2010. Essentially, like the last time I got put out in the street, in as bad a shape as I am now. Well, actually, it's what made me in as bad a shape as I am now. So anyway,
I hope Brad gets back because I really wanted to hit him with a few questions, and I noticed some inconsistency with his, because when Sokka questioned him, about basically his standard for morality, he just said, well, it's just my belief, that God has endowed us with this, knowledge of morality, it's just my belief, right? But then he's very happy to question Sokka on the very basis, right? He even goes as far back as possible, to abiogenesis, which he thinks is spontaneous generation, which is fucking not. So there's kind of inconsistency there. Because
I mean,
yeah,
maybe just a little bit, huh?
yeah, yeah.
Well, it's what it's I don't know. His questions, like I said, these questions that he's asking, I mean, when I talk about the pure sophistry of it, it's just, this is what I'm talking about. Is that they make no sense. I mean, it doesn't necessarily follow from anything that I'm saying, and all he's doing in the case of his most recent question to try to bring this back to spontaneous generation, he's saying that. That this now all of a sudden I have to start accounting for this in order to account for morality, which we've already established earlier. I mean, myself and Bo both brought up the point that morality is something that, I mean, if you wanted to talk about morality, I'm only talking about what we look as favorable social interactions between a species. And that doesn't go back to abiogenesis. So this moving of the goalpost to this point that has no bearing on the conversation we're having is pointless. But I think that it's just a lack of knowledge on his part to understand that, unfortunately.
Are you saying that Brad Keane doesn't know something?
Maybe.
hang on, folks. Looks like Brett's trying to get back in, and someone's got a block.
Here, I'll show you, so you know I'm not fooling with you.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm
I'll get
also
out.
hearing that on YouTube. Try now. It was full. Okay, yeah, he's getting a blocked error message, not a full error message. Even if it's full, it'll show a blocked error message if anyone has is blocked.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, so
I wonder if it's a glitch.
that being asshole glitch.
It shouldn't be the glitch. We usually see that he was, quote unquote, removed from the call if it was the glitch. But then again, there are a lot of glitches.
Yeah, but it's not gonna say blocked. It'll say full or give me an error.
No. There's one where you get sort of like glitchily removed from the external text chat, and that'll show a block message. A block error, rather.
Yeah,
Okay,
he might have lost connection, and the server just kicked him out.
Well, the thing is, it'll show if that had happened, it would show him, Brecky has been removed from the call, in addition to just leaving. Okay, what can you find the various people's profiles and, or not profiles, try to +1 them in a post to see which one might have a block. Do you know who's in the profile?
I'm trying it right now. Man, this sucks. I was wanting to answer the dude's question.
Palm Jam McKay, not Saka count. See who's
Doesn't show.
Desert. Seth McMullen, Simon Dunk, Thor's Hammer. You were in there with Thor's Hammer before you dropped out.
Must be one of the new people. What's the guy with the pentagram? Your name?
Your name here.
No, your name was here all that time.
Yeah, I was here. I don't have him blocked. He blocked me on last call unless he forgot to unblock me, but I got in here, so.
Yeah, he blocked me before, but I'm not sure.
Well, the only one who came in was Simon. I don't think
I
Simon.
thought it told you who blocked you when you were trying to enter the room.
Well, it doesn't, unfortunately. No.
Could have been
Oh.
stopped when he left.
There's a way to find it out, but it's gonna.
Yeah, it's.
I definitely haven't blocked Brett.
Right. Hey, Malik, could you please, leave because Brett King is trying to get in. You're kind of the last one who joined right now. Well, actually, he can stick around for a moment. I mean, he cannot get back in because of
Right. Until he figures out who exactly is. Maybe he left somebody blocked by accident or something.
Yeah, I don't think. Wait, Seth, do you have Brett blocked?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to talk while it was muted. No, I don't.
Okay. Yeah, so no one has him blocked.
I don't even mute people I hate. I only block people that spam and don't contribute to conversations.
Oh. It is actually kind of weird that nobody has Brett Keane blocked in here. On some level,
I do on my main account.
Okay,
that's why I'm here on not sock account instead of sock account.
Well, good for you. Okay, you're a normal person.
But I felt like humoring him today for some reason.
Yeah, actually, I'm thinking of blocking him on at least one of my accounts. That's the right thing to do. I mean, 'cause that's just weird. I mean, come on, no one has him blocked. Come on. Oh, by the way, Seth, did you hear the Brett Keane meltdown?
No.
If you watch Nadia's last video, you know one of the one small hangout videos that she does. If you go to the end.
I'll just have to watch 8 hours, right?
Yeah, just.
I'm pretty sure Skylar Fiction's going to be putting up a compressed version of it here soon.
Right.
I think it's only last half hour of it, anyways.
Right. Yeah, the last half hour of the last Nadia video.
Somewhere in there.
All you need is to get someone to drop
Oh, Malik was the
I think
one. Or Palm.
Palm's our usual designated victim. I don't know if.
Well, you know what? I actually have to go anyway. I mean, I don't have him blocked, but I mean, I think that this might be an end result of him blocking everybody before in the last hangout.
If God exists,
he said transient, so that's gonna be a new glitch I've not heard of. But in any event, actually, I think he was trying to talk to you before you left. So let's hopefully try and get someone to. Okay. Well, Sokka just dropped, so if you want to come back in, try now. Oh wait.
Still says.
Oh, Sokka just rejoined.
Sorry, my thing crashed there for a second.
Palm, any chance you can make room for Brett?
Jesus, terrible.
In all fairness, Malik was asked to join, so we're.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
There we go.
Okay.
Yay! It's a miracle.
Oh, and Dave left.
Did Malik have him
Yeah.
blocked?
Oh no, the guy asked me a question. He's not here now.
Well, that's okay because I have a question for you actually.
Yeah, he dropped to let you in earlier.
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead, and if you know the individual, let him know that I'll attempt to answer it here, and he can just get to the timestamp, I guess.
I think Sokka actually rejoined.
Yeah, Sakura joined. Well, but I still have a question, and I'm kind of dying to put this to Brett. Okay, so Brett, you were asking us atheists about our morality, right? And you went even so far as to question.
That wasn't my question.
Say what?
That wasn't my
Well,
question. I was actually asking about spontaneous generation before I went.
Yeah, I know. I'm not talking about your last question. I'm saying I have a question for you.
All
About
right,
morality
there'll
as
be
well.
2 questions before I get my question. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, let the record show that Brett's being persecuted.
Right.
Yeah. So, Brett, you were asking, us atheists about morality, and you even went so far as to question the very basis. I mean, you went so far as to ask Sokka about abiogenesis, or what you think is spontaneous generation, and you said that because of without it evolution cannot work, and by extension morality, secular morality that is based on evolution, cannot work. Well, an analogous criticism to you would be, how do you know God is good, right? Why is God good? Why should you even listen to him?
Why should I listen to God?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, well, from my faith, as I said before, and my belief, I believe that God created the universe. I believe that he actually put morals and ethics within us. Now, can I prove that and put that on a platter for you? No, that would almost make me a god to have that kind of power.
Okay, so analogously, I can just say, well, it's just my faith that human well-being is the good, right? I cannot show you any evidence on a platter for you here.
Right, and I'd agree with you. You
right.
have faith.
So you believe. So you agree that atheists have objective morality.
I agree that you have faith in that.
Oh, so faith is some kind of lesser standard, right? So if I have faith in it, right, it's not a fact, right?
Well, that's what you said. You said that you have faith in it. That's
right.
What you believe.
But you also said that you have faith in God, and God being good. So it's just your faith as well.
Yeah, right now Art is asking about the nature of faith. Is believing on faith a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I believe that faith will sooner or later end up in a conclusion.
That's not what anyone asked. You were asking about the nature of faith. Is faith a good thing or a bad thing? Is it better to believe on faith or on evidence?
Well, of course, I am a big supporter and promoter of science. I think that we should put money into it and time and try to educate the young and all that kind of stuff. But I think that having faith and hope is very important to our lives.
Is anyone not noticing that he's not answering a question?
Oh no, it's been going on like this for a while.
Well, I'm not answering the way you like, but I'm answering.
No,
you're
not
actually not answering the question. And I mean, yeah.
You've objectively avoided the question.
Okay, well, apparently I obviously am not getting where you're coming from on it. I'm doing the best I can.
He's basically trying to ask you, is it morally within itself good or bad to believe something based on faith alone?
I don't see how it could be immoral for having faith.
Well, no, that wasn't exactly the question. Basically,
I misunderstood then. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Basically, Brett, I'm asking you, why should you listen to God, right? How do you know that God is good, right? Because it's logically conceivable that there could be an evil God, and an evil God who gives you, some kind of feeling of morality would obviously not be the true morality because he's an evil God.
Right.
So how do you know it's not an evil
God? Sure, it's possible.
Right. And you saying that you just believe that, it's your faith, doesn't really, justify that belief. It's just your belief.
Right. It's faith.
Right.
Doesn't that make Pascal's wager in the opposite direction? That if God exists, it's possible that he wants the worst for all beings. So listening to him and doing what he says is moral is something you should never do because it might end up in the worst possible world.
Oh, right.
Well, that's the thing. Whether you believe in the possibility of an evil, good, or neutral type of God doesn't take away from the faith or belief that a God actually exists and is behind all things.
Right. What I'm just pointing out is if you believe that it's possible for God to be evil, then the prudent action is to not do what he says because he might be using you to enact the worst of all possible worlds.
I suppose it'd be possible.
Right, so the prudent thing for you to do is to disobey God.
Well, I do that from time to time, and I try to have regret and remorse for it.
Well, that doesn't really, answer the question, that I proposed at all. I mean, how do you know that he's not an evil God, right? And for that matter, how do you know that the morality that is given us is good? Or the other moral proclamations that you claim God makes in the holy books. I mean, you have a ton of problems there.
Okay, I think I'm getting where you're going with that. Well, for me, and I don't know if this is going to answer for you. Probably won't, because I know when I was a non-believer, I'd have just said, yeah, whatever, and shrugged the person off. But I had a very powerful personal experience, and what was done for me was extremely wonderful and good. So I have a hard time believing that an evil God would have done what he done for me.
Of course you can. That's actually consistent with a, perfectly malicious God. He would fool you into thinking that he's a good God by doing some seemingly good action, right, to earn your trust, and then lead you astray on an evil path.
Right.
Well, if there is such a God like that, then I won't be able to know. The God obviously is much more smarter and intelligent than I am. If it turns out it's evil, what's happening? What's going on here? Hello?
We're playing like hopscotch. I
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think
It was
God's
freaking out
happy
pretty
with
bad.
I'll get everybody.
I don't think God's happy with this conversation, folks.
Yeah, the evil God, right? Because the evil God doesn't want you to know that he's actually evil and that you're worshiping him.
I think I'm hearing from a different hangout that people just had that same kind of glitch on a few other.
Did
You
you
guys
guys
just like
hear
threw
my
Nadia in like a random hangout.
Did you guys hear my answer before we were all virtually raptured?
The last thing that I heard was Count Dracula.
Yes, I was basically stating that it's possible. It's possible that there could be a very evil, horrid being out there that created the universe that may see us nothing more than dust or bugs to step on. Yeah, sure, possible.
Right, but you're not really giving any justification for why you think he's not.
Well, I told you personal experience, but I know that you're just going to say, well, that's a personal experience. Who gives a fuck, right?
Well, no, I will. I grant you your personal experience. I'm just pointing out that
Well,
that
what kind
experience could have been caused by an evil god, trying to earn your trust. So yeah.
what kind of personal experience is it? Because I mean, one of the things that you said recently was that, you know, God helped you or God created you, and that you find that as a an act of good. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about, or you're talking about direct and personal revelation?
It happened with someone that I care about, and I witnessed it with other individuals.
So something miraculous and good happened to somebody you care about, and that's why you believe a good God exists?
Why wouldn't I?
Because I would assume you also experienced miraculous suffering, suffering that apparently came from nowhere. I mean, if you're going to be consistent and you're going to take suffering and the good into consideration on whether or not on the character of God, then why do you ignore the suffering but count the good?
Right, I do actually count the misery and the pain. I actually did a testimony on my video and stuff and talked about just those particular things you're pointing out. If this is something that you guys are actually interested in, I'm more than happy to share it with you, and you can call me stupid after it's all said and done if you want to. But it's a long, long story, and I don't really want to do it in here. I did do it in video if you'd like to hear it sometime, when you have time.
Right, I'm not really interested in the story. What I'm interested in is how do you account for the good, but you don't seem to count the bad. If good things happening to your loved ones is proof of God, or a good God, isn't bad things that happen to your loved ones either not proof of God or evidence for an evil God?
I do see that there is suffering in the world and that there's pain. There's horrible things that I can't explain or that I even understand. I don't understand why the human race acts the way it does and that it's a dog-eat-dog world. There's a lot of things I disagree with, and there's a lot of times where I ask God, why is it this way? Why does it do this? But I just leave it up to maybe there's more to God's will and plan than a finite bug like myself can understand.
Exactly Art's point, right? That you could say the exact same thing about the good. You're being inconsistent here. If you're saying that, oh, God must be good because a good thing happened, and all the evil things must happen because God must have some sufficient reason. Well, the exact same thing is true in the other direction. Bad things happen, so an evil God must exist, and good things only happen because there must be some ultimate plan for that good to lead to a greater evil.
Right. I remember whenever I was a child and stuff, and I'd be in the store and I'd be like, Mom, I really want this G.I. Joe toy. I'd really like that Transformer, that Voltron lion over there, especially the black one, the big one that plays the body. And she'd say no. And at first I didn't understand, and it took later on for an outcome to be explained to me why not at that moment. So, yeah, I'm patient.
You haven't answered the question at all.
Yeah, under your standard for determining God is good, God can just as well be evil. You haven't justified skeptical theism, right, which is this position you have. You haven't justified the good side, but you accept it, and we're wondering what the justification is.
Oh, I realize from reading the Bible as well as reading throughout different religions, and I see a lot of truth in all, that the God definitely has issue and has a wrathful side to him. I agree.
Hey, Brad, are you seriously? Are you going to be avoiding the question continuously?
Why are you trying to get me to say God might be evil? I mean, what exactly are you wanting from
You
me?
already established this. You don't have to say this. I don't think actually you already kind of conceded to that. My challenge is how do you know that he is not in fact evil? Right? It's perfectly conceivable that he can be evil.
Well, I guess from a person who wants to do good by God, they will experience good, and those who are an enemy of God will experience evil to the extreme. Be right back, folks. Gotta use the restroom.
Awesome. Typical Brad Keen. So, who here thinks that Brad did not answer the question at all?
I don't think anyone who understood what was
purposefully.
going on thinks that he answered the question.
why the heck do we even have him here? I mean, he just spewed his ridiculous questions. We are frustrated with his stupidity for hours. When we try to ask him honest questions that any other theist would be glad to answer in the most, detailed, nuanced, sometimes even rational manner, you know, but he doesn't. He just evades and avoids and bullshits.
I'm not sure he understands the question. It's possible that he just doesn't understand the problem with his position, even though it's been clearly explained to him. I mean, that's always a possibility.
Well, it's a possibility, sure, but given how long he was here and on the Google Plus, arena, and he himself was an atheist, I find it very unlikely.
Yeah, but he was he was a very superficial YouTube kind of atheist, kind of a, amazing atheist kind of atheist.
True. Well, he's a superficial theist now.
Well, Nadia was talking earlier about the not true atheist concept. Maybe we can go with that.
Yeah, I didn't say you weren't a true atheist. I think you're a true atheist. I just don't think you're a very deep atheist.
Right.
Okay, so I was a shallow atheist, or a layman atheist.
Right, but okay, so Brett, do you understand a question? Do you understand a challenge that we're proposing to?
Yeah, and I heard you say something about, typical Brett Keane. I got to be honest with you, it is typical of me. When I got to take a piss, I got to take a piss. Typical.
Yes.
I was going to make that joke, but you stole it.
Yes, that's exactly what I was referring to. So, Brett, do you understand the question that we have proposed to here?
You're basically wanting to work us into a corner where God's evil and mean. He's nasty. I didn't get my little red whistle for Christmas yet, and I'm trying to work with you on it.
No, that is not.
Yeah, that is totally what I was trying to do.
It's not even the argument from evil, which if anything, that's a straw man. Is a straw man of the argument from evil. It's your position. It's a response to your position of skeptical theism, which you probably don't realize is the position you're espounding here. You're proposing this idea that, oh, well, sure, there are evil things that happen, and God is totally good, and nothing that happens doesn't happen outside of God's will, but there must be some ultimate purpose for the suffering that happens, right? There must be some reason, some ultimate reason that we don't see for suffering to happen. That means the Holocaust is ultimately good because God let it happen, right? So that's fine. But
I understand now. I understand, and you know what? I'll give you this. You may like this, Seth. Maybe this is what you're looking for. It's possible that I may not like the explanation whenever I hear it, why the things happened they did. How's that?
Right.
That's all faith for me.
That's fine. I think Art understands that. I understand that. I'm not sure if there's anybody in the room that doesn't understand that. That is a classical theistic position and answer to the problem of evil. But we're not giving you the problem of evil. We're challenging your skeptical theism. We're saying if skeptical theism is true, then you can't say that God is good, because it's also the case that if you're being skeptical about God's position here, it's also very possible that all the good that happened has some ultimate meaning to produce ultimate evil or ultimate suffering, right? That why does an evil God permit good? He doesn't. All the good that happened is necessary to bring along or bring into existence some ultimate evil.
All right.
But you don't believe that. You believe the other one. But it seems that if we're being skeptical about God's character here, then we don't know. Either one of those seems plausible. We're asking you why you choose that God is good instead of God is evil.
Well, I believe that God is capable of great and horrible wrath on individuals. If he so chooses, he'll have mercy on whom he will. So I'm saying that both is possible.
But you believe God is good.
Yes.
Why do you believe God is good and not God is evil?
Because he is the one that created the moral basis. He's the one that created the universe. He can do with it as he wants. Just like I've heard Art, whenever discussing with him, as well as many atheists, they state, hey, if a woman wants to abort her child, it's her body, it's her right. Well, if he's the creator, then shouldn't he have the right to abort his creation?
No.
Yeah.
No. So when a woman, I mean, the justification for a woman aborting a fetus is that the child is actually, or the fetus is is actually using part of her body, and she might not want it to happen. God, the universe isn't God's body unless you're a pantheist.
Well, we are dependent on God's creation and the life that He put within us, so we are basically leeching off of God, aren't we?
No, not in the same sense like a mother, like a fetus is dependent on her mother. If okay,
Our mother?
there's nothing that we can do in this world that would infringe or inhibit God's abilities in any sense. So, which is not true about the fetus and the mother, right? Because the mother actually has to give something to the child.
So God creating the universe, creating a world, creating all life within it, all the resources we have, that's not doing something for us?
No, for us, yes, but it
It's
does
not a
nothing to
burden
God.
on him. It's a burden on a mother.
It's a bird on a muffin.
Mother. I said mother. I clearly said mother.
Sorry about that. I apologize. There apparently is something wrong with the Google Hangouts. They've been having some kind of audio issues. Even Nadia says so.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about that. I'm not complaining about that. But I mean, you clearly understand that we couldn't be a burden on God by His very definition, but a fetus is a burden on a mother.
Well, biblically, it's go ahead, McKay.
I was just going to say that it's kind of a false equivalency because most people who are pro-choice don't equate a fetus with a living person. They would say it's just a collection of cells until it hits a certain point in the womb.
Yeah, but most choice advocates who've done the reading on the arguments for abortion don't really generally go to a violinist type argument where it doesn't even matter if the fetus is a living person or not. It's still not moral to force a woman to give birth.
Well, don't you agree, MK, that we are a collection of cells?
Well, right, but I mean, like, not a seahorse that's smaller than a quarter to a certain extent.
You're getting into fallacy of composition territory there with statements like that.
Right. Naturalists believe that personhood and minds and consciousness are emergent properties of complex systems, and 2, 3, even 100 cells is not complex enough to have consciousness or to be able to endure suffering.
Okay.
Is it just me or Brett isn't trying to answer the question?
Well, I think
we asked him quite a few questions.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of questions, and I do apologize. I have a feeling that you're wanting me to answer a certain way, and I'm just not doing it for you, and I apologize.
I mean,
No.
Don't worry about
Anyway,
it. Your answers are fine. Yeah, your answers are highlighting the position that you hold. Fine. I just don't think that they're the answers that you'd want to give if you understood the conclusions that people draw from them.
Right. There are consequences to your answers that I don't think you realize are there.
You know,
like,
more or less, we're trying to help you out with this, trying to refine your answers in this, because what you're presenting us right now is, unfortunately, it doesn't work.
To put it politely.
Right.
Very
you're
politely.
asking a finite human being with limited abilities and resources to try to understand the mind of God. Yeah, that's a funky one. But since you guys know the consequences of God, go ahead and tell me about it.
Oh, Brett, come on.
We're talking about the consequences of God. We're talking about the consequences of your answers to asking about things about God, God's character, and the universe. There are consequences to the positions you hold. If, for example, you hold one position about, I don't know, naturalism, right? There are other things that you must accept or must not accept according to the conclusions that they gather. And if you're a skeptical theist, which is a position that you have not named but you have explained here, then one of the consequences of that position is your inability to be able to determine from the universe what God's character really is.
Right. And
Yeah,
now,
claim
folks,
God.
do you think it would be fair, since I've answered like so many questions, even though you didn't like the answers and stuff for a lot of it, probably all
No,
of it?
I really do like the
May
answers. Your answers have been great.
Okay,
Yeah,
just put it that way.
your answers
You
strengthen
guys
atheism.
mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. How many individuals in here believe in spontaneous generation?
Crickets, anyone? Crickets?
What do you mean by spontaneous generation?
Life coming from non-life?
Yeah, that's not what spontaneous generation.
Fucking hell.
Actually, it is. I got definition right there.
No, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. The classical idea of spontaneous generation is the fact that certain creatures spawn spontaneously from other materials that aren't them, like mice spawn from hay bales, right? That was the idea. You're trying to equivocate abiogenesis and spontaneous generation, which they are scientifically not even remotely the same.
Okay, hold on. Let me get this definition for you then. That way we can clear that right up. Oh, goodness gracious.
I've already cleared it up.
Okay.
It's not simple.
Spontaneous generation, the supposed production of living organisms from non-living matter. Damn, that sounds damn close to what I was asking. But go ahead.
That would be abiogenesis.
No, that's Adam.
Wait, hold on a sec. Maybe I missed it something. Hold on.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so do
Adam.
you guys believe this?
That's Adam. Somebody took dirt and water, mixed it in the mud, formed some clay, breathed into it. We got humans. Spontaneous.
Awesome. Incredible. So what do you guys believe that, or what? Do you believe that life came from non-life, or did it come from life?
Yes, I think life came
Brett is
from non-life.
Brett is a theist. He's not a Christian. He doesn't believe, to my knowledge, the literal interpretation of the Bible. So he doesn't believe that there was dust and then Adam.
Well, I don't think Brett's a theist at all myself, but I play along with it.
No, humor him. So, the supposed production of living organisms from non-living matter. No.
Rain fell on a rock and
No.
lightning hit it and spontaneous combustion.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think at some point life came from non-life. Theists believe that too.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, we can understand the rise of organic matter from non-organic matter, and once you start with the basis of organic matter, you could from there understand through basic physics how organic matter can then go on to become, or like non-living organic matter can now proceed into living organic matter. At least this is what the theory of abiogenesis is. I mean, the way it's summarized in this, even the definition that you put for spontaneous generation is this kind of like this haphazard, yeah, you believe this thing, like whatever. It just doesn't fully make sense in my mind.
Yeah, I do apologize that the dictionary does that for you, but spontaneous generation is the supposed production of living organisms from non-living matter. It is what it is. Whether you believe in a God or not, you're going to have to believe that life came from non-life.
Wait, Brett, that's the dictionary definition, or which dictionary?
The other thing is.
Do I got to spell it out for you? Hold on a second. Let me do that.
Here's the problem, Brett. There's no such thing as an objective definition. There's only common usage, and the common usage of that dictionary just happens to be wrong. Spontaneous generation was an idea in, I think it was the 1600s, maybe the 1500s, about how certain animals came to be. Like mice came from hay bales, and mold was turned into mold from bread. We now find out that this is not the case, but this is the idea back then. This is what spontaneous generation refers to.
Yeah, and even in the definition that you put out here, is the second line for this is the apparent appearance of life in some supposedly sterile environment, which is not the case with abiogenesis.
The other thing I've heard for spontaneous regeneration is the resurrection of Christ, because you got living from non. He was dead, and it became back to life.
All right, so you believe it's possible. You guys all admit that.
No, I don't. No, again. No, in the second part of the...
I didn't say I believed it.
Yeah, no, I didn't either.
I didn't say that.
So you're basically saying
is
that
a
life needs life in order to exist.
No, that's not what we're saying. No, that's not what we're
Okay,
saying.
Brett, do you believe that do you believe that Jesus was magical?
Well, there's a difference between magic and power.
Actually, not according to the dictionaries, no.
No, see, here. Okay, yeah. Sorry. The problem is that I haven't looked much into spontaneous generation because it is an idea that isn't actually fully accepted anymore, and it's the idea that, that if you had a like the example they show, like is that we know that meat rots, and eventually on the meat that's rotting, you'd see maggots start to appear. In spontaneous generation, the idea was that if you were to keep that meat completely sealed up from everything else, the forming of maggots is like just another spontaneous production of the fact that the meat is rotting inside of there. But we now know that that's not how it works. Spontaneous generation is not abiogenesis. Abiogenesis is something completely different.
Well, it either came from non-life or it came from nothing,
or organic. Yeah, non-living organic matter did give rise to living organic matter. We do believe that, but it wasn't in a sterile environment in the way that people believe that spontaneous generation happened.
There is one more option, though. I forgot. It's the Richard Dawkins option. Aliens.
Well, no, that's not the Richard Dawkins.
Oh, wait, you guys, don't even go there with Brett. Don't even go there with Brett and that alien thing. I've already explained it to him. That was quote mine. He don't care. He keeps bringing it back up.
I think that what you need to do is that I mean, you're putting out spontaneous generation, and what I think you really need to do, Brett, and this is just a favor to you, just because again this stuff just doesn't make sense, is go look at abiogenesis. And then go look at spontaneous generation. Note the differences in those the different theories that they have right there. Realize that spontaneous generation is not something that's accepted, and understand that you arguing that we believe in spontaneous generation is just doesn't make sense because we don't.
I didn't realize. I didn't realize that you guys were like the Borg, where it was just one single mind on it. I assumed that you all were individuals.
This is the guy who proposes a single mind.
Yeah. So I'm just for your own good. Look up abiogenesis, look up spontaneous generation, and look up the difference between them because I mean, like you probably don't want to use this argument again.
As a matter of fact, Brett, in your own definition, it hints that what we're saying about spontaneous generation is true. Noun, historical.
Right.
Right, historical.
I think that you guys are not understanding what the concept of this is, and I'm not going to tell you you're stupid or.
No, I understand completely. I had to go back and look into it.
Obviously, if we're rational people here, if you were to take away from the concept of God, put God over in the stove, let him sit there and be warm for a while, and we went with the concept of how did life get here, you would have to state without a God that it would come from nothing or non-living thing.
God,
but that is not okay. But hold on a second, Brent. And again, this is the part that I need you. I need you to open up your mind and understand where you're going wrong in this. Is that this is?
Hold on a second. I'm opening my mind.
Okay.
Okay, I got it.
Great. That is not what most modern what most scientists believe nowadays is that they understand abiogenesis and how it works, which is something completely different from spontaneous generation. Spontaneous generation, although you've only clipped into like the basic definition, like the basic first line of it, and you're thinking that this is what a naturalist has to believe. No, it's not. Actually, read the second line in the very short definition. Because most people don't believe that part, and then go look up the Wikipedia article or look up any article on spontaneous generation and realize that this is something that has been refuted by real science, and then has been replaced with ideas that are better accepted and have better
explanatory power.
Thank you. Fucking words.
All right.
Now, wait a second.
Abiogenesis is a replacement for this. So essentially, what you're saying is like what you are saying right now is like, well, if you hold a naturalistic view, you have to believe in a 16th century fucking science that has been out of favor for the better part of 3 centuries.
Dude, it's not 16th century. Aristotle was the first dude who proposed this.
Guys.
Oh wow!
don't
Really?
think
See, this is the problem. Is like Brett Keane is arguing against like 2,000-year-old atheists.
Ding, ding, ding. Okay, now listen.
Except Aristotle.
It's like when they just like, well, do you agree in Darwin's evolution? It's like, well, you know, Darwinian evolution has changed quite a bit since the time of Charles Darwin. It's like, well, this is what he said in The Origin of Life. It's like, yeah, that book is over 100 years old. We have advanced beyond that to fully understand things a little bit more.
Can I ask you, are you talking to the Sockian? Because you don't even act like I'm there anymore. I was just curious.
All right.
Let's get back to what I was saying.
Brett, sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Brett, sorry. It's Brett, sorry. It's Brett, sorry, buddy.
Sparky, I'm
Brett,
trying to talk here.
I know you are, but the thing is that it's not about
Calm
you.
down, guys.
Come on,
Brett. Okay,
Can
listen.
I talk? Am I?
In a second, once I finish, because I was talking to Seth and Seth and Thor about something. Okay, and I know. God forbid that the conversation went off you for like 30 seconds. Okay, but you know.
I need to say something about what Brett said earlier, and I hear from a lot of Christians that we're supposed to believe everything came from nothing, but the concept of God is transcendental. So he's no matter. He's not matter. He's not there. But he was supposed to produce all matter from where? If he is not matter and he never had matter to begin with, where did he get it? So actually, God is producing everything from nothing, according to you. So explain that to me. I don't understand that part.
Oh yeah, I love that argument. Yeah, I use this myself. Yeah, this is awesome.
Before we completely jump off the subject, let's try this again. I understand the word in science in the dictionary, spontaneous generation, has obviously caused some kind of trigger effect, an emotional response.
No, it's not. The emotional response is humor at you thinking that this is what we believe.
Come on, guy, relax. Okay.
Well, quit throwing out lies and crap, Brett.
Okay, fine.
Your opinion. Quit throwing out your opinion of what other people think.
So that word angers you. Are those two words?
So I'm not now. Hold on. I'm not calling Brett Keane a fat fucking retard, but I'm not calling Brett a fat fucking retard. But here's the thing. When Brett argues that God has to be good because he gave Brett Keane a birthday cake on his 5th birthday personally, well, that must trigger some angry feelings in us, right?
Right.
And that's not a straw man in any way, shape, or form.
All right, back to Spontaneous Generation. I appreciate that incredible performance by you, Seth, but back to Spontaneous Generation. Did we come from nothing? Did we come from non-living matter? Or did we come from a life or intelligence? Go ahead.
Let me just clear this up here. Okay. Louis Pasteur's 1859 experiment is widely seen as having settled the question. He boiled a meat broth in a flask and had a long neck that curved downward like a goose. The idea was that the bend in the neck prevented falling particles from reaching the broth, while still allowing the free flow of air. The flask remained free of growth for an extended period. When the flask was turned so the particles could fall down to the bends, the broth quickly became clouded. However, minority objections were persistent and not always unreasonable. Given that the experiment difficulties were far more challenging than the popular account suggests, the investigators of John Tyndall, a correspondent of Pasteur and a great admirer of Pasteur's work, were decisive in dispelling lingering difficulties. Still, even Tyndall encountered difficulties in dealing with the effects of microbial spores, which were not understood in his day. Like Pasteur, he boiled his cultures to sterilize them, and some bacterial spores can survive boiling. The autoclave, which eventually came into universal application in medical practice and microbiology, was an instrument that had once come into the use of Tyndall's experiments, let alone those of Pasteur. This is the idea that they're pointing out there that actually finally debunked this idea of spontaneous generation. That within like the closed system that they weren't seeing this stuff here. Okay. So spontaneous generation, and so again, when you say that we believe in spontaneous generation, or you try to put this idea that we believe in spontaneous generation, you have this idea in your mind that spontaneous generation and abiogenesis are the same thing.
Oh my goodness!
Okay? They're not.
Holding my down to the road and down.
Okay.
Sorry, I was hearing Elvis.
So just to clarify for you, spontaneous generation is not abiogenesis. Okay. Spontaneous generation is a completely different theory that has been debunked for a while.
Very wonderful.
Okay?
Now, are you going to allow me to make my statement?
I don't know. Is your statement
Okay.
going to be something along the lines of, hey, we have to believe in spontaneous generation because you fully don't understand what spontaneous generation is, and you grabbed a couple words out of the dictionary and you say, hey, this sounds like abiogenesis?
There he goes again.
Question?
His long diatribe. Very good, very good. And I say that was an excellent reading from a Google page. Good job.
Yeah, it was.
Back to what we're talking about.
And maybe
Hello?
if you had done reading of a Google page, you wouldn't be asking this question. Okay?
He's off. In the rain.
All right.
Well, I think my bandwidth temporarily cleared up, but unfortunately, you talk too fast for my hearing damage.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to follow through with them too. He doesn't get me through a half of a sentence without completely losing his mind. So I'm going to work with
it's not losing my mind. It's just that I have a very low tolerance for stupidity.
Okay.
And I apologize for that.
I hope that you don't hurt yourself, friend.
You need to go there.
All right. Okay.
Well, I'm at least probably on the philosophical issues in agreement. Or wait, you're more subjectivist than utilitarian, aren't you? Okay, so that's gonna be different, but.
No, I'm trying to explain to Brett the difference between spontaneous generation and abiogenesis.
Okay, cool. So what I'm asking again, if the sock guy will go ahead and let me do this, is did life come from nothing, or did it come from non-living matter, or did it come from an intelligent mind, or as Richard Dawkins so eloquently put it, aliens? So
Okay,
which was it?
So yeah, the first living organisms arose from non-living organism or non-living material.
Okay. Okay. Well, it's that simple. That's the question that was asked.
Right,
Okay,
that's
go ahead and prove it then.
That's not spontaneous generation. Oh, so you want me to prove abiogenesis right now?
Yeah.
What does this have to do with anything? I want you to prove God.
Okay, so basically you're telling me that your belief system is set on the foundations of faith. Very good.
No, well, first off, ours is built on the foundation of faith. Yours is built on this. You have yet to demonstrate anything in your point of view. So you find that going after the questions that we don't have a full answer to at this given time is somehow going to make your position stronger.
At the beginning of our conversation, I already pointed out that
abiogenesis.
Hello.
I know. I know. Yeah,
relax, breathe.
I know, but you were talking about interrupting there, and you just interrupted me. I'm going to try to extend the same courtesy to you at this point in time, but I need you to do the same to me.
Great.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So the thing is that abiogenesis isn't even a theory right now. It's just it's kind of like a working hypothesis right now that has some explanatory power in talking about the origin of like the first living organisms out there.
Right.
But it does make sense, and there is some evidence to support this. The fact that we haven't fully solved the problem right now, and to say that, well, therefore your God has a more likely solution, is just an argument from ignorance.
Well, that was your argument, not mine. I said that my belief is based upon faith. Said that right at the beginning of the conversation. So you are claiming that this is the case, so I asked for proof. That's what you asserted.
Well, I never said it was the case. Did I ever say that this is a
what
fact?
You stated, you said that it comes from non-living. So go ahead, proof.
I said that the best working model that we have right now to explain this is abiogenesis, which isn't even a theory, but a working hypothesis. At that point in time, I don't have anything to prove it. But
All
then
right,
again,
so you have faith that science will one day answer the question. I understand.
No, I don't have faith. I have a strong level of confidence.
Yes, which is faith.
No, it's not faith.
Yes, it's faith.
No, it's not faith. I said if I said it was faith, I'd say if I believed it was faith, I'd say it was faith. I said it's a strong level of confidence.
It's faith.
No, it's not faith. It's a strong level of confidence. I understand what you don't understand here. Is that you said that this is faith, and I'm not saying it's faith. I'm saying it's a strong level of confidence.
You believe that some men that you don't even know are going to come up with the answer one day at some time in the future.
I have a strong level of confidence that this will happen.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nadia, it's nice to see you.
Fred.
So
your whole argument.
Now that we've shown that Soccer has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. Can we move on to the next
What do
subject?
you mean, no idea we talk about? You're the one that talked about spontaneous generation like this is an idea that's still accepted.
Listen. You said that you had issue with stupid things earlier, that it literally emotionally bothered you, so I don't want you to hurt yourself with your
I
own
never said that it emotionally bothered me. I said I had a low
So,
tolerance.
Nadia, how was your day?
No, I'm not. We're going to continue to talk about this.
Okay, I'm done. You proved your faith. Go ahead.
No,
I don't have
bullshit,
faith.
bro.
I have a strong level of confidence. You're trying to dodge here. You're trying to duck around here. But you
No,
know,
you said you couldn't prove it. It was based on faith. I accept
no, I didn't.
that.
I didn't say it was based on faith. I said that we have a working hypothesis, and I have a strong level of confidence that one of these days we're going to, have a working theory to explain all this stuff.
Okay, so you're confident it's going to happen based upon no evidence. That's faith. Go
No,
ahead.
I have a strong level of confidence based on a whole bunch of on evidence.
Yeah, actually, I can present evidence that natural explanations are more likely to be discovered based on a track record of success of natural explanations being in fact discovered. Every explanation that we now have that is verified is natural. There is no one. I mean, okay, at best, you could argue there are a few supernatural explanations that are in the world, but still, they're a minute, just a fringe, right? The vast majority are natural, right? So I can argue from that, and use an inductive argument to say that it's most likely, based on a statistical occurrence, that the future discoveries were going to be natural. So, yeah.
And that's not faith. That's just a strong level of confidence in what we observe.
It's an argument, yeah. It's perfectly reasonable.
So, yeah, I mean,
Wonderful news. So, Nadia, is your bit rate getting better now? Can you join the conversation?
Oh, look, he's trying to dodge now. He's trying to get out of this.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to be a moral, ethical human being, and I would like to hear other people.
Yeah, but the problem, Brett,
it's rude and it's selfish not to let other people in the room talk.
Yeah, but the problem is, Brett, as I asked you earlier, is what you had to look for any action out there in order to come to a conclusion on whether it's moral or immoral, and you haven't been able to give an answer on that yet. So
I am trying to allow the speech.
I know, but so again, you interrupted. I'm sorry. Did the middle of my sentence get in the way with the beginning of yours?
No, not the interruption.
So again, I asked you that question earlier, whether or not what you had to look for in any action in order for you to come to a conclusion whether it was moral or immoral, and you said that you pretty much said that you couldn't. So how can you say that you're trying to do anything moral or immoral right now if you can't even demonstrate how you come to a conclusion on morality?
Well, I am saying that I think that the room should be able to participate in a conversation. That's what the whole point of the hangout is for, not just one individual who talks to his sock on his hand.
Oh yeah, because I have an avatar of a sock puppet, so therefore I must be talking to the sock on my hand. No, I'm talking to you. I'd have more luck talking to a sock puppet, but you know what? I'm humoring you.
Go do that.
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, you know what? Next time that Brett asks us a question, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna be like, you know what? Let's let someone else talk. It's moral. It's ethical to allow other people to.
All right, I got a question. I got a question for Brett.
Yeah.
Brett, if you were off, listen, Brett. If you were off the coast of Florida and your boat sunk, and there were sharks swimming around, and I ended up having to come along in my jet ski, would you pray for me, or pray for God, or call for me? Would you call for God or call for me to help you?
Well, I would probably think that God sent you out there to help me out.
I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. God wouldn't send me there.
Well, that doesn't mean that God can't use an atheist.
No, I hate God. I wouldn't listen to him.
Well, just because you don't believe in God doesn't mean he doesn't believe in you.
So how is he? So he's going to control my will and send me to you?
Maybe he'll send some inspiration or motivation.
Well, answer my question. Would you call to God or call to me?
He can choose to either leave me drowning and eaten by sharks, or he can choose to go out the other way. But God.
So would you call for God or would you call for me?
But if you drowned, why would God send inspiration?
Well, if I drown and everything, then maybe it's time to go to Jesus.
But answer the question: would you call for God or would you call for me?
I just told you my answer.
You said maybe God would have sent me there, but you didn't answer who you called for. Who would you call for me?
I am not a prophet. I'm not telepathic. I don't know the mind of God. So I would probably, at the moment, be thinking about how am I going to
So
get out of
would
choking
you
to death? And
would you
probably I
call?
would be calling out to God first.
You'd
And
be
then when I
calling
see
out to God.
honesty, I would suggest, hello, are you wanting me to answer your way or my way?
It's just a simple question. Would you
I'll
call
tell
the
you
God?
what, why don't you do me a favor? Why don't you go get you a notebook and pen, write down the fucking answer that you want, and that'll be my answer. How's that sound?
All I wanted was an answer like I call the God or I called you. I didn't want a 5-minute long
Be right back.
dissertation
I
on
gotta
it.
take another piss. He does that to you.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, I missed a fair amount of what was going on before the bandwidth cleared up, so I'm still a little lost.
That's okay. So is Brett,
Uh,
and he's been in the conversation the entire time.
I'm still baffled by Brett King. Just fucking amazing.
Yeah. I know.
It's too bad that Nadia wasn't listening. Maybe she could have helped us with a triple facepalm or something.
Say that again?
It's too bad that you were not listening in, Nadia, because you could have helped us by doing a facepalm. Triple facepalm.
Yeah, there's that. Maybe that's something to add to the discussion too, but unfortunately, there's. Well, I think the actual analysis, since other people are reporting similar issues on their Hangouts, is that it's an upstream issue.
I see.
Art, did you say something coherent, or am I having issues again?
Oh.
No. I rarely say something coherent.
That's what I was gonna say.
I'll beat you to it. Yeah.
When we had that last hiccup, Google sent me a Google Voice and video setup download on it. That was an upgrade or what?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's still ongoing because it started back up again.
Oh, it looks like McKay just left. Or went from AFK.
Who did?
Oh, McKay, I was going to ask her a question. Because I don't. I think she said she was a theist, but I don't know what her position is. Still curious.
Yeah, she tried jumping in there a couple times, but she's too polite. As soon as somebody else starts talking, she quits and won't try and get back in.
Well, then I apologize, because I'd much rather talk to a polite theist anyway.
Well, I was enjoying you, to be honest.
Well, I hear it's hard because you're not looking at someone, looking at their face, so you can't tell when, they're talking. It's kind of like you start, and you really can't hear when someone else is talking, so it's hard not to know you're talking over somebody. Well, she's back, Sokka, if you want to ask her.
So, McKay, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
I was just wondering what your, well, I mean, because we have, I think, kind of cut you off a little bit. What are your views on the conversation so far, in what we're saying? Did you have any questions about what we're putting out there, what we're presenting, or disagree with any of it?
There was a lot said, so it's kind of tough to pick one out of it. But I do agree with the naturalist explanation of origin, such as abiogenesis and evolution. I think that's overwhelmingly evident.
All right. Did you know what spontaneous generation was prior to this?
I had never heard that before in my life. No,
Did you Google it too?
I didn't Google it. I just took Brett's definition for it.
Okay.
I have been aware of it for decades.
What you aware of? I just got back.
Was it
Yeah,
a working
that
theory
is-
before abiogenesis, or what? Like,
No,
what is it?
it was a theory that certain things contain. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Nadia.
Well, we're pretty much going to say the same thing. Theory is certain things just arose out of non-living matter.
Yeah, it wasn't really a question about origins as much as a question about things like germs or maggots, things that that were so tiny to the eye that people didn't really have an explanation of why did maggots form on rotting meat. Well, it must be this there must be certain properties of material that these things can spontaneously kind of generate from. It had nothing to do with the origin of life. It was just as a whole, but more of the origin of certain things in life that we just didn't have a working model for back then. But it was debunked in the 19th century officially, but it was an idea that was around for a long time before that. Essentially, the introduction of microscopes and everything kind of put the nail in the coffin for that idea. But it's a completely different idea than abiogenesis. It doesn't even answer the same question.
So do you guys agree that the Big Bang and singularity has supernatural origins? Let's find some common ground. What do you say?
No.
I would say no, in my opinion.
All right, let's take a look at the word supernatural. I know this is going to be from the dictionary, folks, so I hope it doesn't cause any more emotional outburst when I give you this. Okay, so supernatural, attributed to some force beyond scientific understanding or the laws of nature. Okay, so let's get to it. When did nature and time come into being?
At the beginning.
Okay. Would you say
that was
that
a
it was
question?
following through the acceleration of the universe?
I'm sorry.
Nobody knows, Brett. Come up with a better question.
But you would say through the expansion, through the acceleration of the universe, this is when time and the laws of nature began, correct?
What do you mean laws of nature?
The laws of nature as we understand them now, yes.
Okay. So the laws of nature at one point in time did not exist until the expansion and acceleration of the universe. Therefore, attributed to some force beyond scientific understanding are the laws of nature. That would make the Big Bang, the universe model that we go with right now, supernatural origin, by definition of supernatural.
But the physics at the time of the Big Bang could have been different to how we know them they are now.
Yeah.
Is that a faith answer that you give?
Oh.
What? No.
Oh, but you're saying that you believe that could have been the case.
What?
See what I mean? And by the way, I love that turtle off Neverending Story. Dig it totally.
What did you say?
He must be having audio issues. Nadia, are you able to hear me? I got to make sure my mic's working.
Your mic's working. My bandwidth or whatever is, I think, cut out during the most important part of whatever you said.
Okay. The singularity of the Big Bang. When the expansion of the universe began and time and nature and laws came into effect. Before this, there was no laws of nature, there was no nature or time. Therefore, by definition, attributed to some force beyond the scientific understanding of the laws of nature. How do I know? Because Stephen Hawking said so.
No, he doesn't say that.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
No.
Yes.
No, he.
Okay, so are you saying that the laws of nature were actually within the singularity itself?
Not the laws of nature as we know them now. They could have been a different set of physics.
There you go.
And how do you know this?
It's not really that hard to
Well, that's That's one of the things that Stephen Hawking believes. Actually, if you want to
I'm
use that argument,
I'm actually talking about what we know, not what you think or you've imagined of.
So, are you asking us what we want to know? How we know things beyond Planck time? Like, how do we know what happens inside of a singularity?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's
You
asking.
obviously.
Oh, okay. So that's what he wants. Oh, that's an easy question.
We're talking about the laws of nature and time coming with the expansion acceleration of space.
Yeah, but we don't know the laws of physics before the Big Bang happened.
Okay, so you don't know the law of physics before.
Yeah.
Now, how can you give a naturalistic explanation for something if nature doesn't even exist yet?
We haven't given naturalistic explanation to it. Everything after the Big Bang we have, but prior to that, we don't
So you
know
don't have a natural explanation before the laws of nature, though.
Of course not.
Well, there you
Think
go.
about what you just said.
Yes, you guys just pointed out we found common ground. The origins
But that doesn't mean
of
it's supernatural.
supernatural by definition. Just say it. Say it. I know you can do it.
That does not mean it's supernatural.
By definition, it is.
No, it doesn't. It just means we don't understand the laws of nature and physics.
All right, I understand that the dictionary is a hateful book, but here we go again. Attributed to some force beyond scientific understanding or the laws of nature. Whew, that's rough, isn't it? Pure silence.
Well, I'm trying to understand what you're getting at here.
What's the definition again?
Goodness gracious, it's going to be like the fifth or sixth time, sure.
Well, let's post it in the side chest.
Attributed to some force beyond scientific understanding or the laws of nature.
Okay, yeah. So then it's not supernatural because it's not attributed to some force beyond scientific understanding.
The laws of nature did not come forth until nature and time expanded through the accelerated space. Don't you get it?
No, I think you should probably slow down here. Okay, again, it's not attributed to a force beyond nature. Do you understand that?
There's no force behind it, no cause.
Well, I mean, if you want to go with the first cause argument, sure, but most people don't subscribe to the first cause argument. Well, most scientists.
Okay, so when did the laws of nature come into being, as well as time itself?
I don't think you understand what the singularity is.
I don't think you understand.
In your mind, do you think that you're still trying to put out this idea that if you go back far enough, what do you think is there? For example, with time. Okay.
Well, obvious, whatever the cause for it all would have been outside of space and time, outside of the laws of nature itself.
There is nothing outside of space and time.
There isn't. How do you know?
By definition.
So then the Big Bang doesn't exist, according to you.
What makes you think that I even said that at all?
Because you said it couldn't exist outside of space and time. But space and time and nature itself didn't come into being until after.
I said that existence is based on space and time, theories like that. How can anything exist outside of what the criteria which means anything to exist?
Okay, go ahead and explain what it is that you think the Big Bang is. I'm all ears.
Excuse my ignorance, but isn't that the theory of relativity that Einstein proposed, that as the universe expanded, time expanded?
Right. Yeah.
Exactly, but it's not the
nature and time came into being after, following it.
No, it's not that it didn't come into time to being afterwards. It came into being in a way that we could understand it afterwards.
Okay, so before space and time and nature
was a singularity.
How that works.
Go take a look. Okay, how about this one? You want to play a definition game? Go take a look at the definition of what a singularity is.
Sure. All right, here we go. This is the common definition: a state, fact, quality, or condition of being singular, a point at which function takes an infinite value, especially in space-time when matter is infinitely dense as the center of a black hole, which is exactly my point.
There you go.
That's exactly my point.
So now take a look at your. I don't think it's your point, because take that second part of the definition there, and put that into the question that you're asking.
Especially in space-time. Space and time did not come into being until following the Big Bang.
Okay, but now take a look into what's the definition of singularity when you take a look at the things where it talks about the infinites there.
Yes, infinitely dense as the center of a black hole, especially in space and time, which space and time did not come into existence until following the Big Bang.
No, it's not that space and time didn't come into existence. It was that the singularity is a point where everything is in this dense form that our failure to understand space and time at that point in time does not mean that it began to exist. It began to exist in the form that we could understand it because of the result of the expansion, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't there before.
All right, Mackenzie, are you still there?
Yeah, what's up?
When Stephen Hawking says that the universe and nature and time itself had a beginning, what does that mean?
I think it just means the beginning of the story. Or the theory, rather, not necessarily the story.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good question. What does it mean to begin? I mean, when you're talking about concepts like to begin, you're talking about in a space in existence that has some type of tense form. That in order for something to begin, you're talking about a finite amount of time when it didn't exist. Okay, so to begin means that there's a finite time when something didn't exist and then it began to exist. Time and space have existed for all of time. They're eternal. There was no time when space and time began to exist, because in order for it to begin to exist, you're saying that time began to exist. That sentence is nonsensical, because you're depositing a finite time when time didn't exist to begin with.
All right. So you don't have any kind of scientific understanding of how this actually came into being. Nobody does.
Yeah,
also, it is beyond the laws of nature, because the laws of nature didn't come into being until following.
Again, yeah, you just did it again. I just actually addressed that point.
Sorry, but you can sit here and pretend to be the pseudo-amateur scientist of Google, but no one has an explanation for how it actually came into being.
You're trying to take this and fit it into your definition of supernatural. What I'm explaining is that it doesn't match the definition of supernatural, because that thing where you're talking about before.
I mean, we could sit here and talk about it as sky blue or green or yellow, and you'd still argue that. You just
no, I wouldn't. Like I said, is that you're trying to deposit supernatural into this, but it's not sensible. No, you trying to say that as supernatural causes is just
the laws of nature and time existed. Einstein understood.
Okay, what does it mean for to begin? Okay, what does to begin mean for you? Okay, the thing is time.
Clearly, time and space, nature, all things, the physical realm did not come into being until after the expansion and acceleration of space, which we are still accelerating according to science.
Okay, yeah, so you're not understanding this, is that something cannot exist before time. Time did not exist before time. So to say that time began after something doesn't make sense. Time is eternal. Okay, it's just that it gets down to a certain point in the singularity where it becomes infinite, in the sense that we can't understand it. Okay, that's not so it's not matching the definition of what you put out for supernatural.
No. And it's not only this. I know this is going to get a lot of. I know this is going to get a lot of people wound up.
Hold on a second.
I'm not going to listen to you if you continue to interrupt me.
Well, you're not going to. I'm not interrupting.
This also goes against the very concept of matter can't be created nor destroyed, because according to this, the creation of the universe, the very beginning, this is when matter itself came into being. So it completely contradicts that method.
No, it's matter as we know it, because it was in an infinite.
Yes.
Okay, so where did matter come from then? Where did matter come from? Where was its origin?
I think the Big Bang proposed that it was always there. It just expanded.
Just proposed that it was always there.
Yes, I mean, this is where you get to this. This is what it means for a singularity.
Okay, show where it says in science that it was always there.
I thought that was the theory of the Big Bang.
That is the theory.
They do not
theory of the Big Bang.
Everlasting universe like that. They state that the universe had a beginning.
Well, it's not everlasting in our sense of time that like you can go back trillions of years and it'll be there. Like time slowed down with its compression.
The thing is, Mackenzie, you know this. He's going to go on to imagine things up.
No,
but
I agree
there's
with everything.
nowhere in science where it says that it knows the origin of.
Okay, listen. I'm just going to mute you here for a second.
I'm not going to listen to you anymore.
Hold on a second, okay? Because McKay understands.
I'm done listening to you. I'm done listening to you. I'm not.
I know because you've been refuted.
You can't.
Okay. Listen.
You can't have a discussion.
Listen, Brett.
Quit muting. I'm not. I don't want to listen to you anymore.
I know you don't want to listen to me because I've already refuted
violating you. Violating my privacy and space. I don't want to hear you. Enough.
The fact that McKay understands what we're saying here too.
I don't want to hear.
Okay.
More. Done with you. Done with. Okay, time.
All right.
I said stop. How many times did you hear me say no, no, no? I'm done with you.
Wait, he can mute you for the whole room, or was that you muting him?
He was muting me over and over and over again. Look at how many times he did that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Look at that. 11, 12, 13, 14. You see that?
I thought you had to have mod rights to mute somebody.
Mackenzie, if you tell me, Brett, I don't want to talk to you no more, should I continue to aggravate and aggravate and aggravate, or should I stop? What should I do?
No, I agree with you. I just didn't even know that you could mute people without modability.
I've allowed that man to call me stupid and retarded 20 damn times now, as well as mute me 20 times. I'm done. All right. Nadia, I hope you're not upset with me or aggravated. You seen me say no, 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 no.
Okay. That question about being aggravated is the first thing I've been able to hear for like half an hour. Obama seems to have filed or the Obama administration, Eric Holder, filed a brief with the Supreme Court to try to get them to rule on gay marriage. So hopefully, people can finish the job of getting rich white gay men financial benefits from getting married, and then maybe at some point get around to LGBT people getting put out on the street en masse by employment discrimination.
Well, I hope that the rights are given over and all this is done right and all the success in the world on that.
Well, the entire issue is derailed.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
No, sorry. I was delayed, so I sounded like I interrupted you. I was just gonna say I don't think anybody here disagrees with that, which is why it's kind of a hard topic to discuss because there's no dissenting opinion.
Granted, yeah. Well, it's a little bit of a news flash, though. It's like, kill this issue, please, so the real issues can be gotten to.
Yeah. It's a great news flash. Right.
Anyway.
Awesome.
Saga was like repetitively reading, so. Yeah, the repetitive muting probably isn't going to fly. I saw it happening but couldn't hear what was happening.
Yeah, you just look on the right side of the screen and you see that was spammed over and over and over. But I am in a real good mood. I'm glad to hear that this is finally coming to a thing. I wish there was something I could say or do to hurry it along.
Well, that was my only clue of what was going on. couldn't make out the words for the most part. Well, in the meantime, I think you had somehow devolved into a question of origins, like abiogenesis, etc.
No, I don't know if I want to get into that again because there's a lot of individuals who are apparently getting emotionally worked up, and I don't want to cause anxiety or some kind of emotional trauma to folks when asking these type of questions. I hate to put anybody in a harmful situation.
Hey, Brett.
Stop talking.
Brett, please stop giving your
Ouch,
opinion of how other people are feeling to make it look like they're worse or bad. You know, you do this all the time. Please stop it.
Well, I'm not trying to be cold, but I noticed that when I was called stupid and retarded repeatedly, everybody was okay with that, and it sounded like things were getting very angry.
Well, I wasn't here for that whole muting session. I heard the clicks.
It's quite funny.
Yeah, but Brett, you're not exactly respectful to your opponents.
Well, I did ask for it to stop. I was done with the conversation.
I'm not talking about that, no. You're disrespectful to people in general.
I'm a very respectful, gentle human being.
I will leave the audience to decide on that, and on that note, I'm gonna go get some food. Talk to you in a bit.
See you later, Thor.
No, I'm gonna be here. I'm just gonna be FK.
Oh, okay.
What do you think, Mackenzie, since we left it up to the audience and democracy?
I certainly don't think you were being agitated. Like, they called you an effing retard at one point. Not they, as in all of them. I don't think anybody seconded or agreed with it, but it was certainly moved past upon without a second regard.
Yes, a lot of anger, and I don't want to upset people. Definitely. Right, so what is the next subject? Okay, I've got a good question. You ready, Mackenzie? We'll start it off. You ready?
Sure.
Is it immoral or unethical to have hope?
No.
What?
If one does have hope, does it take away their integrity or their rationality or logic?
No.
No.
Okay, sounds good to me. Looks like we found common ground.
What about?
Well, I mean, sorry, I was just gonna say we agree a lot more than we disagree, though. I'm a Christian Universalist, and you're a theist.
Right.
Yeah, it's not immoral to have hope. It all depends on what point that hope carries someone to.
Well, that's the great thing about faith and hope. It leads to a conclusion either way.
Yeah, it wasn't but a month or two ago that a little girl died from cancer because she put all her faith and hope in God instead of getting chemotherapy.
Yeah.
So
I would say it's more the parents' fault than certainly the little girls. But I would agree with you, that's their faith and hope that hurt them. They should have put their faith and hope into medicine and God rather than just faith healing.
Right. And your name, I understand that there's a lot of suffering and misery and bad things that happen in the world. But then I try to look at it from both points of views. I try to look at it from the atheist point of view and then the theist point of view. The atheist point of view says that children that suffer and die will end up becoming nothing and non-existence in the universe. But in my worldview, they will go to a beautiful, wonderful place where they will be with God and live forever and ever.
And the understanding I have of that heaven is that everyone's supposed to be praising God all the time? Or do you get to live your life that you have now up there sinless? How does that work up there?
I don't know all the things that's going to happen up there. Remember, we don't have the mind of God. He works in mysterious ways. But when I look at some of the wonderful things that this world has in it, I'm thinking to myself, wow, if God can create such an incredible universe, he's probably got some neat things waiting for us, right?
Well, what does the Bible say about heaven?
He did create rather a big universe just for us, though.
I would definitely encourage you, your name, to sit down and read the Bible whenever you have a chance. Get you some coffee and have a good one.
No, I don't have time to do that. That's why I'm on here talking to people.
You don't have time to read the Bible, so you're not really interested
No, I
in the
don't.
answer. It's okay.
I read the Bible before for a little bit, and I just find it to be complete bullshit. So I'm not going to bother with it. I listen to people and get their opinions and get opinions from
It's
groups
awful.
of people, and then adjust my opinion to those.
Okay, so you're asking me a rhetorical question. You've already read the Bible according to your own claim, yet you want me to tell you what heaven's like from the Bible that you already say is bullshit. Well, that's kind of a rhetorical, kind of intellectually dishonest question, then.
No, I said I read.
What your heaven's going to be.
I said I read some of the Bible, and that was 20 years ago. I haven't read it since then.
Okay, well, it's nothing wrong with reading it again.
But what is heaven supposed to be like, according to the Bible? Does anybody know?
About the most I really deal with that is going after the mortalistic argument from physical minds.
Yeah, it's just I hear that heaven's supposed to be this joyous place where you're always happy and there's no sin or evil and you're always praising God. But then I think, well, if your kid strayed and went to hell, how can you be happy up in heaven that your kids are in hell?
Didn't seem plausible to me.
Well,
but
from my perspective, right, as a Christian Universalist, I don't believe in hell. I'm not sure Brett's philosophy on that exact topic.
Soul obliteration.
Right, never mind. I think we did talk about that.
Yeah, but there's always so much to learn, which is the beauty of God. He inspires us to find the mysteries of the universe.
So if there's soul obliteration, it means when you die, you get just like the atheists think. It's the end. There's nothing after, unless you go to heaven.
Right.
So then there's no justice.
So there is,
according
no
to
hell.
Christians, if you believe it that way.
Well, I'm a theist and she's a universalist, so when you have some typical or whatever denomination Christians come in with that view, you can talk to them about it.
Okay.
Do you believe in hell, Brett?
I believe that there is second death, soul obliteration.
So you're an annihilationist.
Sounds heavy. Sounds like a good heavy metal band name for sure. I guess I'll go with it.
Well, that's one of the three major positions on soteriology or so and such. Particularism, universalism, and annihilationism.
How do you see it, Nadia? Because I know that you've got great reading comprehension skills, and I know that you've actually read quite a few books and obviously got around to the Bible. What do you see whenever you read the verses?
Well, by and large, actually, it's rather ambiguous. Things made it suggest more a sort of continuation of the Sheol sort of afterlife.
All right,
With
so if
maybe a bit of progressivism. Sorry?
how? Oh, I thought you were done. I apologize. Continue on, please.
Oh, I said maybe there's a bit of Abraham's bosom, but otherwise, the New Testament's affairs are quoting the Old Testament, and the Jewish afterlife is, Sheol.
Okay. What about you, MK? You want to describe it a little bit, or are you doing something else? You busy?
No, I'm not busy. Describe what?
Well, basically, why it is that you came to your understanding of hell and why you see it the way you see it. I mean, if you don't want to, you can say, Brett, come on,
No,
I'm
no, yeah.
eating some popcorn over here.
No,
Fuck it on.
I'm not busy at all. I came to that conclusion because I believe God is good, and it's entirely evil to damn somebody to eternal hell based on their geographical birthplace or their brain chemistry.
You said you believe God was entirely good?
Yes.
Where did evil come from?
I have heard that argument. If you're gonna say that God created evil, therefore He is evil, and then I don't really understand that argument. Just because you create something doesn't mean you are therefore that thing that you've created.
But I didn't say he is. I just said you gotta know about it. You gotta know what evil is to create it. You can't create something if you have no knowledge of it. So he must in part be evil.
Well, what do you say that evil is?
Well, everyone's got their own interpretation of evil.
Evil is the perversion of good.
But if there was nothing before God and God created everything, and everything is done for God's purpose and glory, then the only reason there is evil is God created it. There's no way around that. You can't have evil without God.
No,
It couldn't create itself.
I would agree with you. Not to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but I would agree with that. I would also say at the same time, though, that just comes with free will by any means. You know, if you give a child free reign, they're going to make mistakes.
Yeah, but before there was evil, I mean, if you don't know about evil, then you can't do evil. You can't do something you don't know about. I don't know Chinese, so I can't speak Chinese. You have to know what it is before you're able to do it.
All right. So.
No,
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, back on.
No.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say that's why I don't believe. Sorry. That's why I don't believe in a hell, is because of the brain chemistries that are different, and people have these evil urges that they're not in control of.
Right. You're specifically, obviously, talking about the passage Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and the darkness. I create peace and evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. And I kind of look at it like this as an analogy. There's good road put out in front of us, and there's also a bad road. It is us who chooses which road we're going to take and how many times we're going to sway off of it back and forth. So even though the concept is there, it's not making you do it. You choose.
No, because there's Proverbs 16:4. Some about God creates the wicked for the day of evil. So God made the wicked. He guides the wicked. You know. So.
Yeah, when I look at that passage, I look at it as though God realized that there were going to be individuals that may make some choices that are going to go on that bad road. They're going to realize that this might be a situation here. But it doesn't have Bob there. It says for the wicked.
All right. Well, I don't do immoral things. I don't do evil things according to the majority standard of good and evil. Okay? So, I mean, that's off to the side. It's still God created it. There's nothing that was there before God created everything. Humans didn't even know what evil was until supposedly this, tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay? So to condemn us for committing something that was wrong when we had no concept of what was wrong before we did it is kind of ridiculous to me.
Well, I think that people know exactly what they're doing. When someone steals or they kill or they destroy or cause some kind of harm, they know what they're doing. There's no way to say that they did it out of just pure, slipped, fell on a banana peel and did something evil.
I'm talking about Adam and Eve. The way the evil entered the world for us is because Adam and Eve, they had no concept of what evil was before.
Right, but we have always had the concept since then of what good and evil is, yet humanity continues to do what?
Well, that's according to the Bible. So I don't believe in the Bible, but the thing is God created the evil. God has a plan for everything. So according to the book, which is the reason I talk these things is because I don't believe in the book, and I don't think people should believe in the book. It's just another rift that gets between people that causes problems. When somebody thinks they're better than other people.
I noticed that too, and the Bible said that there would be division between individuals on these matters. Yeah, it is interesting. I just find it just insanely awesome whenever the Bible's validated. When you're trying to have a calm, relaxed conversation with somebody and they just keep calling you vile names because they're so angry at it. For what reason, I don't know.
Because it sounds so silly to us.
Then don't talk about it then. Don't bother with it then.
No, but we truly want to help
They
people.
want to understand it.
We truly want to...
And help people, I guess.
Yeah, we want to help.
What do you want to help me from? You guys really want to help me and stuff? I could use a loan.
Very religious here.
There's different reasons people are on here. Some people are on here maybe because they are seeking God or they want to know. Other people are on here because they don't believe in God, and like for me, I'm a bitch. I'm a bastard. I believe if you're not thinking the way I'm thinking, it's wrong. But if I don't know something, I don't voice my opinion. I listen, and then I learn from that. I don't tell people. But if I think I know what is right, I'm going to tell you what I think is right and how things should be.
Okay. Is that you guys' mission, though? Is that the goal? Is you want to fix the religious brain? Is that the concept?
No.
Did you Did you not hear everything else I said before that? I'm not just
talking to you. I don't want to assume that everybody's got the same thought process as you.
Well, then when you ask a question, don't say you guys. Say, is there anybody else that thinks the way Bob thinks? Okay. When you say you guys, that's your little way of doing little digs and trying to, separate the Christians and the atheists. You're trying to create a rift. I wish you would please stop
that. It sounds like there's some. Unfortunately, I'm sorry that you have that paranoid feeling about that, but that's not how I feel about it.
Of course, it's on me again. Not Brett, it's me. Yeah, okay.
Yes, it's clearly a twisted perception of what actually is happening. I understand. Okay, so the other individuals besides Bob, what is the goal? What is the end game?
I don't think there is an end game.
Well, I mean, why is it that you feel as a non-believer that you want to talk to religious people about something that you're convinced isn't true?
I personally don't want to unconvince people. I want to help people think more clearly so they unconvince themselves.
You want me to do what?
You didn't hear me.
No, unfortunately, somebody's got their mic open and there's like a kind of a loud, distorted noise. I'm half deaf too, so it's hard to comprehend.
I want to help people unconvince themselves. I don't need to unconvince anyone. I want to make you think a bit more clearly, and unconvince yourself.
Okay. Now, what are you wanting me to understand? What are you wanting to convince me of?
Well, I haven't participated that much in this conversation recently, so I wasn't trying to unconvince you at this time of anything.
Okay. Well, I'm a God believer, and I believe in unusual, strange things. Go ahead. You're on.
What?
Fix me, old wise one. Fix me.
No, I'm not professing to be wise at all. I'm just here taking part in conversations. And like I said, I think you need to fix yourself. I'm not here to fix anybody.
Okay, but how do I go about fixing myself? What is it that you think I need to do to fix myself?
I never said that you need to fix yourself.
You think I'm fine? You don't think that I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs?
Yes, personally I do, yes. I think you're a little bit out there.
Okay, so how am I out there?
Well, the things you've just described, like I said, you believe in a God there's no evidence for. I mean, the previous conversations we've all been having, you don't answer any question that's posed to you, and you are a little bit fleeting.
Right. Would you say that science requires faith?
No, because faith is belief without evidence.
You know who Charles Babbage is?
I don't recall the name. I think maybe. Who is he? Enlighten me.
Charles Babbage is a God believer that invented and created the computer.
Okay.
Okay. So, did he actually have a computer in front of him to begin with in order to invent it, or did he have to believe it was possible? Somebody's got a very loud microphone.
More like, yeah, you have a little feedback.
Okay, let me ask you something, McKay, while the turtle's listening as well. McKay, if you decided that you wanted to invent something, would you first have to believe that it's possible?
Not necessarily.
So you would not believe that it's possible of something that you plan to invent?
I mean, you could think it's theoretically possible. You could think maybe it's possible, so you try to create it. I mean, there's a lot of inventions we didn't know could happen until it happened. You know what I mean?
Right. So you didn't have empirical evidence that this thing could be the case. You had to believe it was possible.
Right. I mean, I'm sure they would also say that there was good reason to believe it was possible, though.
Okay, what good reason?
Surely that would depend on the invention.
Do you think that you could sit down right now and just simply put together a computer like that? I'm talking about from the bottom up. Damn, it's hard to have a conversation. Somebody's got a really, really noisy mic.
Let me try and stop this.
Yep, it's you, Mr. Turtle. Do you agree, McKay? He's still got his microphone doing all that crazy stuff. When we're young and everything, what do we say to ourselves? Well, if I go to school, I believe that I'll be able to get the education to be able to do things and understand things. I believe that I'll obtain the knowledge and perhaps even gain some experience in the process so I can do this, or whatever the goal is you set out for yourself, whether you're an inventor or just a human being trying to make goals for your future. You have to believe in yourself. You have to believe that it's possible and then start working at it, right?
Would you? I wouldn't compare that to faith, though. I mean, I do have faith, so I understand where you're coming from. But I would say behind that, though, there is some foundation for the belief that school will make you more successful based on just statistics.
Based upon what statistics? What statistics would Charles Babbage have to base on a computer that doesn't actually exist yet?
Well, for example, he could say that if I put these transistors together, I have no idea this story. But obviously he had some backing to it, or else he wouldn't have started out on his venture to create the computer. But I certainly don't think from the beginning he knew what it was going to turn into, just like the people at CERN who created the internet, right? They did it thinking it would be an in-house LAN thing, and then the invention later turned into this huge mass of internationally connected
Right.
instantaneous streams.
Right, and the entire story about the internet, they had no idea that it was going to be as explosive as it became. They believed that it would be a good tool for folks, but they didn't realize what kind of statistics would come out because they weren't there.
Right, right.
So, belief and hope has a very, very positive effect at times.
At times, but not all the time.
Well, sometimes whenever things don't happen the way we want it to happen, what do? We try to believe that if we try hard enough and we learn as much as we can, that maybe next time we'll have the ability, the knowledge, or even the equipment to be able to fix whatever the issue is come future.
Yeah, but you could believe that you could fly, but you're not, are you going to go try and jump off a building?
Well, the people that invented the airplane obviously believed it was possible because they sure put a lot of time and effort into it.
And a lot of lives. A lot of people died trying to fly.
But it happened.
Yeah, but they made contraptions and mechanical things to do it. They didn't just jump off a building flapping their arms.
So basically your concept is belief, hope, don't need it. Just sit there and completely say forget it. If it doesn't seem rational or logical, don't even bother. It's a waste of time.
Belief and hope have certain qualities that give you a warm, fuzzy feeling. It's like prayer. I mean, it's basically the same thing. You're praying to God for change or effects, or to get you closer to God, make you feel nice. But belief and hope are different than convictions, and you can believe. I can believe I'm going to win the lotto, but unless I go out and buy a ticket, it's not going to happen. So you need to take action on that's called convictions. Beliefs kind of get you nowhere. You need to have the conviction to act on them beliefs.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that, and that's biblical. Good deal. MK, do you think you would have had a warm, fuzzy, cozy feeling being the first person to test out the big, nasty airplane in the sky?
No. If it worked.
It's horrifying, isn't it? When you think about it, being the first person, somebody's pointing at this thing saying, so you're going to get in that contraption, you're going to go way up in the sky, and you don't know what the hell is going to happen.
Have you ever heard of adrenaline? Have you ever heard of adrenaline junkies?
Okay.
There's people out there that their brains are wired that they kind of don't have fears. I forget what those people are called, where they really don't fear things. Their fear is a lot less than other people's. So the adrenaline, they just need that rush. So they do those things. So you can't. I mean, when we talk about how other people react, and how other people should feel, it's going on what our own personal experiences.
Yeah, and I mean, the first plane wasn't something that just took off and flew around the world. I mean, it traveled like less than 200 feet and barely got 20 feet off the ground. It's a gradual process. You start off with the basics, and then you modify, and things grow and get better as they go on.
Well, you can still get killed easily in the first effect.
Yeah, I mean, I believe the what was it? I'm trying to remember what the speed on this was, but it wasn't actually something that was really fast either.
You can get killed going 20 miles per hour.
There's lots of ways you can die.
Especially if you manage to get up in the air.
You can die in a teaspoonful of water.
Right. So yeah, I've made my point. No reason to kick a dead horse. Nadia, any more news? I'll be
Yeah.
right back as well.
Despite the trans bathroom bills going around Texas, the news is despite the trans bathroom bills going around Texas, looks like Mark Kinoya posted a link to some kind of new trans children's center in Dallas, Texas.
I gotta say, I'm extremely ecstatic. I'm glad that we are progressing as humanity. Wonderful. Be right back.
Well, it's not that much progress. There's a bit of trouble where, for instance, well, no one really gives a damn about the transgender adults. Like, hey, wait a minute, you're cutting us out of the entire equation here.
I'll be right back, Nadia. Try to hold on to the positive.
More concerned with. I'm. Alright, moral person. More considerate. Well, I can't tell if I'm breaking up still, but.
We can hear you fine. Your video just stops occasionally.
Yeah, I guess you know when the bandwidth stops from the video stopping. In the meantime. Yeah, my trajectory, or my expected trajectory for things to happen with
Yeah, there you go again.
it'll all end up going toward trans children, and then anyone who gets delayed past puberty is going to be left out in the cold. Parents put the kibosh on it, or just not rich enough, or whatever, and they'll probably even cut back on adult transition services and so on, or if not services, and accessibility even. Yeah, make estrogen a controlled substance and whatnot. And I'll do the usual things, right? Like, yeah, when people start sending their kids more often to I guess therapists or something for early life transition. They'll use the brain scans to deny a bunch of them. Once you get through, it'll be considered more legitimate, but a lot fewer will get through. So odds are it'll only pick up on like certain mixtures of dysphoria and so on. So a bunch of the edge cases get cut out. Is what back up and running? I don't know.
I hear you
can't
just
tell.
fine. So if he does it, then it's on his end.
Oh, okay. Okay. There's people are flaming me on G+ threads or whatever, saying I'm not picking the best, backup mods and so on.
Well, yeah, that's pretty obvious.
Hey, I'm not a bad backup mod.
Is it?
Shots
I don't
fired,
know.
Nadia. Shots fired.
I'm sounding like a bunch of computer noise.
Is it working?
But my audio is going up clearly. Is that right?
Sorry, I was saying, is your
sorry, I
audio
couldn't hear
better
that.
now? Is your audio better now?
I heard Sokka, but not McKay.
Oh, I stopped talking, so it's not you. There is a little bit of a lag, Nadia, before you hear us, I think.
I'm back. I wish Nadia's stuff worked. I enjoy having conversations with her. You guys still hear me?
Yeah, welcome back. She seems to be working. There is just a little lag before she hears us, so it'll just take her a second to respond, and it'll just sound like somebody's interrupting somebody. But just when she starts talking, just stop.
And she froze up for a second there.
Yeah, in a little while I'm going to have to go get me a hot bubble bath. And probably get me some sleep. Shh. All right, I got a question for you,
So,
Bob.
Nadia, is your internet? Sorry, is your sound getting any better at all?
Some people are coming through and some aren't. McKay's not getting through at all right now. You and Brett are actually getting through.
I haven't heard Brett talk for a while.
Oh, he just got back. He was going to say something when you asked Nadia about her sound.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I'm not hearing him then.
Okay. Bob,
That's,
my question.
I'll try again later. Maybe it's got a refresh or something like that.
Huh. It's kind of odd. I can hear my voice echoing through the mic, but okay. So, Bob, are you ready?
Yeah.
Where does your mind go when you sleep?
I guess it takes a walk up to the liquor store. It
That's
doesn't go
rough,
anywhere. The mind doesn't go anywhere. It sleeps also.
Your mind sleeps.
Until the point you dream.
Well, how can it be a
And not
snake
all,
too?
and not all the thinking, not all the mind, just the thinking part of the well, it's not the mind, the brain. See, my thought is that all parts of the all thinking, conscious, all that is all brain wiring and brain hardware and brain function.
I got a weird question for you, Bob. If the question that I asked before wasn't rough enough, do you believe that your immaterial thoughts and mind can change physical reality?
You had an echo. What was that?
Do you believe that your immaterial mind and thoughts can change the physical reality?
I heard. Do you believe that your
Do you
mind and thoughts
believe
can?
that your immaterial mind and thoughts can change physical reality?
Okay, yeah, the echo's gone. I heard you in that one. Change physical reality in your
Yes.
own body, in your own body to a certain extent. I believe in your own body to a certain extent.
All right.
And the
How
reason
about
I was gonna say the reason I believe that. Wow. Okay.
Okay. What about you, Morla? Can your immaterial mind and immaterial thoughts change the physical reality?
Is my mic okay now?
No, but I can hear you.
One second.
Yeah, I don't hear the humming in his background like or the noise you heard, but he is kind of quiet.
Is that any better?
Yeah, there's a little bit coming back from you, Marlo, there.
I haven't used this.
I mean, are you like buying like a desk fan or something?
Yeah.
Morla, did you hear the question?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
Are you by a desk fan or is there something running on your table that's causing a vibration? So, Brett, do you think your mind can change physical reality?
Yes.
And how?
Does it every day. Every time I walk, every time I move.
I'm still not hearing
every
Brett.
time I-
Is anybody else having that issue?
Yeah, he can hear me. I can hear my voice echoing through speakers.
Yeah, I hear Brett, no problem.
Okay, because I'm not getting him for some reason.
You're not hearing Brett?
No.
Didn't you say you had him blocked on your soccer profile?
I unblocked him to come in here, but I mean, I wouldn't be able to come in if I didn't come in. I wouldn't be able to come in if I had him blocked.
Right.
What about you, Steampunk? Did you hear the question?
I can hear you fine, yeah.
All right. Can your immaterial mind and immaterial
Give me a second. I
thoughts
think I'm just going to try to reload
change
here. Maybe that's going to help out a
physical
little bit.
reality?
Yes. My thoughts are what govern what my physical self does.
There you go.
Got any more awesome questions for us, Brett?
Sure.
Hey, there we go.
But surely they cannot be as awesome as this one was.
That one was definitely awesome. All right. Okay. I've actually asked you this question before, Art, but you can answer it again if you want to. But it's meant for Morla and Bob and the other individual steampunk. Is love rational and logical and require mind to be experienced and given?
Is love rational?
Yes.
I would say no, to be honest. Doesn't depend on the process of rationality.
Well, to say that love is rational or even ask a question is kind of weird because rationality applies to thinking beings, not processes or objects or even qualia.
Exactly.
As I say, no. The love and rationality have very little to do with each other.
Okay, if love is not based upon logic or rationality, what is it based upon?
Chemicals.
Are chemicals logical and rational?
That's the wrong question.
Yeah. Are you asking me if are chemicals rational in the sense that they're capable of being able to rationalize?
Yeah, are chemicals logical and rational?
I don't understand the question.
Brett, you do know what you're asking, right? It's a malformed question.
How is it malformed?
Because rationality applies to thinking beings, right?
Not to chemicals.
You believe that you're chemicals, right?
Yeah, of course we are.
I'm composed of chemicals, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you logical and rational?
Yes.
Yes.
Wouldn't that mean chemicals are logical and rational?
No. This is again. I encourage you to go look up a fallacy of composition, and you'll be able to answer half your arguments right off the bat.
Who said anything about it being an argument? It's just a question.
Yeah, I can ask a few theists, that I know from Google Plus, like Jimmy, Epicurus, Greek, and Aaron, Valenturist. They will tell you that that's a bad argument.
Yeah, it's just a terrible question as well, because it's purely fallacious. Sorry, there's really no point in answering something like that.
All right, here's a question for you guys. I'm sorry that chemicals don't have logic and rationality, according to you guys. Okay, fine.
Well, they don't.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Would you agree that an atheist could not exist unless a God exists?
Oh man! Just out of curiosity, when you look these questions up, did you actually purposely search for 10 stupid questions to ask atheists?
No, I actually put these forth. Would you agree?
Fuck me.
Oh my goodness! I'm sorry, I just have such a hard time taking them seriously. This is
all right.
funny.
Are you gonna go on with the personal insults again?
Oh, no. Again, are you going to continue on with the stupid questions?
No, let's
humor
her.
It's not a fine question.
Let's humor it. You can do your whole "he's stupid" later after you're not in front of me. Okay.
It's not worth my time. Art, take care of this one if you want.
I'm kind of good mood. I'm gonna be, humor.
All right, very good, Art.
Take a second. Okay, so you're saying, can there be atheists, right? That is, people who do not believe in a God without there actually being a God, right?
Right.
That's the question. And the answer is, of course, yes. Right. The reason for that is simply because you're mixing up beliefs and ontology, right? Ontology talks about nature of things, right? What actually is, how it exists, what is it composed of? And beliefs is just whatever thinking agents can believe is the case, right? So even if there is no God anywhere, like nowhere, there still could be people who do not believe in him, right? Even if you take the extreme example of atheists who say that there is no God, or even a specific God, there is no Christian God, right? Even those people can exist without there being a God in an actual reality, for two reasons. Because, first of all, some other human could have come up with the concept of a Christian God, and there could be a person such as an atheist who says, no, I don't believe this is the case. The second reason is that the atheist himself can just, imagine this concept and say himself, I don't believe in this concept that I just made up. So there's no contradiction.
See, that's an interesting point, Art. That's what I was looking for. But you do realize that if at the beginning of time, if man had never even come up with, according to you, the concept or invention, as you allegedly claim, of God, there'd be no use for the word atheist or its definition without the concept of God. Would you agree?
Yes.
Or we'd still.
You're saying that if no one in the early times didn't invent the concept of a God, there would be no point.
Well, I would equate it to the same as we haven't got a word for people that don't believe in fairies, because no one has made this religious cult about fairies, so we haven't got a word. We don't call ourselves a fairyists because there's no need.
Well,
right.
I still don't exist the same as we call ourselves.
Art, I'm not just talking about in the past. I'm talking about it at any time. If the concept of God and a creator of the universe never came into being into the minds of human beings, there was nothing there. People just said, okay, here's the universe, and that's it. There was no concept whatsoever. Then surely there'd be no concept to even invent a word like atheist and the definition to go with it. Do you agree?
I would agree with you. So I would put it on
okay, I'm going to be careful because this could lead to some kind of, gotcha.
No, of course. It's
the semantics.
Oh, what's wrong? It's not so funny of a question anymore, is it, Art? See, he catches on. I like that. Go ahead.
No, it's definitely a trick question. It's Brett King, but
don't worry. Here comes the equivocation.
Yes.
I don't know where he's going with it. Maybe it's because I'm ignorant and short-sighted. But I mean, I would answer that question with an obvious yes.
Yeah, it is an obvious yes. Yeah. Just trust me. Wait for this.
Yeah, of course. Okay, go ahead, Brett.
No, I think that you guys answered just fine, especially MK towards the end of that.
Oh, see, now he's
he's not going to the last stage. Come on.
Yeah, now because he knows. Yeah, he knows. Yeah, he
unfortunately,
knows bullshit.
What's going to happen is later you may have the chance to think about how you answered that, and you realize that you've already answered the question for yourself.
No.
I'll wait till later.
Okay.
All right, so basically you need God in order to be an atheist.
the concept there.
Where the fuck did that come from?
It's the equivocation. Those are not connected.
Yeah,
in the fucking beginning, I explained to you those are not connected. There doesn't have to be a God for people to make up the concept of a God or a disbelief in it.
He throws up the equivocation between God and just a concept of a God.
Well, the concept of a word made up for the concept of no God, atheism. It doesn't make any sense, Brett. You know it doesn't.
This thing must exist, otherwise you wouldn't not believe in it.
Well, no, I was actually speaking as a hypothetical claim. I wasn't stating that the way you answered this leads to, okay, there must be a God. But in order for you to have a word that states that you lack a belief or you deny or whatever sentence you want to go with it in definition, first you'd have to have the concept of God. It would have to have the cause in order for the word to even be invented in the first place, to have value or meaning.
What is the relevance of the word here?
God. There doesn't have to be a actual God for someone to make up the concept of a God, or to deny the other person who is batshit crazy.
Exactly. We have a concept of a unicorn. Okay, every single person here, if I was to say unicorn, can visualize a horned horse. But just because nobody here believes in that, we'd all be unicornists. But that doesn't mean that a unicorn must exist in order for us to be able to hold the position of a unicornist. The fact that we can conceptualize something doesn't necessarily mean that it exists.
Yes, I understand that. And that's the entire point of this. It's basically in order for atheists to have any meaning or value, you'd have to first sit there and state that the concept of God even exists in the first place.
Yes.
Right, but not God himself.
Later on. Yeah, congratulations, Captain Obvious.
There you go. Good job. Be right back.
No, Brett, you didn't. Oh, fucking hell. Did you notice all the bad side from this question? Because he clearly said, so without a God, there will be no atheism. He said that, didn't he? He said something.
He did say that. He did.
Yeah.
I told you there was going to be an equivocation there right at the end. I mean, that was quite possibly the weakest equivocation I've ever seen before in my life.
I think he made it so weak because we called him out on it before he done it, so he just snapshot and then.
Yeah,
like I said, every single point he puts forward is it's nothing more but a fallacious arguments, laced with sophistry. So when he starts any point out there, it's going to eventually lead to some type of fallacious reasoning.
And the thing is he couldn't let it go. He had to say it. He tried avoiding it by saying, "Oh, you're going to think of it later," but he just couldn't let it go. He had to come in and say it.
But even though we told him, dude, you're going to equivocate, but he went and did it anyway.
Has anyone asked Brett a stupid question yet?
Yeah, ask him. Ask him. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, because we don't know any stupid questions because we're not that ignorant.
I mean, yeah, you have to shut off certain points of your brain in order to do that, and I just can't. I can't. I mean, I could ask. I guess I could answer something stupid. Ask something stupid. I could be, where does God go when he dies?
Right.
Until you can answer that question, God obviously doesn't live.
I'm sure people did ask a stupid question, Brett, but it's kind of rare. It's mostly the opposite.
Well, just pluck a nonsensical question out of thin air and just ask it.
I think that the better strategy. Honestly, the better technique is just not to engage with him.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
That's because he's trying to dominate the conversation again.
Yeah, but I do sometimes enjoy, debunking his ass.
Yeah, it gets old after a while. Where's Simon, by the way? Like, Simon jumped into this chat, like, when it first started, and like, I want to hear that clever Brit. What the hell's going on?
He's probably sleeping. He sometimes does that.
So, McKay, what I was asking earlier is that are you a Christian or a deist or just spiritual?
Yeah, I'm a Christian Universalist.
Oh, okay.
Oh, by the way, McKay, sorry to interrupt, but did you not understand why we were so, right in our prediction of Brett Keane doing a equivocation or a gotcha question?
I think it's a matter of perspective. Like, even, I didn't think Sokka's pseudo-stupid question was that stupid, and it's a good question. What live must die, but the reason it's stupid is because you understand the position of a theist, right? It's a forever living God, so of course it's a stupid question. You know their answer before you ask the question.
Yeah.
So sorry, go on, your name.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that's where Brett was coming from. He didn't understand the perspective of an atheist quite that much.
I think he does. He was an atheist himself, and he has asked this question for ages to atheists right now.
Brett, yes, I know Brett's listening, but Brett was an atheist. He fought hard, and he had all the atheist stuff down. He even did the blasphemy challenge. That's how hard of an atheist he was. He did the blasphemy challenge.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and for him to come back and trying to pretend he's Christian, it just cracks me up. He pretends he's Christian because the atheists don't want anything to do with him. They we wouldn't let him back into our fold or the atheist fold. I'm new to this too. But atheists wouldn't let him back into the fold. Just and the Christians helped him out with his rent. So he realized there's a whole new money pocket he could tap. And the Christians are more forgiving. Yeah, the Christians are more forgiving and tolerant, I think, too.
Doesn't he declare himself a theist, not a Christian?
Well, that's why he's not a Christian. He's a theist, yeah. He's not a real Christian. That's why he's not completely a Christian either. And that's why it's hard to pin him down when you ask him questions about stuff like that. Because he don't want to get stuck into a place where other Christians can say, hey, why did you say this? And then draw away from him.
Like, Brett is not a Christian, but Jesus will save him. When he dies, he will go to Jesus. That's literally what he said. I think in his hangout, actually.
Well, he still believes in Jesus.
Well, okay, it's kind of weird. Maybe we could ask him, but I'm still kind of confused. I mean, he says that he's not a Christian, but Jesus is God. He's part of the Trinity. And
Yes.
he will be
Yes.
saved by Jesus after he dies. I don't know how that is not being a Christian, but maybe Brett can expound on that.
That's a little strange.
You know, I'm not an atheist. Although I don't believe in a God, but I'm not an atheist. That's how it sounds to me.
Yeah, exactly.
So sorry, you said you're a universalist. Have you talked to Andy Jack yet, or at all, McKay?
No, I haven't seen him around.
You should look into some of this. He's a universalist as well. I'm pretty sure Fiona is as well. I'd have to check on that though.
Well, she's a Catholic. I don't know if it's
David Weiser's out there, and looks like Nate Cunningham is looking for a spot.
Oh.
I think Brett Kane's just about done, so we should probably just he can remove him or ask him to leave.
Yeah, let's just keep Brett Kane.
Well, I've been on here all day. I'll drop out and let Nate in.
Oh, thanks, Nate.
I'll see you later, Bob. It was a pleasure talking to you.
All right. Well, nice talking to all you guys. I'll see you later. Have a good night.
See ya. No, but you should if you're interested in finding more people that hold views similar to yours, I think. Well, I know Andy Jack is a universalist as well. Does a lot of videos and hangouts talking about the topic. And
yeah, he's a nice dude.
Yeah, looking at his stuff, he's pretty cool. I like him.
Gotcha.
Dimitri.
Hey, Dimitri. Are you actually Russian, or do you just think that Russian names are cool?
Okay. And well, Nate's still looking for a spot.
Oh.
I don't know.
Unfortunately, Dimitri took over. Sounded like
Tom or
volunteer to leave though.
Or Simon. Simon's been idle for a while.
I think I heard Gretkin volunteering to leave.
No, it sounded like Sokka said that.
No, I didn't.
No, I'm pretty sure it was Gretkin.
Yeah.
Let's do a vote here. Go for it.
Do you guys need somebody else to come in?
Well, yeah, but stick around for a moment. Maybe someone else. Anybody here,
In all
guys?
seriousness, is Simon AFK? I think he's been AFK for like 3 hours.
Yeah, maybe Simon here. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm kind of uncomfortable kicking Simon because he's a cool dude. He's the sexy.
Well, no, I
one.
would agree because he might come back, and then I would feel bad because he couldn't re-enter the room.
No, it's because of his sexy. No, it's his sexy voice. Yeah.
Hello, Nate. How you doing?
There you are, Nate.
Wait, who made room? How did Nate get in here?
That's 11 people.
Yeah, what the fuck? I'm like, holy shit. 6?
Hopefully that was the update.
Oh, maybe that was. Yeah. That's pretty cool. We should see if we can get more people in.
So what happened? How come there's 11 people here?
Well, I
Maybe
don't
there
know.
was a god.
I don't know if you realize this, Art, but if a person was willing to pay $5, they could get 15 slots in their room. Maybe Google went ahead and just said, you know, the hell with it. Go ahead and have your 5 slots extra. So 15 people in the room.
Yeah, I heard about that, but I didn't know
I
that.
think what it actually is that someone is not actually in the room. It's just a glitch showing someone who's not here as being here.
Oh, you're always a party pooper.
I think that's Brett. He's not actually here.
Yes, I'm an immaterial mind.
Simon
affecting the physical reality.
Maybe it's Simon. When 8 left.
No, Nate's gone.
Okay. Hopefully Nick can get back in.
Yeah, he said his computer's locking up.
Oh man, Skylar Fiction just put out a new video.
Yeah, David Weiser is also a universalist, and I think Hermine might be an annihilationist, but she's close to universalist.
Yeah, she's kind of close.
Yeah, I've talked to David Weiser a lot, and he's a really cool dude.
It looks like he's, you know, I don't know, gained some composure and such over time. So.
I don't know, that discussion with R1 last night kind of drove him up the wall. I don't know if it was R1, but he went up.
Yeah, I was about ready to commit myself as well, MK. Whew, that's rough.
R1 is really far out there, and odds are it'll be toned down a bit somehow, especially with the way he kind of dominates the conversation.
Yeah, he does tend to dominate. Yeah. It's not just the craziness, man. I mean, we have a lot of people who have crazy views here, like Commando and a few other people. But it just dominates.
You just don't want to say me art. It's okay.
Actually, I don't know about you. I'm hoping you don't believe the same thing as Commando. If you do, it's okay. Everybody has his own views.
No, I'm not a Gnostic, no.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right. You guys ready for another good one?
Yes. Well, briefly before you do, there are a lot of people who are basically drinking violets and hangouts. If you sit down and ask them, they actually believe every conspiracy in the book and pretty far out theological affairs. Okay, go ahead, Brett.
That's rough. That's rough. Yeah, I try to stay away from no conspiracy. There we go. Can anyone answer this? When has mocking mentally ill people or delusional people been good or helpful or even beneficial to the species?
Never.
I'm all ears. I did hear your answer, Nadia.
I would second that.
Did you hear the question, MK?
Yeah, I was seconding Nadia's opinion.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Morla? Man, got a noisy old mic over there.
Never.
Okay. So everybody agrees that mocking delusional, mentally ill people is not the correct thing to do?
Nah, it's abusive.
Well, I agree with you all. How about that? We've got common ground.
I think Art was going to make a point, though, to your question.
Oh, did someone have a point?
I think, yeah, I think it does have benefit from an evolutionary standpoint, but it doesn't mean we have to accept it. But anyway.
What? Evolutionary standpoint?
Right, well, yeah, if you have crazy people and the society does not remove them, then they can influence, other people by their crazy ideas, and it's evolutionary beneficial to remove them. However, that doesn't mean we should actually remove people like that from our societies, because at least my morality is not based on evolution. Evolution is not the standard for morality.
Yeah, but removing somebody or containing them is different than mocking them, right? So, because yeah. I think Brett was asking if it's okay to mock them.
Well, it's even worse. I mean, that's why I went the extreme example, right? Mocking is even less of a act than removing it from the whole fucking group or tribe.
One of the reasons why I was inspired to actually put this question into my notepad was I do watch quite a few non-believers out there. One individual in particular, Cult to Dusty, and this guy loves calling religious people retarded, mentally ill, fucktwats, and all kinds of other names I never even heard of where I'm from. And I'm in a pretty liberal state, I think. And I just wonder what he thinks is going to do if people are delusional and they're crazy and they don't know any better, their brains all fucked up. It just seems like it's a waste of time and a bad idea to do that to people.
I think he's insulting, like on purpose. It was.
It's entertainment more than anything.
You know, my mother, whenever I was younger, she worked in nursing and stuff and dealt with people who had a lot of psychological issues, problems, Alzheimer's and all that, and I never found it to be entertainment to make fun of people who have issues. Just saying.
Yeah, I didn't say it was correct.
I think we all agree.
That's good. That's good. It's always nice to have common ground. All right. Let's see. Okay. Okay, where do you think memories and the imagination and creativity came from? Morley, you're going to have to do something with that mic. It's rough.
That's a tough question, Brett. I think each one of those, deserves its own conversation. I guess memories could be compared to stored data. Am I lagging out?
Stored data for like an information processor?
Yeah, pretty much. Like you can compare the brain to biological RAM. Imagination, well, then I don't think we really have an answer for that. I have a theory for it that it's basically so us trying to we work with the pieces that we have, based on the knowledge we have, and we just kind of try to rearrange those pieces to see if we can maybe predict or explain that which hasn't been explained yet. So yeah, it's kind of like playing with Lego. Yeah, something like that.
I got a question for you there, Dimitri, and I really appreciate this. I feel like you got some neat information over there, and I'd love to hear your theories. My question for you is, if you could take a pill that would make it to where you are ageless and you're timeless, nothing can damage you or affect you, you can live for as long as you want, how long do you think that you would have to wait around before a computer builds itself?
Ooh, for fuck's sake. Okay.
Before a computer builds itself?
Yes.
You mean based on like completely by itself? Like going from without
I'll tell you what,
people.
Dimitri, I'll make it even easier for you. I'll let you take 10,000 computers, smash them into little bits. How long would you need to stand there before it builds at least one computer for you? I'll even let you start with broken computers. Go ahead.
Well, it's not possible because we know that human beings are required to build computers, or we know that biological machines come first, and then technological machines come second. Now, I actually find this interesting because I think we will come to a point where we're going to build a machine that's intelligent and that will far surpass us, because clearly technological life is going to have a far easier time expanding, taking over our environment. So what's going to happen is we are actually going to be the cause of this new species but we're going to be so far below them that, you know, one day they might look back on us and say, how can we possibly have come from this? They're so far below us that there's no way that such a basic process as human beings could have made us.
Dimitri, I kind of agree with you to an extent, but I'm kind of different from, because most people think that, the robots that we will make will overcome us, and, even rebel. I don't think that's likely to happen because we don't have to sort of give them the same needs as humans have or as biological machines have, such as, trying to get power, trying to procreate, which are separate things from creativity, which is what we really need from a intelligent machine.
Right. And that's interesting, and obviously, Dimitri, before I go into responding to the end of the point that you put forth, I'd like to start at the beginning. You described our brain as being like computer RAM. When I said internal processor, you said yes. You obviously believe that the brain is like that of a computer. I gave you 10,000 computers to break. I gave you all the time in the world to sit there and allow that computer to fix itself and turn into one somewhat workable machine. You said not possible. But beyond that, I think you know where I'm getting at. On the artificial intelligence, even Stephen Hawking says that it could be a serious threat for humanity if we try to give some artificial sentience. So, I don't know. Are we going to have Skynet in the future? Who knows?
I don't think so. Not at all. Like I said, these notions are based on sort of intuitive reasoning, right? Is that we compare these machines to us, because that's what we're actually going to model these machines, and we're kind of already modeling artificial intelligence on our intelligence in chess, computers, supercomputers, thing is, like I said, we do not have to give them all the sort of attributes that we have, such as the propensity to try and gain control over its environment, to gain power, to procreate. The only thing that we need to give them is basically the ability to solve problems. So that's achievable through genetic algorithms.
I got an interesting question for you, Art, because it's obvious that this is something that you're interested in. But if there was a robot in a room or some kind of artificial intelligence machine, and a scientist said, "Here, Art, this little cube that I give you, it's going to give this machine simulated feelings, and it's going to simulate the appearance of sentience." Would you just go right up to it and put this into the machine, or would you take away some of the machine's abilities and some of its strength or tools that it might be able to attack you? What would you do? How would you handle it, or would you take your chances?
Wait, what is my options there? Say again.
Well, you've got a machine sitting right in front of you. Let's say that it's in the form of a anthropomorphic type of, it's got arms, legs, all this kind of stuff. Would you weaken the machine before you give it the sentience? Or would you take your chances to see how it reacts to you once you put in the program?
Well, if you're talking about sentience in the same sense that we have sentience, then no, I would be strongly against this, actually, doing that, because it would be like giving a person unlimited power, essentially, because that's what that robot would be, capable of. It would be a actually potential threat to humanity. So I would not, put anything there.
Okay. So you wouldn't even attempt to make its form weaker so it could not be a physical threat, but at least enough of its function to be able to think and communicate with you?
Well, okay, I would maybe limit its power to just communication, but I would rather not even do that, because that would be basically like making a person on a wheelchair. I would be creating a sentient being that doesn't have the option to fulfill his dreams, to fulfill his wants, and that's why I'm against making AIs like us if we're not intending to give them the same opportunities as we have. And I'm actually against doing that in general because of the, like I said, the possibility of a scenario like in the Terminator movies or something.
Do you think it would be fair and reasonable to, at first, put it in a weakened condition to see how it'll react, and if it does have dreams and ambitions like you speak of, and gives the appearance that it's not dangerous, that you would simply modify and build more onto it when you trust it?
No, trust. See, that's a thing. In a computer, okay, in an artificially made being, uh, it's hard to trust it, right? Because it can modify itself beyond the scope of what humans can modify themselves, right? The reason why it is reasonable to trust a person when we see a certain pattern of his behavior is because it is quite complex for some human to change his behavior. It takes a ton of effort. It's so unlikely for him to change his behavior that I can reasonably trust that he will not change his good behavior. But with a machine, it can change its behavior with a flip of a switch, so to speak. So I would not trust it at all, actually.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in order to have a moral contract, you have to, in a sense, be able to have empathy for each other, and you have to have some sort of common ground. I mean, you have to have equal preferences, at least in some way. And so, if a machine can change itself, yeah, you can know what to expect.
Do you think, as a scientist, Dimitri, that it would be proper or reasonable to put the artificial intelligence or a machine into a protected environment and give it the opportunity to roam around to see how it reacts and how it does things, and from time to time communicate to it from a distance?
Oh dear, I think we're gonna end up doing that sooner or later. Anyways, is it proper? I don't know. On the one hand, you're giving something the opportunity for life. On the other hand, you're maybe endangering the human species. Um, I think those are tough questions.
Sounds like we're describing Genesis a little bit, doesn't it? Be right back.
Are we ever? Get out and become something greater than their creators. I think that's inevitable.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, how's it going?
Thanks for breaking up. Any chance of a recap?
Brett Kino was giving us, questions about artificial intelligence. What would we do to a artificial computer, like an artificial being? Would we limit his power before we give him sentience?
Okay. Not sure it'd be a great idea to make them fully sentient on ethical grounds, because they would, of course, suffer from being limited in their bodily capability. I was saying it might not be a good idea to make them fully sentient on ethical grounds, because they would suffer from not having the same kinds of bodily capabilities as humans.
Hello, is anything happening?
Okay, I'm checking to see if all that got through.
Yep. Yeah, I heard that last part. So, but initially when you tried to say that, for some reason it was all interrupted.
Yeah, that upstream upgrade, who knows what it is, it's causing my audio to break up is pretty brutal. It's lasting a while too.
But so they may have less capabilities in some ways, but in other ways they might actually achieve more. Like plus they wouldn't really know what it's like to have a human body.
I didn't hear most of that. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, Xbox says he's been having similar trouble with audio quality and such. Oh, Nate, there's a spot. Or wait, Xbox. For what was it? Strong AI and such. I'm not convinced that humans are as complex as we hope we are. So that's the main reason I think strong AI is possible.
Xbox, dude.
Hey, it's been a while.
Yeah, fucking hell. It's been months almost.
Yeah. I saw you in Hang at that not too long ago, but I was sick all last week, so I stayed out of the YouTube and the Hangout.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a lot of arguments here, so I kind of didn't bother. I think I saw a few hangouts. Deeper Than Dogma or something else I think you had, guys. Yeah, but it just wasn't really, just there were some arguments here that I just had to,
The last few shows have been great. I was partly listening to what y'all were talking about. The AI stuff was pretty cool. I think I agreed with it. I just didn't want to change the whole room topic. I think I agree with a lot on both sides that were being good there. I don't think we're to us we are complicated, but I don't think we are as complicated as we think or even seem. We're kind of talking about it in the after hang at least. Is at what point do you need to shove something else in there besides the chemistry and what we see? to solve the problem. Like to just because you have an outcome and you have an equation that doesn't get you to that outcome, how does just putting something in there that you can't really prove or think about, how does putting something else in there benefit you besides just a placeholder?
I don't know. You have to ask Brett this. I think
Yeah, no, yeah, that was that's all I was saying was listening to y'all. That's the problem I have.
Right. Well, Brett is
how we handle it, like how we handle it with the AI and stuff, is I think more along the lines y'all said. We'd either have to restrict it into what it could do or think, or we would have to just fantasize on how and when we're going to become extinct compared to them. You give them full thought and all that. Eventually, one day they're going to hopefully think beyond us, and they'll have no need for us, kind of thing. And unless we benefit them living in some way, they're not going to put us some captivity up for some of us to survive.
Right. Yeah.
But they're not going to.
Actually, watching the Battlestar Galactica series right now, and this is the exact thing that happened there.
All right.
Battlestar Galactica.
But Xbox, they're still not going to be able to answer the question of why.
Right.
It doesn't matter how smart they get. Your initial point remains the same for AI as for us.
I think they would be able to answer it from their point of view. They would be able to answer what was wrong for them, wrong to them, wrong or right. It doesn't have to coincide with us at all.
Yeah, no, it does have to coincide with us because we made them.
May I ask you something?
So they're always, hang on a minute, Brett, they're always going to refer back to us as being the reason as to why their morality is such.
Yeah, but they won't have to obey it. I mean, again,
all they'd have to come to is our Creator has that morality, and there's no reason for them to obey our morality.
Oh, exactly. That's it. I mean, and like I said earlier, is that from the most basic concept is that morality is favorable social actions. What's to say that any type of AI is going to benefit or see any benefit in beneficial social interactions between other robots or with humans? You can't just program that kind of stuff in.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Unfortunately, but yeah, go on.
Yes. Hey, Xbox. Nadia, can you hear me as well? I'd love to hear your answer. You're always very informative. Oh, unless you froze on us. No.
A little bit.
Can you hear me, Nadia?
She's lagging a little bit.
Okay. So Xbox as well as Nadia, hopefully she hears the question as well. If I must, I'll type it out if that's a problem. But Xbox, why do we even need to build artificial intelligence in the first place? Why don't we just wait a couple million years and let it build itself?
Yeah, I don't think we need to. I think we would have a want to that would maybe coincide, I guess, with a survival need of something that would help us survive longer and better. But I don't think we'd have a need to.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it's a process to
understand consciousness.
Is that once you start to understand consciousness, then that's the whole source of being able to create an actual artificial intelligence, is to create something that has conscious and is self-aware. But that would be an interesting experiment to go down, because it would give us more of an insight to what consciousness actually is.
Right.
All right, Xbox. If you were to be given a pill that would make you ageless and timeless, and you cannot be affected or damaged by anything, how long would you need to wait around before a artificial intelligence creates itself?
An artificial I don't think it would ever. An artificial.
By pure definition, man, that's it's an oxymoron.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence is
instead of using the word artificial,
No,
how
I
long
think I got
when would an artificial intelligence create itself?
You know where I'm going with the question, and I appreciate your fake ass laughter. All right, am I going to have to use my mod ability
Oh, yeah, go for
How
it.
long
Why
are you
not?
going to do this? How long do you need to do this every single time?
I'm sorry. That was just
All
an
right, I
incredibly
understand
stupid
you're a kid
statement.
with a sock, but grow up.
Yeah,
I'm
it just
talking
that was
Xbox now.
that was
Talking
just really
Xbox now.
stupid.
Okay, I'm done with you. I'm talking Xbox. Xbox, how long would it take
Oh
for...
shoot! Speaking of that Xbox,
speaking of... Okay, next, back to what I was saying. So Xbox, how long would it take for a life form to have even the intelligence of we have today?
You're right. Just for one to arise, like I don't think you could. I don't think we could guess. I mean, just from what we know, I mean, we can make a prediction on it. And if we were to make a prediction on what we know right at this moment, it would take millions of years, billions of years, if not more.
Okay, so you do believe that it's possible that somehow an intelligent being can come into consciousness and be able to think on the same level as you, have its own industrial age and such?
Yeah. That's kind of what I was saying earlier. I think it could. I think you could, an intelligence could arise from non-intelligence, or something what we would call living could come from something that we call not living. I don't see a problem with it. Just pure chemistry and physics wise, I don't see an issue. I don't see where I need to put something else spiritual or unseen in there that would add to it.
Well, that's true. That's why I'm sitting here giving you that out. I'm not sitting here saying that a mind needs to be behind it. I'm saying completely natural.
Yeah.
That's what I'm giving. So you think give it a couple million years and then we could have something that would be as intelligent as we are now?
Yeah. Just from what we know of physics and chemistry, yeah, it's possible for it to. Sure.
Hey, Xbox, how long do you have to wait for an artificial intelligence to create itself to occur naturally?
All right. I was willing to forgive and forget and move along and have a conversation with him, but apparently he's not capable of this.
Oh, he's gone twice.
Hey, Slim Jim, how are you doing today?
Hi, Slim.
Nadia, when you get an opportunity, or Xbox, if you guys get a chance to talk to this individual, can you ask him to kind of lay low? We're having a conversation. This isn't Stephen Hawking versus Christopher Hitchens or something. We're just dabbling in some ideas and thoughts here. Doesn't need to be a damn trial every time we talk, folks. Come on.
Greetings and thanks for the invite.
Hey, Slim Jim.
Absolutely fascinating topic about the artificial intelligence. Fascinating.
Yes, we were talking about that earlier, and then also I was trying to come up with a concept of how long would it take. And it's kind of weird because basically what you're saying in a way, Xbox, and maybe Art will put something forth on this, but you're stating that evolution is predictable.
No. I'm saying with what we know, it's prediction that something's possible. It's not predicted that it's predictable to a point, at least, that we could say it's going to happen. It's just that the odds are that it's going to happen, I guess, would be a better way to state it.
Yeah. And I tried. I really did, McKay. I give the individual a few times. I don't mind. Listen. I'll tell you what. I make a deal with you guys. You get 3 times. You get to call me a retard, a loser, a piece of shit, whatever it takes to vent and get that out of your system. But after that, the line's drawn. Does that sound reasonable and fair? You sound good?
Yeah, I tend to boot almost everybody but a handful of people the first time they make a personal attack. So, being more
I'm trying to be fair. I'm going to give individuals up to 3 times to call me whatever fucking name they want, because I understand people just need to make somebody else feel like shit just at least for a minute in order to get through their day. So I get it. I understand. I'll let that happen 3 times. Sound good? All right, back to the intelligence conversation. No need to waste your time on stupid stuff like this, right?
Yep.
Okay, so evolution is predictable because what you're saying is what we know right now, it must be mathematically probable. It has to be through nature that would be the case.
Yeah, I don't know the mathematical and stuff. I'm sure that's where the prediction comes in, but I'm not. Yeah, to an extent, I'd say yeah, for sure.
Okay, now I'm going to throw one at you, Xbox, and I think you're going to like this one. If it's possible that within 4.5 billion years, life and sentience and consciousness can come into being, then why can't we go the whole 16 billion years of the universe, or trillion, whatever you want to throw on there, and state that at the beginning of the universe, when entropy was more in order in the system, there couldn't have been a great and powerful mind within it? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know that you could say that. That couldn't be a possibility.
And that's one of the reasons I have my placeholder, Xbox. There you go. There's your answer.
Right, with the... Right. Yeah. A deistic position sometimes I get lost in. And I know I'm not saying you're holding a deistic position. I'm just saying that a mind could develop would be a deistic position.
That's fair enough.
Brett, you said your position, your placeholder position. What is your placeholder?
Hey, Rev.
Well, placeholder. Why do we? Hey, Rev, how you doing? By the way, I hope you're having a wonderful day.
All right. Well, do you really want me to say something, Brett? Because I got to say something to you today.
Is it going to be rough? Remember, I give up to 3 times. Call me whatever you like. Go ahead.
No. It's not going to be any name calling, bro. Okay.
Go ahead. I
say this to you as a brother in the Lord. I love you with all my heart. Okay. But you have to be more patient, bro. You really do. I mean, Sokka, you have to be patient. Yet he is a good guy, and I understand that he can. You know, you're perceiving him to come at you rough, but I'm telling you, if you can just push through that, ignore it. I mean, he's really good to talk to. So I love you, man, but don't be so trigger happy. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And how long has this hangout been going, by the way? Has it been like almost 6 hours now, you'd say, Nadia?
4 hours, 15 minutes.
Okay. Would you say that 4 hours of interruptions, laughter, being called a retard, how long does that need to go on before?
4 hours, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying, you were here, you heard the interruptions constantly. I don't want to waste people's fucking time with this. Come on. If you can, because I know you love me and I know you're looking out for me, can you, when you get time, just look back in the recording and you'll see that things have been too pleasant.
I've been watching all day, bro. I understand where you're coming from, and it can be tough. Listen, I fully admit the shit I believe is totally batshit crazy, and I've been called batshit crazy by a lot of people. But you gotta have that patience. You know what I mean? It's tough. It's tough. But you make a much better representation of Christ if you're willing to take it and just listen. You know what I mean? I say this in love, bro. Totally,
Can you do me a favor real quick?
Yeah, what's up?
Can you explain to me why I should be patient?
Because it represents Christ, bro.
Well, he's so stupid. What? Go ahead.
It's a better representation of Christ.
You see what I mean? That's kind of annoying, isn't it? I'm just giving you a taste of what I've been dealing with for 4 fucking hours. But I appreciate it, and I know you're looking out for me. You love me, and I love you too, brother.
All right, cool. I'll pop out. Nadia, I hope Nate can get in. I know he wants to get in, so maybe pop him the link quick. You're getting popular, Nadia. Praise God. Take care, guys. I love you.
Oh, Brad, don't take off. I enjoy your company.
No, I love you, Brett. I'm just telling you, it's a better representation, and you're going to be respected in the community big time if you do it that way. And I'm talking to myself, bro. I suck at it. I'm working on myself. God bless, guys.
See you, man.
Take care.
Later, Rev.
Oh, I didn't get a chance to say God bless. Okay, if you're listening out there, God bless you, Rev. Oh, boy. Goodness gracious.
So, Brett,
yes.
It's a placeholder. That's why you have this placeholder. What is it that you're referring to?
Well, it's basically what I'm saying is that I realize as a finite human being, a evolved organism, as you would say, that I don't know the entire universe. I don't have a full understanding, and I'm leaving my mind open to possibilities that there may be things out there that are mysterious, strange, unusual. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think it's good science.
It's not science. There's nothing to do with science. But okay, holding. Wait. So basically, okay, I maybe lost some. Okay, never mind. You know. Fuck.
Yeah, no. Putting something in, like you said, the mind thing. Putting something in that placeholder is the difference of the stances. I think. I hold placeholder for unknowns, but I don't hold a placeholder and put something in that as a known, and then try to work out solutions, because that's no way to actually get a solution. That can only tell you a possible solution. It doesn't give you the need for that solution to happen that way, or the suffice, like something sufficient enough is what it gives you. It doesn't give you anything beyond sufficient.
Right.
I think
and I admire and respect science, and I say go for it. Find out all the answers you can.
I think Brett's question is ingenious, because if mankind, as an intelligence, can create intelligence, that only solidifies the position that intelligence comes from intelligence, not by circumstance or chance.
That doesn't solidify it in any sense.
No, that's the same thing. That's just the same thing. That's just saying it's sufficient enough. You're saying intelligence is sufficient enough to create intelligence, therefore intelligence created. That's wrong, because you've got to get beyond. You have to have, I forget the other word, but you have to have something that you have to have the need for it to happen that way, not just the sufficient cause of it.
Yeah, and it's also kind of self-refuting, because you're basically saying intelligence has to be created by intelligence. Okay, God is intelligence. What created God?
Right.
Well, that's why the concept of the prime mover exists. Go ahead, MK.
Sorry, I just feel like it's the same painting versus, like, there's a painting, so there has to be a painter argument.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I use. I use a teleonomical stance. I've just learned the word for it not too long ago. That a creation does not need a intelligent creator, even if the creation is intelligent. So even an intelligent creation does not need an intelligent creator. It would still need a creator, but that creator could be nature. It could be the things around it. It doesn't have to have an intelligence.
Hey, I got a question for you there, Slim Jim. You mind?
Never, Brett.
I hear you. I've been asking non-believers questions all day. I figure I ask some theists. What do you think?
Yeah, it's only fair. Don't expect much from me, though.
Oh, I think you're awesome. I think you do just fine. My question is, can you think of any explosion throughout history that has ever created a Mona Lisa or even that of a symphony?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, that's tricky, because, art is very abstract, and what one takes from art is what one takes from art. So I believe there is some beauty in a nuclear blast that completely levels the joint and leaves just this serene area of radioactive waste that clears out the vermin of our existence. I mean, there is some art to that.
I wouldn't buy your art, Slim Jim.
Hey,
well, and
never hate on me, Mark.
I love Slim Jim to death.
Who does say that an explosion would create a Mona Lisa?
Right.
You didn't really want to ask me that question, did you?
No, I do, because that was what the implication of your question was.
Yeah, it's not like
that something does do that. You're asking him how, or can something else do it? So your implication was that does happen.
Well, I'm going to bring up two words. Oh, sorry, Art. I'm going to bring up two words that I brought up earlier, and it caused people to go. It caused people to go into an emotional wreck. So hold on to your seat when you hear this. Spontaneous generation. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. What does this have to do with explosion?
Well, I'll get to it. Do you know what spontaneous generation is, Xbox?
I don't know. Tell me real quick, just to be clear.
It's when life comes from non-life. Do you believe it?
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's earlier. What we classify life and non-life. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Do you believe that life came from non-life?
Yeah.
Okay. So a Mona Lisa isn't nothing compared to that, or even an orchestra compared to the naturalistic, as you'd put it, as Mr. Art would try to allegedly claim, for all this to come together and create life is much more extraordinary than any painting on the planet, wouldn't you admit?
No, I think you're conflating things there. I think the arrangement of whatever molecules are there are just pleasing to us in one aspect, and they're not pleasing in another. You think you're conflating two things there.
Okay, so you're stating that a Mona Lisa actually has more property to it, more extraordinary substance to it than that of a living organism that
No,
comes from non-life?
I'm saying there's you take our perspective out of it and you look objectively at it. There's no just the arrangement of the molecules. There is there's no difference between the two.
Okay. So you don't see a difference between a property that is alive compared to that of a property that is not alive, such as a Mona Lisa painting?
Not objectively. I do. Personally, I do. From my perspective, I do. Objectively, no. I do. Just the arrangement of the molecules.
Okay. Is that all you are whenever you look in the mirror or you look at someone you love? Do you say, my goodness, you're a magnificent arrangement of chemicals? Or
No, that's what. Sorry. No, that's why I divide it. Subjectively, I have my opinions. I mean, that's where the arrangement that I'm in affords me that ability to have an opinion on it. So I do have subjective preferences and feelings, emotions, what I experience.
If you don't mind, if it's not too personal, whenever you want to make a beautiful woman smile, what is your line? Go ahead.
No, I don't have a line, but I was trying to think of one off the top of my head. What's one?
Damn, you got a big ass.
Yeah, damn, that'll work. Or does your butt hurt because you fell from heaven or something like that?
Ah, there you go. See what I mean? You're a poet and you didn't know it.
So I'm kind of curious, what the fuck does this have to do with an explosion?
Art, have you ever looked at a woman and say, honey, you evolved well?
No.
Why not?
It would be a compliment.
It's not exactly a compliment, is it?
Yeah. Do you understand the difference I'm making, Brett, with objectively, if I were to possibly get out of a human experience and look at the universe, there would be no difference in me as a living organism and the Mona Lisa sitting next to me except for the arrangement of the molecule.
So let me get this straight. Slim Jim, are you still there, by the way?
I am here, sir. Yes.
Slim, if I were to say, according to Art, what he said, if I were to say to you, you evolved well, this wouldn't be a compliment. But if I said, God made a beautiful human being when he made you, that'd be complimentary, almost poetic, beautiful. Why do you think that is?
Oh, man. Jeez, I mean, I really think involving well is a compliment. I mean, if an atheist said that to me, I would be completely flattered as a man of faith. I mean, I think we'd have cause to go and have a few beers together. I mean, I really think that's a middle ground.
So this is an awesome question, actually, and I love this. So why is it complimentary to say that you are created by a God?
Yeah. And real quick, that's why I put on the side of Snape for the room. I mean, it would be a compliment to say you evolved well. It's not something most of us prefer as a compliment or see as so it's a preference thing. It has nothing to do with it, with actually which is a better compliment, which is a worse. It's just what people prefer.
Yeah, it's a cultural thing. So
Art, would you be willing to walk around? Oh, sorry. I was going to ask, Art, would you be willing to walk around in public with a webcam recording yourself with a T-shirt that says, no intelligence was involved in my existence? Would you be willing to do that?
No, because that's an obvious attempt of equivocation here. No intelligence, right? Good job, Brad. So,
I'm just saying.
And you wonder why people criticize you and don't like you. So are you going to answer
that's what you're saying? How is that?
No, that's false. That's false. At that point, you're just calling my parents not intelligent.
Right, don't attack its
Oh,
boundaries.
you're taking it as that. I was talking about existence itself. I wasn't meaning your mom or dad. I'm
Oh,
sorry if
right.
you took
And you
it that
don't
way.
think that people, if you have a T-shirt that says, "I've been created without any intelligence," they're not gonna get that you're talking about the, beginning of existence, that you're referring more likely to yourself because it says "I," right? Nice semantic weapon.
Okay, I get your point.
So,
All right.
are you gonna
Yeah,
answer my
I can see
question?
how that would be
Are you
rough.
gonna
I
answer my question?
apologize.
Are you gonna answer my question? Why is it flattering to say that I was created by God?
Well, probably on the concept that love and intelligence was used in your existence as opposed to
No,
just.
wait. How did you establish that? How did you establish that God is probably loving?
What, you don't like yourself? You're not happy?
That's not issue. No. I do like myself, but I'm asking you because you believe in a God and you think it is flattering for someone to say that you've been created by a God. How is it flattering?
I think that God did a pretty awesome job on me. That's
What's
all I'm
your
saying.
opinion?
Well, I think that, and I feel that way. It's good.
Awesome. So it's based on opinions. It's purely based on opinion. It's subjective. Okay. It's only
Well,
the
yes, that's what I believe. That is my faith. What's the problem? It's better than having on a T-shirt "I came from a monkey womb."
Oh, it's not better. No bullshit. No, I mean, what is wrong with that? That's your faith as well, right? Because your position is faith-based.
So you're gonna get you a T-shirt that says "I come from the womb of a monkey"?
Why is that bad?
And you would have.
I'm just asking. Why not? I didn't say it was bad. I'm just saying, would you wear a T-shirt like that?
What would be a problem with that?
There's no issue with it. Maybe wording it better would be that humans come from the womb of an ape or something, or not the womb of an ape, but evolved from a womb of an ape, maybe to be more
common ancestor.
But if you're trying to make a joke of it, I have no problem wearing whatever.
Right. Are you gonna? Okay, Brett. Are you gonna wear a T-shirt that says that you merely believe by faith that the God that has made you is good?
Sure, why not?
And that he could be evil, and he could have made you to be a bastard.
Made me to be a bastard?
Yeah, that's possible, isn't it? It's possible, isn't it? The only difference, the only way you know that you're not, or that God didn't make you like that, is because of your faith.
Well, why would I add the word bastard for? Where's that come from?
I would have a board, that I was unintelligently designed there.
How is it objective to look out at the stars and think evil?
It's not.
How is it objective to look at the stars and say good?
I mean, look, it looks beautiful to me, and I don't think I'm in the minority. I think even atheists look on the stars and are in awe. I think the view that looking into the stars and thinking that's evil is very much in the minority.
No. Most that look, if you're looking at it, is one thing. If you're looking in it, is another. If you're looking at it, you see beauty because all the colors and swirls and so. If you're actually talking about in the universe, you're talking about all the destruction and chaos that happens in the universe.
Destruction of what?
Of other things. See, destruction of stars.
You have not witnessed any destruction of anything.
Not personally.
Really?
And that I know.
Have you? Sorry to interrupt you, Xbox, but dude, have you watched YouTube videos of terrorist attacks and people getting burned and torture? Cases of rape. That's not destruction. Those things are not evil.
I have not observed that in the universe. Can you please point me to the star where there's all kind of rape and murder going on?
Yeah, the one outside ours. Yeah. But you can look out. We can see the stages of stars being born and things like that, and the destruction that happens through that. I can't personally witness this scale of time that it takes to watch it all play out. Just like we were talking about last night, I can't remember if it's Pluto or whatever. There's no human alive that can watch Pluto actually orbit the sun.
So an ever expanding universe that you just happen to see a few stars go by is destruction and the totality of the scope?
No, I said the birth. I said the birth.
Point.
Yeah, I said the birth, not the destruction of the star. I said the birth of the star and the destruction it creates.
Right, and that's exactly the point, Slim Jim. That's what you're doing. You're cherry picking a few good events which you guys call
A
collectively
few
personal.
good events
Whoa, whoa,
in
whoa,
an
whoa, 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 whoa,
ever-expanding
whoa, wait, 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 wait,
universe
wait, wait. Hold
that
on a second.
every
Slim, hold on.
atheist
Slim,
claims
hold on.
No,
Hold
to
on.
be honest,
Slim,
hang
hold on a
on,
second.
Art, to be honest, you asked for one. You didn't ask for all or a big
Right,
scale.
but
You asked
yeah, I know. But then he made the argument to you that when you
no,
Xbox
he
pointed out
asked for
some
one, not
bad
you.
things, he said you're generalizing, right? And I'm
That's
saying
what I'm.
that's what you
No,
guys are
Art.
doing.
That's what. Yeah, I agreed. That's what I just said. He asked for one, not you. He asked for one, and then when I gave him one, it was you're taking one and then saying this. Well, he
Right.
asked for one, so I gave him one.
Right, but then he criticized you for
no,
being true to his
every
own question.
atheist, even atheists, look at the destruction of stars and are in awe, even in destruction.
Yeah, but it's
They
because
call
it's
it beautiful.
pleasing. It's
Black
pleasing to
holes
our eyes.
and,
There's
and
many things that
nebula
are happening there.
and pulsars are considered beautiful.
Right.
You guys, you have vilified them.
No, there's beauty and there's evil in beauty. There can be, for sure.
Right, but you will not. Okay, both atheists and theists agree that rape is horrible. It's utterly disgusting, right? Agree, Slim?
Yeah, and to be real honest, I don't buy into
Again, I missed that. I'm sorry.
That theists and atheists both agree that rape of children is disgusting. It's evil. It's one of the greatest evils.
To be honest, I don't see good and evil. But I get
Yeah,
what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying.
Again, I was talking about the stars. I don't. Perhaps if you're very eccentric, you can see one star raping another. I don't really see it that way. So
I'm not talking about stars, of course, dude. I'm talking about human beings, right? The act when
We're talking
something
about star rape now.
according to Slim, I guess.
I mean, it's possible. I've seen some
Sorry,
stars.
I just got back to that.
I've seen stars rape one another, and it's very beautiful.
Well, Slim, do you get what I'm saying? There are things that both theists and atheists agree are disgusting, right? Evil is happening in the world.
Oh well, you're definitely not going to get a disagreement from me that sin exists in the world here on Earth. I mean, if
Hold
you
on,
thought,
is that how you're defining evil as sin?
yeah, I am a Christian. I mean, that shouldn't come as a surprise.
No, it's not. It's just I wanted to be clear. That's why that's the evil and such that I don't think exist. I don't think this.
Yeah,
evil
let's hold on.
I don't think an evil defined by a god existing it exists because I don't think a god exists. So how could I ever think an evil from this god exists?
Right. So, but hold on. Before we go there, Xbox, I have a point, or I'm trying to get to a point here. So, because I'm under the impression that when Slim Jim, you said that look, there is good in the world, and that was some kind of argument that God is good, right? Because there is good in the world, there is beauty in the world, that God is good.
I was referencing the universe again. This is going to be like the third or fourth time that I was talking about the universe, but you guys keep bringing it back to Earth for some reason, and I will concede there is sin in the Earth, so I have to reiterate that.
Okay, right. And are you saying that because there are these amazing things in the universe, that must mean that God is amazing and He's good?
No, I'm telling you that people who do not believe in God look upon the stars, are in complete awe, and are stupefied and call it beautiful. And this is not my words. This is me looking upon them, and I defy you to tell me otherwise.
No, I just explained the case out though. It's when they're saying these words, they're not meaning it by a standard of God.
Right.
Yeah, you guys are, I don't know why, but when you look at the stars, do you see beautiful or not?
Yeah, we see beautiful.
Okay.
We also see evil in the world, when humans are getting killed by tornadoes and sharks and shit. It's apparently under control of God.
Yeah, I wouldn't conflate beauty and such with a god, like or an evil. That's what I'm saying. I think there's a disconnect there between the two things you're saying, and why you're talking about looking at space, looking at stars, can be beautiful, but what the star is doing, its act, if you call it that, it is where he's calling it evil, and I wouldn't say it's evil, but it's doing destruction.
perhaps if it happened to the Earth, I may concede that. But since there's no evidence of any life happening when you observe it, based on all of our intelligence and our observation, how is it evil when if there's no victim, there's no crime?
But there is victims.
Okay,
Destruction is destroying a victim.
Wait, so is there
So
there's no
the
crime because
planet
there's no
itself
victim?
is sentient? Wait, let's pause. So the planets themselves are sentient beings? Is that what you're selling in this hangout?
No way. Whoever said that? Or anything like that.
Okay, I don't mean to put words in your mouth. That's just what it sounded like.
Oh, yeah. No. I'm saying you just based on destruction. Harm. A victim. A victim doesn't have to be sentient.
So wait,
Yeah, I think that maybe just the words are the disconnect. If you're talking a victim of a star, you're talking what that star destroys. It doesn't have to be.
I'm gonna go victimize my grass outside by pissing on it right now. Is someone taking me to jail for that?
No, but you would still be victimizing your grass, I guess, in that sense, in the way you're saying it.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused now. What are you saying, Xbox?
No, that was it. It's if you take victim and use like the definitions that use a personhood or a living thing attached to them, then sure. But if you're just talking about what it destroys,
oh, you're right.
As its victim, that's all I'm saying. I'm trying. That's what I was trying to say. Maybe it's just a thing of semantics.
I'm being facetious, Xbox. You know I love you. You know this.
Yeah,
this is fun of the debate here. But I'm just saying that when I hear atheists talk about the wonders of the universe, they have a big Kool-Aid smile on their face, even when there's destruction going on.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid. Okay, and what's the point with that?
It was just, man, come on, dude. Let's not get anal here.
No,
I mean,
I honestly don't understand it. Maybe there's a language barrier. I'm Russian. I'm not native.
Well, listen, here in America, we have the Kool-Aid guy. He was breaking through walls.
I know the Kool-Aid. I know the Kool-Aid. I know the Kool-Aid guys. I know what happened at Waco, and they supposedly drink the Kool-Aid, even though it wasn't Kool-Aid. Actually, it was something else. But yeah, I get it. But I'm not following the point that you're making.
Guyana. Jonestown, Guyana.
Right. Well, anyway, okay, so if I could ask you a question here, what's your name? Slim Jim. You're obviously a theist, right? So you believe in a God, obviously. My challenge is, how do you know that your God is good?
Well, I'm not like the theist that you may have interacted with on YouTube. And how do I know? Well, I mean, I don't know. How do I know anything? How do I know that I actually live in this house? How do I know I'm actually sipping on this beer? I mean, how do I know? Well, I mean, I have my inclinations, and maybe I'm crazy. I mean, perhaps.
Right. Yeah. See, you're just as honest as the guy so far anyway that I talked to last night was Jimmy. Most people know Jimmy here. That it can come down to something that you could be completely irrational, but it is what you think you know, what you feel, it's beyond just a feeling, quote unquote.
Wait,
it's beyond just that. But there is a different line of going down terrible evidences, which you're not doing.
Are you talking about Jimmy Stevens?
Yeah.
Wait, he said that? He said that it's basically whatever you believe?
Yeah, no, that it's an irrational belief, that it can be a rational belief, because of saying that you know this. It can be stripped down to that. The Bible talks about God coming to you. You can't find God under a rock, kind of thing. It comes down to something you can't prove, but you don't. There is no actual need to prove it, unless they're claiming that you have to believe in it, not beyond the text. That you have to believe it, and they can prove that you have to believe it.
Run from the question. I accept it, and I embrace it, and I internalize it, and then I forward it back to you, sir.
Yeah.
I think you're asking me the question?
Sorry.
You're asking me the same question?
Well, yes, because I've internalized it and I've analyzed it and I've thought about it, and I'm not pretending to even know, but I will respect you enough to internalize it and be like, you know what, Slim Jim, how do you know that you're not just a kook? You're not one of these Christian kooks out here who just believes in some nonsense. Ask yourself that question.
I didn't say that. Okay.
No,
Okay,
no, no.
didn't say
I
you're a
said it.
kook.
I
Like,
said it
don't
because
say
I
this.
see plenty of Christians
Okay, fine.
in these hangouts behaving completely irrational, and I just facepalm myself when they talk.
I think on both sides it muddies the water down and it muddies the conversation. That's why I actually respect you being as honest as you were with the answer.
Right. So, okay,
I'm
Slim Jim,
happy to have a discussion with someone that'll talk to me like that and actually be honest.
Okay, so Slim Jim, you're forwarding the picture of me back at me. Okay, so my reason for not believing in God is simply because I have not seen, heard, experienced sufficient evidence or reason to believe in one. And as for my other beliefs, I believe things, or I try as maximally as possible to believe in things that are justified by evidence and reason.
I got a question for you there, Xbox.
Yeah, anytime.
As well as Slim. Art, you're more than welcome to. I'd love to hear anybody on there tell you the truth. Do you think it's possible for someone to be an open-minded, rational, logical, fantastic scientist beyond their time, yet believe that there's a mind behind the universe? Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible, yeah.
Of course.
Yep.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Yeah. I think if you start, and just to keep the convo going, if you come across something that is irrational in your belief set, and you can even point to it and say it's irrational, and you start making rationalizations of it that don't make sense, I would still say you're rational. If you hold it and can't rationalize it, I would say you're being irrational with that belief. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong. Didn't even speak to right or wrong. But I think you can hold those because I think we have an irrational side. I think I can't say everyone, but I think as humans that's just part of our brain and how it works is we're rational. We're rational and irrational.
You do realize, Xbox, that God believers want to know the mysteries of the universe just as much as the non-believers, right?
Yeah.
I feel like we're all in the same damn boat, and it don't do us no good hitting each other with the paddle.
Yeah.
Well, who's hitting?
Well, I mean, is there a lack of food, or?
Well, if that's the case, we got to throw the non-believers overboard. You know, we got to survive as a species. You know.
And I think more people actually have a problem with religion than that. And it's an argument I rarely get into, but I think more people that argue against God and all this stuff have a problem with religion for the most part. I have my own issues with it. I usually, like I said, don't get into those arguments, but
we'll keep the Stephen Hawkings and the Carl Sagans, though, Xbox, and our George Carlins. We'll keep them on the boat, though.
I don't know. Stephen Hawking seems like it would require a lot of maintenance between us chickens. I mean, we're on a friggin' boat.
I hear you.
Yeah, I don't know how those compared to at least what I was saying. I was just saying like I think it's the I don't know if you want to call it a gang mentality, but it's a thing like that. It's where those are what people have their issues with, or at least what I do. I don't have an issue with anybody actually believing that there's a God, and it's what they do with this stuff that I care about, especially if it's going to affect me or my children.
Is religion and atheism really the problem, or is it humanity?
Yeah, humanity's part of the issue. I don't think the two sides are religion and atheism. I think there are a group of, or a class of atheists that just haven't well-defined themselves that would fall into that. So there probably is a dichotomy there somewhere. But yeah, humanity, that's what I was trying to get at, that humans are irrational and rational. So humanity is the issue that we actually have.
Let me try one more thing on you. If we were to take a big church, fill it up with Korans, Hindu books, Mormon books, Jehovah's Witnesses books, the Bible, fill it all the way to the brim, but then magically snap our fingers, we disappear. Will there be any killing, murder, destruction, or death in the world? Yes or no?
Yeah, just the humans are gone, yeah.
Okay, well, let's say we do it vice versa. We keep the humans, but the church disappears with all the books and literature. Will there be murder, killing, destruction, death?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that only works.
Yeah, the issue. Hang on. The issue there is it lowers the numbers of what we do to ourselves, of the killing and destruction and such, and that's all that I'm speaking of caring about. There is the survival.
All right. So you're saying that if everybody in the world were to just put their Bible in the drawer or cast it into a bucket filled with fire, that everything is just going to be like, wow.
We would no. I said
okay,
we
go ahead.
No, yeah, we would just lose an element of it. The numbers would go slightly down, and any slight even a number that goes down is good. Of killing.
What if they started to accelerate? What would you do then?
If they started to accelerate killing?
Oh yeah.
Oh, because the religion was gone? Then I would look at why
you already admitted religion's not the problem.
No, then I would have to look at. No, it would be a different issue because you'd have to look at why it accelerated. Just taking something away doesn't mean that the acceleration was caused on it. You just look at what's happened with it and base the I can't think of the word declination of it. We know what the issue is. We know
causation
to change that issue. We don't know how to get rid of that issue. We just know how to change that issue. So if we get rid of religion and the numbers went up in killing, then we would have to look at why what the issue is now, why the number went up. It wasn't what we took away. It's whatever's happening now.
We'd have to blame the My Little Ponies and the furry community and somebody else.
Well,
I think vegetarians maybe.
Bet you stop insulting that My Little Pony.
Oh, I can't help it.
Yeah. Yeah, what if someone in here is a brownie?
I bet Punk Jam is a brony.
Oh no.
Well, Slim Jim, were you satisfied with my answer?
Answer regarding what? I'm sorry?
Well, you put the question back on me and I give you an answer. Do you recall?
Yeah. You pose, how do I know that my God is not evil, right? And then I posted back, but I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Well, quickly, okay. I'm an atheist because I don't have any reason or evidence to believe in one. You know, as for my other beliefs, I try to base my beliefs on reason and evidence.
Yeah, very good. You know, strangely enough, I seem to have evidence of evil. I see evil throughout the world, and but my question to you is, you see no evidence of evil on the planet, the whole planet?
Okay, what do you mean by evil? Do you mean like a act that causes harm to humans or animals?
I'm going to entrust you to have some judgment on what is good and what is bad, and I'm going to leave it up to you to determine the scale. I mean, you don't have to use my scale. I want you to use your scale.
Well, that's a tough question. I mean, I don't even have a complete, theory of well-being, and let alone the ability to, account for all well-being and the lack of thereof and make a calculation of how much evil there is. But in general terms, I would say, yes, there is quite a lot of evil, but there's also quite a lot of good.
And on this, we agree 100%.
Okay, cool. Was that all?
That was all because, we agree. I mean, even amongst our own, me and you our own subjective morality, we agree that the world as a whole has a lot of good and a lot of evil. I mean, it's amazing. It's so beautiful. I mean, we need to be working together as a people to put more good than evil. It's not even complicated.
I absolutely agree. No problem there. No issue there. But except that you mentioned subjective morality, you subscribe to subjective morality?
I do not, but
Okay.
certainly, I was talking me and you, and I was open to subjective morality, obviously, because I have my own views of morality, and you have your own views of morality, and I wanted a consensus, and we agreed that we see a lot of good and a lot of evil. We come to an agreement. You know, there's a lot of folks out there that don't see it quite that way, be it people of faith, be it secular people, be it bona fide atheists. They don't see it that way.
Yeah, some don't. Okay, just FYI, I believe in objective morality.
Great. Great. I am curious as to how you come to that conclusion as an atheist. I'm fascinated by that, and I'm not even trying to be condescending.
Awesome. Well, I subscribe to something similar to Sam Harris's, what is it? What
Moral landscape.
Moral landscape, right? And like I said, somewhat, right? I kind of have a little bit of his theory, a little bit of my thoughts, a little bit from what I've heard from other intelligent people. Basically, my objective basis for morality is human well-being, human nature, the fact that we can measure human well-being, such as, for example, we can discover and experiment with what is wrong, what is bad with regards to human well-being, like with, for example, drinking battery acid, right? We know that drinking battery acid will reduce your well-being because you're going to be dead, right? So on that basis, I can say that is bad.
Right there, right there. It's objectively harmful to us because of the creatures we are. It's an objective harm.
Right, yeah. And we can, from that, we can, make a sort of science actually on morality. And that's what Sam Harris proposed. There's a lot of cracks and issues there, but it's a good basis. And also, I kind of use our sort of evolutionary given social species kind of feelings, what is right, what is wrong. That's generally what I hold to. But on the complicated issues, I will look for well-being in depth, and I will look into do some research and what do certain actions tend to lead to.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you 100%. So, who's got the echo right now?
I think it's Marco.
Okay, so I hear you, and you talk about drinking acid or something like that.
Yeah.
That is a very elementary position. Let me tell you this. Let's go back in time to the Wright brothers, right? Because no one has flown airplanes before. And it is reasonable to assume that flying an airplane can be dangerous. Yet they have done it anyway. See, there's elementary risk that may be obvious, and then there's a leap of faith, which I don't know if the Wright brothers were people of faith or not. They certainly had faith in what they had constructed. So I don't base my faith on elementary aspects of human understanding, sir. And I don't mean to belittle your example, but that was very elementary.
Well, of course, that's why it was an example to show how we can do these calculations. But you can do much more complex calculations, and you can involve many experts, scientists, psychologists, physicists, whatever, right? And you can, for us to actually come to an accurate, intelligent conclusion on the Wright brother issue, we would really have to know a lot of things. But we can make a general sort of calculation. Let's just imagine the situation, imagine the outcomes, and actually we don't have to imagine the outcomes, we can see the outcomes. The outcomes are that we have the ability to travel much farther, much more faster than a few other things, right? Yes, there is some, there is some, of course, negative effects, right? Like possibility of a crash, death, even people who are not flying, plane crashes on people on the Earth. And we would have to consider if the benefits outweigh the cons, right? And we can arrive at a, conclusion. I would wholeheartedly disagree, actually, with your statement that, leap of faith and that we should somehow trust in it, because faith is completely subjective. Hitler probably had faith. I hate to bring up Goodwin's law here in this discussion, but yeah, faith not a good measure of truth.
Yeah, and before you get too deep into it, and I want Slim Jim to reply to you first, but maybe I need a clarification on how the definition you're using for moral. I got part of yours, Art, but I kind of agree with Sam Harris. I don't agree with the use of the word morality, but I don't want to ask weird semantics, but I want to make sure I'm clear on what both of y'all. If both of y'all are using two different definitions, and at least need to know that. But if you got his full question, though, answer him first, please.
If you had asked anyone in the Wright brothers' time, I'm going to give you two options. I'm going to let you drink something that is clearly poison, or I'm going to give you the option to fly, and you get to see what happens. Everyone will look at you cross-eyed and be like, is that really a choice?
Well, yeah, that's basing kind of your calculations on the human opinion of laymen, which is just wrong.
Yeah. And that digs an Adam and Eve hole like crazy. Were they well informed on sin and such like that? Like it's a black hole. Yeah.
Also backing up, it sort of imposes as if the Wright brothers forced somebody else to get in the airplane when they got in it themselves after trial and error and flying previous airplanes without people in it.
Yeah.
True.
If I drink poison and I don't die, am I not confident?
I'm not sure what the question you're asking with that example of the Wright brothers to begin with, but whenever you take it to drinking poison or them flying, I'm not sure where you're taking that into morality.
I'm using only the examples I'm given because it was proposed. Well, they did not impose. They didn't say, "Hey, get in this contraption and fly." Yeah, but obviously they're
no, they did it themselves.
Yeah, but are you trying to make a statement towards you have to be well informed to make your decision for something to be moral or immoral, or what? I'm not sure. That's what I'm trying to ask. Just so I follow along.
The example was given of poison and whether or not it's prudent.
Yeah, the example though was that it's objectively harmful to drink battery acid or poison. Everyone, or like I don't have to agree that it's harmful for you to drink battery acid for battery acid to actually be harmful for you to drink. That's how it becomes objective. That's the theoretical bullshit uses the example. I don't have to agree that you're dying for you to be dying. It's just an objective fact.
All right. Mind if I? Sorry.
No, go ahead, Brett. I'm gonna let you go. At the point in time that the Wright brothers were attempting to fly like birds, anyone would have told you that is fucking suicide. And we can concede that it's a limited amount of knowledge. That's not the point. I'm just saying there are limited amount of knowledge. They would look at you cross-eyed and be like, listen, maybe poison's actually better because I won't have to suffer seeing myself plow into the ground at 20 knots.
No, I think that's an assumption on your part, though, that about flying being suicide being objective. Like it's possible that flying could be harmful.
That's not an assumption because flying was completely foreign to everybody.
Right. That's why I said I think. Right. That's why I said I think it's an assumption on your part that it's objective that flying would be suicide at that point.
And also, yeah, it's not true at all because they had, hotter balloons before planes.
Yeah, and falling is still harmful. Flying is just. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I follow.
All right. I was wanting to ask you guys one more question, then I got to go get me some hot bubble bath and get me some shut-eye. All right. You guys ready? All right. Is there any independent immaterial entities in the universe?
Do you ask for empirical empathies? Is that what you asked?
No.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
Is there any independent immaterial entities in the universe? And the definition of entity is a thing with distinct and independent existence.
And what's the other one? The other word you used? Not the non-physical, or what was the word?
Is there any independent immaterial entities in the universe? An entity, by definition, is a thing with distinct and independent existence.
And immaterial, just not made of matter?
Let me give it to you one more time. I understand it's a toughie.
No, you said immaterial as well. I'm asking, are you saying immaterial as in, as not made of matter?
Okay, listen. Is there any independent, immaterial entities in the universe? An entity, by definition, is a thing with distinct and independent existence.
Right. I'm asking you still for definition of immaterial, unless you're saying a thing constitutes matter. Are you, when you say that it's immaterial as well, or are you just saying that it doesn't have matter? So an independent thing that doesn't have matter that exists.
I'm listening to you.
I'm asking you if that's how you're using if that's what you're asking me.
Well, let me make sure I get you an exact definition of immaterial. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be a stickler for definition. My brain tonight's like working detail overload on details.
Okay. It's all good. All right. Well, unfortunately, if I answer this for you, then it'll basically it'll answer the question for you. It's kind of a thought question.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, me personally, I just want to be clear on immaterial. But me personally, I don't know that anything. If you put immaterial on anything, that I would agree with it.
All right. Would you say that the laws of nature are immaterial?
No, I did. I just told you, I'm not gonna like nothing that you're gonna say unless you get real weird on the definition of immaterial. Would I agree with that? Now, like we say gravity, pull something down, and you say, gravity's immaterial because we can't see it or measure it itself. We can just measure what it acts upon, kind of thing. It's different on how you define it. If that makes sense. I wouldn't call that immaterial.
I think you're doing pretty good. Just one more time for everybody in here. Is there any independent, immaterial entities in the universe? And by entity, by definition, a thing with distinct and independent existence.
Yeah, no, I don't. My answer is that anything that's immaterial is null. And
okay.
Anybody else have an answer on it? I know Art, if he's still around, he has some views on immaterial.
Yeah, I don't believe there was anything immaterial, but I have to go for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
See, that's why I ask about the definition, because if it's just a lack of matter, then no, humans are material.
All right, something to think about, huh? Would you like me to put the question down so it can be something that you think about later? Here you go. Let me put this down for you, and you can...
You can throw it in my Skype, too.
There you go. You see it?
Yep.
There you go.
I don't necessarily. I don't think I have a problem with entity in the way you defined it. I'm not sure independent, but a distinct existence.
All right. Well, Xbox, Mr. Thor, if you can hear me, Simon, Slim Jim, Palm Jam, MK, Nadia, Matt, I'm going to go take me a bubble bath and get me some sleep. Thank you for the enjoyable time. I expect when I wake up tomorrow to have at least 20 videos made about me. Don't forget. Peace out, ladies.
Have a good night.
Take care, Brett, brother. Love you.
Love, love.
Yeah. Did anybody else have an opinion on that last question? I have a problem with immaterial being used like that, and I don't know how you could get to anything immaterial. It's kind of like a concept of nothing for me. It could be a vacuous thing to say something's immaterial. It's just like saying I have a whole bunch of nothing.
Well, I would deem essentially the abstracta to be the only immaterial objects that are real. And welcome, Floyd.
Thanks.
Hey, Floyd. Yeah.
You would say immaterial is what? Sorry.
Abstract.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I would agree with that. Like that's why I wanted a real good definition, because I agree with an abstract immaterial. Like you have a concept of something, and you want to say that this abstract is immaterial. I would agree. But if you want to say that there is something that exists that lacks pretty much existence, you're saying it lacks anything that we know of. You're getting back into a concept of, like I said, nothing, like of the minus of something.
The minuses of something. Well, it's a question of ontology.
Yeah, that's what I say. It could be a weird vacuous thing depending on how you define it. That's why I was hoping he had one on hand.
Oh wow, did Brett leave? Finally.
Yeah.
Hey, Floyd.
Yeah, Brett left.
Oh, Floyd is here? Oh, hey, Floyd.
What?
Good guys.
What? Welcome, Floyd.
Привет. Добрый вечер.
Ultimately, what he's leading to is, of course, supernaturalism, right? So.
Yeah, Brett had just asked us a question right before he jumped out. Is there any independent, immaterial entities in the universe? And then he defined entities as a thing with distinct and independent existence. But he couldn't give me a clear definition on immaterial, because he said if he gave me the definition for immaterial, it would answer the question for me.
Okay, oh yeah, it's just typical gotcha questions. Why are we even humoring him, really? Fuck him.
Well, and that's what I want to look up immaterial and see maybe
Yeah.
no. Well, immaterial, the second thing on it is spiritual rather than physical. So you're asking, does something non-physical exist? And I don't know how I could ever prove that, so I would say I don't know.
I mean, immaterials, not material. Okay, so it says what it's not, but what is it?
Right. It's like the supernatural.
There you go. Yeah, that was a better definition than the something one. That was a good representation of it. Thank you.
I actually consider the term supernatural and immaterial to be kind of like ignorance. It's basically replacing your ignorance with a feeling of knowledge. Oh, I know what it is. It's not natural.
Right.
You could talk about things like politics or portability or the economy. Where is the economy? Where is portability?
Yeah, I liked portability.
Numbers.
Yeah.
Where are numbers?
Where is walking?
Yeah. I mean, these are things we mean, right?
Yeah, where's traveling? I like those. I like that thought.
Yeah.
Portability and such.
All these things. These are things that material things do, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Even though the immaterial, the people who believe that they are immaterial things, I've even heard them consider movements of physical things to be immaterial. Right? Like a process is immaterial. When you move something, it becomes immaterial somehow.
Yeah. I mean,
Its definition is an adjective, and its first definition was unimportant under the circumstances or irrelevant. So it nulls his question out, but I see what right.
yeah. That's a really bad argument I heard pre-suppers make years ago. It's like, in the materialist atheist worldview, there's no such things as numbers, concepts,
Right.
anything. We can't make sense of ideas. Nonsense.
Okay.
It's this naive reductionism.
Yeah. Yeah, because that in a materialistic universe where everything is just matter and chemistry, how can you show me walking? How can you prove that exists?
Yeah.
You can show that I walk, but you can't show me a jar of walking and paint it red. So
how about digestion?
Yeah, put that in a box and paint it red and show it to me.
And put a good ribbon on it.
Yeah, you're asking. Yeah, you're. It's a nonsensical thing. I'll go back to that. Like, it can be vacuous and nonsensical.
Or baking a cake.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a jar of baking a cake.
Right. Yeah, I like that one. He's on Kent Hovind, or Eric Hovind.
I know that was with Nephilim 3. He was doing this stupid thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, because that's why I was asking you the room, because I knew you had a thought on the material, because Nephi had tried to come at it with showing that a robot with a hard drive, now you fill that hard drive up and the robot doesn't weigh anymore, it's not heavier, then the data that you just put on it is immaterial. And which I told him he's using the wrong instrument for the measurement at that point.
Exactly, and I pointed out to him that it's just because, first of all, we don't have the equipment to measure such loss of weight, and also it could be because of the method of encoding. And surprisingly to me, he actually knew that the method of encoding is just such that it doesn't change the weight, it just changes the shape of something material, like in the flash memory, right? It just switches basically, just different switches, which represent zeros and ones.
Right.
I told him that there could be a system, and in fact, this was one of the first systems of computers where you have punch cards. When to encode information, you actually lower the weight of the medium and the total entity of the computer. So completely refuse your argument, dude. And he's like, no, bullshit.
Yeah, he didn't like that one. It showed that he's using the wrong tool to measure, and then trying to say, well, then that shows. I mean, if you're showing that, it was kind of getting down to I learn new things every day, so my brain doesn't actually give me extra weight if I filled my head up with brand new thoughts every day.
But actually does.
But no, if you're using it wrong, even if but go back to like it doesn't. You're using the wrong measurement. You're saying at that point that data has to have weight, and data, how we use it, doesn't have weight. It's not a weighted thing. It's just an order of like that, the ones or zeros. It's the order of the on-off switches, and that you're asking like that to show walking, show baking a cake. You're asking me to show you something that is something.
The process. It's a combination.
Yeah, the process. Yeah.
States. Right.
Yeah, the different states is good, because you could measure its data rate its data by one state to another, and show that they're different, and that's all you'd have to show, that it's all material and measurable by nothing but material. And I don't even go that far to say everything's material, even though I have no reason to think that there is immaterial.
But yeah, we don't have to actually claim that everything is immaterial. Hey, we can give something up, there's no problem. Just because there's something immaterial doesn't mean that our soul is immaterial or something like that.
Right, yeah. That goes back to that very first question I asked, come in here, asked it last night, of where do you... It can be a sufficient explanation to shove something into an equation to make it work out. I have 1 plus blank equals 2. It can be sufficient for me to put an x in there and end up with it, and not x. I'm trying to think of another number and maybe a negative. But it's not enough. It's you. I couldn't think of the word earlier either, but Floyd, maybe you remember the word, to have something beyond the need for it, more than just sufficient to get an answer.
Necessary?
Right. Is this like a placeholder?
Yeah, that's what I said earlier with a placeholder. But I know there's another requirement to have something.
Necessity?
To give your
Sufficient versus necessary?
Necessary. That's the word I couldn't think of. Necessary. You can have a sufficient answer, but it doesn't mean that it's necessary.
Right. And theists are laughing at Nephilim Free's arguments. I was in a hangout with Neph, and he was doing his old, his stupid, immaterialism argument. The same thing I was doing all the time. And Will, who's a young theist Catholic who's quite knowledgeable for his age, laughed at him. Pretty much, just like, dude, really, that's your argument against materialism?
Yeah, I mean, dark matter it's my understanding. Dark matter is just a placeholder. Science are trying to account for, things they observe, with like gravity and so forth, and it's act like there's some matter somewhere. So they just call it dark matter. I'm not, I'm not too up on the science of it.
No, that's right.
Yeah, too bad Adam Pugh isn't here. He'd be able to explain to us. But yeah, I think it's a placeholder.
Yeah, well, in that aspect, gravity is the placeholder that we use for the force we see between large objects and such. It's just what we call it. Just what we call that.
Right.
Yeah, but all these abstractions are about the material world.
Right.
Like numbers, for example. You see two apples on the table. You invoke two. You're describing things about the material world.
Right. I take the number one even further and show that it's just a systematic way of us representing ones.
Yeah.
It's just us. You don't actually seek the two apples. You seek an apple and an apple.
Yeah.
And that's.
There's no need to evoke some sort of ontic realm, some sort of platonic, realm to explain these things.
Right. Right. That's one of my main questions that I ask is and that's where I get to my position of that I don't believe in a God. It's like I don't rule one out, but I don't have a need to rule one in. And why would I rule one in? Why would I stuff something supernatural? Not just even beyond a God, just anything. Why would I shove this in and say that's the answer for sure?
Well, you just need Jesus.
Without proof of it.
Yeah.
You need Jesus, Xbox.
Say that again?
You need Jesus. That's why.
I know.
Yeah, it comes down to, do we need a mind to have things come into being? Is a mind required? That's what it really boils down to.
Right.
Yeah,
and obviously not.
I finally got that word memorized. The teleonomical thing is where it came from. Is you don't need a intelligent creator to have a creation.
Right, and ironically, even the theists agree on this because they propose a god or a being or an intelligence without any explanation. It just is. It's a brute fact that I assert.
Right, and we have no proof that the only way intelligence can get here is from intelligence. No, you can make arguments that are best concluded. I forget that stupid phrase too. That are it was something you would lean to because that's probably what the case is.
Yeah, I mean, and
a reductionist argument kind of thing.
We observe more complex things coming from simpler things, right?
Nuh-uh.
And also we observe nature giving rise to life, not life giving life to life. No, we see life as starting a process of natural creation of life. Literally, abiogenesis, right? We don't see life, we don't see life like making life from, the particles, the atoms or the, molecules. No, we see nature giving rise to life. That's what reproduction is. Few cells grow into a life.
Well, and I put out there why I don't necessarily try to engage on it too often is that if you take an objectivist view of it, you're just viewing the arrangement of molecules between one thing and another and calling it life and calling it. So you're making all these judgments from our perspective only. You're actually taking out any other. You're being really like closed-minded on the way you would look at it if you're going to specialize intelligence and say that it's special for some reason, and then base your argument on that. There's no reason for us to think intelligence is special outside of us thinking that it's special. I mean, it's the only one we see, but we only see a tiny corner of our galaxy that we know of. Like, I mean, so how? It's not much. It's not much to say that's all we see when you're talking on the universe scale, because we can't see the whole universe. Like, it's just a weird statement to me.
Kind of am.
I'm talking on an objectivist view only. That's what, I'm sorry. That's all I was trying to get at. Was it just on objectivist view only? Is that it makes no sense to me, because if you're just looking at it, the universe play out, it's just shifting one arrangement to another, and us on one shift of that saying these are special. This one quality is special, and it has to have this special meaning because it's special.
Yeah, we all are special snowflakes.
Yeah. No, and that's why I said objectively, because subjectively, I have my own feelings and perspective, because that's afforded to me because I'm special.
Yeah, we're all special in a way, of course, even objectively. I don't think there's any animal that has the degree of intelligence and ability to conceptualize things as we do. That doesn't mean we're special. Period. Like, completely special in every aspect, to every degree, in every quality.
Right. Yeah, that makes us special compared to them.
Kind of. Really wish Slim Jim was here.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I was just trying to clarify mine. So I've been sounding like a crazy person all day because I've been, like I was telling you, said a minute ago, like my mind's been overloaded with details to like being a stickler, and I don't know why today out of anything. Maybe it's lack of sleep or more sleep or something. I'm normally pretty a stickler, but I'm not to the extent that I've been tonight. So I've sounded crazy to a lot of people all night because some of the comments I've made, and then spent 2 hours having to explain my comments.
Well, you are crazy. You're an atheist. Come on.
It wasn't just in here too. Before I came in here, I made some pretty, they were outrageous statements until I was able to at least explain my position and why I made the statement. The statement on its own was emotional provoking, so it made it tough.
Did you tell your wife that she evolved nicely?
Yeah, I had to reset my wife beater number, and someone got to talking to me about it. No. No, and it almost sounded like one of those Brett questions. It almost sounded like I was making statements that I wasn't making, or it made it sound like I was coming to conclusions that I wasn't coming to from the statements and such. I'm not going to mention it here because it is a really emotional, provoking, and needs explanation once you start talking about it.
Right. Yeah.
But I've been that way all night, and I don't mean to be. So just tell me to shut up, anybody, if I start getting too detailed about crap and wanting definition for every other word.
We will, don't worry. Well, Armin will tell you for sure. She told me.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you hear about that, by the way?
No, I haven't, but I've been in a room where she got on desk because Opie had come in there, and Opie's argument always is nothing but definitions. And I think I was in there with you that night, because she actually, the second or third time that I talked to her, she understood the argument of why we were asking for definitions for things that mattered in the conversation.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, did you? Okay, Xbox. Were you listening to the conversation that is hanging out?
Just from the ATA, the AT or the IT. What is it? Artificial intelligence AI. From the AI on.
Okay. Well, Brett had a brilliant question. You know, the typical, Brett Keane atheism destroyed question. Basically, he was saying, well, he got to this question. I'm gonna just tell you the conclusion because it was so fucking long, and we called him out on the future equivocation that he's gonna make. Basically, what he said is, without God, there would be no need for an atheist because how could there be an atheist, someone who doesn't believe in a God, without there being a God?
Say the last part again. Why believe in God? What?
He said that without God actually existing, there would be no atheist because how can you be an atheist, right? Someone who doesn't believe in a God,
right,
if there isn't a God.
Right.
Yep, and that was his argument.
Yeah, it's yeah.
We pointed out to him that
there would be no atheist if there weren't theists, not if there weren't God. There can be theists all over the world without there actually being a God.
Yeah, and there could be atheists without there actually being a God because all you need is a concept. Someone come up with the concept of either God or an atheistic concept out of the get-go.
Yeah, so I guess unicorns exist.
Right. That's actually what someone said.
Yeah.
Is it a rebuttal?
Yeah.
So, damn, where is Slim Jim? Where is anybody, really? We're kind of masturbating here.
Well, Slim Jim said he went AFK, and that was about 21 minutes ago. Simon, you have no idea.
Somebody call Seamus or someone.
The Marco nor Matt seem to be using microphones. Palm.
Say what?
Matt. Yeah, microphone.
Yeah, I had his mic on earlier. Yeah.
We had another round with Trey Jadlow this afternoon. That was fun.
All right. Was it on video or on text?
It was on. It's on Fox in the Know channel. Fox in the Know. He hosted it.
Oh, right on. How'd that go? If you were to summarize it.
Yeah, I can summarize it. He has a warped contingency argument where there must be some sort of necessary thing for contingent things to be here, right? Yeah, I think that's fine. But he defines self-existence as omnipotent, singular, unchanging, cannot be acted on.
Right.
Where do you get all those things?
Yeah, that's fallacy by definition. Yeah.
Self-existent, that just simply means it didn't come from anything else.
Or fallacy of definition, not by.
Yeah, and how does, why can't there be 300 self-existent things? Oh, no, it has to be singular. Well, why?
Yeah.
And then he laughs at me for suggesting that.
That's the issue I had with someone else trying to make a similar argument too. And they'll get to Occam's razor, and for one, it's not a universal thing, but it's even if Occam's razor, I can make a case that multiples would actually be simpler than one.
Yeah, and this whole idea of the Christian God being simple makes absolutely no sense to me.
Right.
Say you have a computer and the computer has no parts, and you say, oh, the computer is simple. Well, no, it's mysterious. How can a computer operate with no parts? It doesn't make it simple. It makes it vague. It makes it it's a mystery.
Yep. Yeah, that's part of how I made the argument of multiples being simpler than one. It was easier to define. It made it simpler to define single things that take single acts. These single things each have a single act. You know what I mean? If you took multiple gods, and even if you want to divide up their powers by one, each entity has one power and does one thing, is much simpler than saying one has all of these.
Yeah. So yeah, he's just throwing.
Unless you want to talk about where that god came from, that might ruin my argument. But I don't think any of them are prepared to make a case for where their god came from.
Yeah, he's just unnecessarily throwing attributes onto something that he has no justification for doing.
Yeah, that's what. If you look up fallacy of definition, that's what. It's pretty much making up your own definition to specifically rule out other things.
Yeah.
And that's what it sounds like anyway. I haven't watched it, but from what I've ever heard of him, that's what it is. He makes up a definition. That's what Opie does too. Makes up a definition for a word that could fit it, but it specifically rules certain things out from being against it.
Yeah. There's a lot of this G-Man stuff going on. I like to give my view. I think it's wrong to use G-Man's real name. I think out of common courtesy, you should respect what people want to be called. If G-Man said made a video today saying for now on I want to be called Super G, and do not call me by my former name, whatever my former whatever avatar name, or I don't know what you call it.
Why don't we just call him Voldemort? The one whose name should not be mentioned.
You should just respect whatever you want people to call you. He's still a human being. People make mistakes, but don't we have common courtesy. Just call people by what they want to be called.
Right.
So, I think it's wrong to.
Unless you want to be specifically insulting to them or try to get under their skin, because that's all you're doing.
I don't think you should do that.
No, I don't. I agree. I wouldn't say you should. I'm saying that's what when you take it past that you're actually not respecting them at that point, or you're doing it.
Yeah, I mean, if today I want to be called Super Floyd, well, start calling me Super Floyd.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's out of respect I'd call you, or just like you said, just decency, or
yeah,
I would call you that from now on. If it came out the other way, it would be a slip. I'm sure at least someone like me would know it was a slip, and wouldn't get mad. And G-Man doesn't get mad at slips. He might address it, but then he calms down.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it just comes down to to the golden rule. You don't want to be treated that way, so don't treat others that way. And just you don't have to sink down to lower levels. Just because other people have.
Yep. I'm glad I missed most of that. Last night he had messaged me while I was in our after show, and it was to tell me about his special guest he's having on GTV this week. He's got a pro wrestler that's going to stop by.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I thought it's pretty neat. I don't know if he wants the name out yet. I don't know if he's put an advertisement out yet, so I won't say it. But he's got a pro wrestler on his GTV, I think, this week, or supposed to be. If anybody is into pro wrestling, give me a holler. See if I can get him some more guests. But it was he was talking to me last night, and he asked who was in the room because he thought about stopping by the after show. And once he heard some of the names, he was like, "I'm gonna stay away because it might start disrespecting me on my name." And then I heard about all what had happened this week, and I'm like, not again.
Yeah, I haven't watched pro wrestling in a while. I still have a mild interest. When I was younger, I was a big fan.
Yep.
Rowdy Piper is my all-time favorite wrestler.
Right. He was the super villain in the cartoon, but
yeah.
No, that's when I used to. I watched it for, I guess, in its heyday as well. It would have been Andre the Giant, Jimmy Superfly Snuka,
Yeah.
and all of them. The Beefcake. What was his name? The Barber Beefcake guy.
Yeah, yeah, Brutus the Barber Beefcake. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to watch the NWA too, the competitive league before Vince McMahon bought them out.
Yep.
They're NWA, and they became like WCW. They had
Yep.
Ric Flair and the Four Horsemen and all those guys until
Yep,
they all
Diesel,
merged.
Yeah. The NWO was what I. The NWA thing. It was WWF was on our just local cable, and then any of the other ones, I forget their names.
Yeah.
Were a lot of pay-per-view stuff, and some of them were just over the top. And I can't remember, but some of them ended up coming over, and some of them in the past 10 years were still wrestling.
Yeah. Well, yeah, WWF used to be on the northeast. They played at Madison Square Garden a lot, and then the NWA was pretty much in the south.
Yeah.
And I think Ted Turner bought them out. They were headquartered like in Atlanta. I remember they were on TBS. They were on TBS for quite. They had like a 2-hour show on TBS. I think Saturday nights.
Yeah.
And I forget the one manager was great. Jim Cornette. Jim Cornette and the Midnight Express. Jim Cornette was probably my favorite manager.
Oh, I liked what's his name? He did it up until recently. Mean Gene.
Oh yeah,
or was
Mean
he just
Gene
an announcer? I liked him.
Yeah, Mean Gene Okerlund. Yeah, but I'm a UFC fan now. Ultimate Fighting Championships. Mixed martial arts.
Yep.
So I've been focused on that. And haven't watched
Mike Tyson was on the night show the other night. It's the first time I'd ever watched it, and he asked at the very end was asked, "What advice would you give young boxers these days?" And his advice was, "You should get into UFC or UMA or something like whatever it is, the Ultimate Fighting."
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's where the money is. Where the money takes you.
He was defending boxing the whole time, but when it came to giving a young boxer advice, it's like, go into that. You want to make it, go into that.
Yeah. But, women are getting big on UFC as well. Ronda Rousey's probably one of the biggest stars right now.
I haven't watched it since like the first UFCs when I think it was Garcia kept grappling people out.
Or Hoist Gracie.
Hoist Gracie, yeah, was grappling people out. That's it. Since then, every now and then I've caught maybe a match or so or something. But I still like it. Don't get me wrong. I still like it.
Well, if you're a wrestling fan, Brock Lesnar joined the UFC and he became the champion, heavyweight champion.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Then he came down with a bad case of diverticulosis. Am I saying it right? Real bad, and he had health problems, and he wasn't the same since, and he went back to the WWE. But he was a real force to be reckoned with at a certain time.
Now I'm waiting for like a ultimate football championship where the football players get weapons or something. Maybe I'll start watching sports again.
But Ronda Rousey is a big star now in the UFC. She kicks butt. She's been beating all her opponents in less than a minute.
Oh, wow.
And she's in movies now. She's doing movies.
Is she just brute force or really?
No. She's a judo player, so she's submitting people. It's like Hoist Gracie did.
Yeah, he just wear them down and hold them, make them wear themselves out until they tapped out from exhaustion.
Well, and she's good at judo as well. So under a minute, she'll do a judo throw, get them on the ground, and then submit them real fast.
Yeah, get them into something they know they can't get out of.
Yeah. But
or something so painful that you want out of it.
Yeah, last fight she beat her opponent who was undefeated in 14 seconds, and then the one before that it was in 16 seconds.
Jeez.
And she has everyone in the top 5 in her division. She's already beaten, so she has like basically no one to fight now.
That's pretty cool. That's kind of what Gracie ran into. Was for years there wasn't really any competition for him.
Yeah, if you look back on those days, though, he really wasn't that good.
No, he wasn't. He was just good at getting you to submit. That was it. And that's all in that he needed to be.
Yeah.
I could see him outside of that getting his ass kicked, kind of thing. And
Well, he tried to come back and he fought Matt Hughes, and Matt Hughes basically destroyed him. Yeah, UFC probably paid him like $1.5 million just to fight one. But just better athletes. He was like a pioneer. He got started, but people saw that, and better athletes came on board and so forth. People who are stronger, better shape, more athletic, and the sport has really evolved. There's no such thing now as like boxer versus wrestler or anything like that. It's
right.
It's a sport of its own on its own right now. So, but I did it on an amateur level actually in my younger days, and yeah, it's definitely a young man's sport. That's what I'm gonna say. Yeah. So, but yeah, getting back, yeah, I think it's wrong to drop anyone, even if the name was made public, just respect. We should respect anyone. If don't.
Yeah, I don't care how dumb or crazy someone is. With at least what you're saying there, that it's just common decency. Just
don't don't make someone feel bad. Why do you want to hurt someone's feelings? Don't do it.
I generally agree.
Yeah.
I mean, in principle, I could be doxxed in a way, and people could call me by my birth name or former name, but
yeah, there's enough problems in the world. Why create more?
Yeah, and well, in principle, the general principle of preferred name and some kind of respect for desires for anonymity and even withdrawal or retraction or whatever of information is a pretty good thing. I mean, there's a whole subthread on one of these regarding what is it? I guess social networking profiles hurting your employment prospects, and how difficult it is to scrub things and clear that up, and how it's materially damaging, and so on. And well, that makes it an issue of actual consequence when we're going on about respecting someone's wishes to withdraw identifying information.
Yeah, actually, I agree. I actually changed my position on the whole doxing thing. Even though G-Man kind of doxed himself to an extent, if he doesn't wish to, his name to be spoken, we should respect that.
Well, yeah, and I think anybody coming in there just saying his name, because since he put it out there, I don't think anybody just coming in saying his name is disrespectful, and I don't think he sees it that way either. But after he tells them, or anybody if they haven't seen that video and they've watched that video, there's no excuse why you'd go in there except to piss him off or to insult him, to use his name other than the name he wants you to call him.
Yeah, just attack bad ideas, attack bad arguments. Don't, you know.
There's enough drama as it is.
That's also good. Principle.
Yeah, I mean, if you want him to argue about why not to use his name and kick you out and all that crap, fine, yeah, go have at it. It's your prerogative. But I'm not sure where that gets us. Not sure where it really gets you.
It gets us to another drama.
And that's not me endorsing going and doing it.
Oh, totally. I'm gonna totally quote Andrew. Oh, Xbox, how have you been?
Now I'm gonna get all kinds of shit endorsing calling G-Man by his name. Or Super G-Man. I haven't seen the video yet, so maybe I'm disrespecting him now calling him G-Man. I don't know. Yeah, I've been good. I've been sick all week, but other than that, I've been good. Mostly been up nights, so on my time schedule, it's been when you've been asleep.
Anything new?
No, the discussions on the Deeper of Dogma have been really good past few weeks. Floyd's been on every one of them. The past couple have been him in a discussion kind of thing, which were good.
Yeah, but I heard they're kind of boring. I mean, you have too many people agreeing.
No, it's just depending on if the way you talk about the topic and if you actually want to hear an actual discussion on a topic and not just.
I was kidding.
And not just an argument. If you want someone to explain an argument to you, kind of thing, that's where we'll get into details about it. So it's not debating and arguing.
Oh, cool. I really like for Seamus to go there and explain his arguments because I.
Yeah. That's why Teddy Truteller was supposed to come on there sometime, and he argues presuppositionalist kind of.
Oh yeah, I know Teddy.
We weren't wanting him to have a discussion of a presuppositional argument why we should believe in God. It was to have a discussion about the presuppositional argument itself, like that. If that clears it up for if you haven't seen it or anybody hasn't seen it, it's to talk about the discussion or the arguments. Have a discussion about that.
Right. Well, hey Floyd, you said that you had a conversation with Trey Jadlow.
Yeah.
Did he give you this notion that there is a problem with the law of identity? Not the law of identity. When you have a universe that is not a mind. I'm sorry. When you have a cause that created the universe, which is not a mind, like.
Yeah, he always throws out, oh, that violates the law of non-contradiction and the law of identity. Like, how? And he laughs at you.
Yeah, Art, did you ever have a discussion with him after that brief one we had in our room?
I did have a quick comment back and forth, like a few comments. He just stopped replying. I guess I wasn't good enough for him.
No. Well, he wanted to come back in, and he'll still come back in sometime if we have a hangout sometime. As long as we keep the room small. Whenever the room gets, he doesn't like even if he just perceives that the room is full. You know what I mean? Like in here, just like half the people are muted and they're just listening in, just using background noise. He would perceive the room was full and really wouldn't want to come in to have a discussion. Because he doesn't want the 9 other people yelling at him the whole time and having to defend through 9 other people.
Well, that can be managed even in a full room. I don't know what he's bitching about.
No, I know. And every hangout's not like that. Even I can have a room with 4 people that can get way worse than a room with 10 people. It's the nature of the people that are in there.
Yeah, I don't get what's the problem. What's the contradiction? With a cause that doesn't have a mind to create minds. What's the logical contradiction there?
Say that again.
Well, Trey Jadlow and a few other people are saying that there is a logical contradiction between for a universe that has minds to be created by a cause that is not a mind.
And what's their argument?
Well, because how do you get a mind? Because I don't know how they're thinking. they're thinking that the mind has to somehow give the mind to the thing that it created for it to be valid, because otherwise it's going to be a
I know
law.
one statement he makes is that you can't have something come. This is pretty much the contingency. Something has to be contingent on something else. It can't have traits that the contingent part of it didn't have. So I can't create things that don't have parts of me in it.
Oh, right.
It can't have anything that I don't have.
Well, that flies in the face.
Well, no, that's true to an extent, but the case that you're taking to it's not. I mean, you look on it on a tiny space. It's something made from me. If I were to be able to conceive a baby within myself, kind of thing, it would only be made up from what I'm made of, but it wouldn't have all my identities.
Why does it need to?
It doesn't have to have my identities at all. Just like that, a universe can create minds without having a mind, because it just has to be made things of what a mind is made out of.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually have to possess a mind to make one. It just has to possess the things to make a mind.
Right. Yeah.
Or the capability of creating the things that are made of, that a mind is made of. So you can take it back before that. I get what you're saying now. It makes more sense. I don't know a way around that. I guess I need to listen to it to explain why he says it's fallacy, and why he would hold against what I just said. But I don't know how you could hold against.
Yeah, well, I really don't think it's worth talking to him anymore until, I mean, we can't agree on definitions. That's what it really boils down to.
Yeah.
If you can't, it's like you're speaking a different language at that point.
Yeah. No. Anybody you can't have a discussion with beyond that. And if you're going to make up a definition, fine. But if you're going to make up a definition that's explicitly exclusive on purpose, I can't prove purpose. But if you're going to make it exclusive, you got to tell me why it's exclusive.
Yeah.
And if you can't back up of why it needs to be exclusive, then it's a fallacy of definition.
Yeah, I mean, a few times during the hangout today, he actually said to me, do you agree with this? And I flat out said, no, I don't. And at that point, it's like, I see no reason to go further. If one person says 1 + 2 is 6, and another person says 1 + 2 is 7, and you cannot come to terms with that, there's nothing nothing you can do.
What was the question? What were you disagreeing about?
What self-existence is? I think that was one of them.
Oh, my self-existence.
Yeah.
Well, okay. What is that?
Well, I take it as something that exists on its own, that it did not come from something else.
Well, the uncaused cause.
Yeah. Yeah, like the first cause, the prime mover.
It doesn't need anything to exist.
Right.
It doesn't need anything other than itself, I guess.
Right.
Well, I would grant that is possible. I don't see a problem from my view.
Yeah, it's okay. For sake of argument, I'm willing to grant that. But then he throws, oh well, this self-existent thing must be all-powerful.
Right.
It must be a singular. It must be unchanging.
Right.
Okay, where did you get that?
Right.
Yeah, that doesn't follow. I can't even conceptualize what does it mean. Like, what's the mechanics under, self-existence? I can only say that I don't see any errors in it. I don't see any logical contradictions, and on that basis, I say, yeah, it's possible, sure.
Right.
But to say that it has to have power, Why?
Yeah.
What means does power give it the ability to be self-existent?
Would he not? Would he not argue that, or because that's? I mean, I'm sure that's where I would find fault if there was fault.
Yeah.
Is if he was going to tell me why, but did he give any reasons of why he chose those? Or?
No, he laughs at you for even questioning it.
So yeah, well then there is no discussion if you're not going to have it.
Yeah.
True.
The only thing you need to create the universe is whatever is necessary to create the universe. You know, what that is, I have no idea.
Right.
But that's all that's required. You know,
Right.
if you say you have to be all powerful to create the universe, well, okay, well that needs an argument.
Oh, back to the sufficient necessary. It needs to be sufficient and necessary.
Yeah.
Sufficient isn't good enough for me to, or necessary by itself. It isn't enough to tell me that that's how it happened.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the difference between necessary and sufficient is for something to be necessary, it's absolutely needed. Like, for me to be a bachelor, it's necessary that I'm a unmarried male adult, right? But for something to be called an ace, for a card to be called an ace, it's sufficient to have a spade, a single spade in the middle of it, right? But it's unnecessary because you could have a diamond or a heart or a club as well.
Right.
So it's sufficient to call it an ace, but not necessary.
Right.
There's other possibilities.
Right. Yeah, that's why you need both for it to work.
Yeah.
Or at least it doesn't mean that it's true or not just to have one. You can't show that that's true or not just to have one. I can only show that it's possible for it to happen this way. Or I need to show that it's necessary for it to happen that way.
So, all right, bedtime for me. So night, guys.
Night, Floyd.
Take care.
Have a night, Floyd.
You down?
Hi, down.
Yeah, morality's fine with me.
I think the server-side audio issue might be pretty good.
Whose audio? I heard you say something about audio.
I said I think the server-side audio issues might be clearing up.
Okay, you did, yeah. I heard every bit of it. I just didn't understand what you said. I had my head turned from the computer.
Yeah, I was like totally out of the hangout. It's like 6 hours into it. Originally, I was going to try to defend my own ethical stances and such.
What stances?
Ethical stances.
Oh, ethical. Yeah, yeah.
I was saying, okay, well, I can have moralities without gods or whatever, and there's also, essentially defending the morality of LGBT affairs, which I guess will get pretty interesting. At the very least, saying that I'm, have some kind of ethical system governing, the quote-unquote sexual ethics and whatnot is meaningful, and also, defending LGBT status in and of itself as being moral is also worthwhile. So. Well, that was actually Xbox. That was kind of the somewhat of the topic of the hangout.
Yeah. So you had your LGBT or Godless thing on there. Yeah. Moral talk's fine with me. I'll talk about whatever. I'm just hanging out tonight.
Yeah. Well, there isn't another side to it, and there's also no LGBT backup. So.
Oh, right.
Kind of the continuation of the things being a bit too intense this morning led to
Did someone come in and make a comment or anything? Or was it something like caught on the net that set it off?
No, I just...
Nothing in particular. Right on.
Yeah. And I guess like answers to things like, well, why is it justifiable to let me in the bathroom, or I'm getting a Skype call?
No, right on.
Also, hello? No, not yet.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Lose everybody else that's talking?
Nope.
You got anything on your mind tonight?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, I can't think of a good topic to talk about.
I don't know, man.
Topic. Oh, I see that Down is here. I didn't notice him.
Yeah, he dropped in, he wrote on the side, but
Well, anyway, welcome Down. And you too, Macro. I haven't seen you.
That's not my name. It's Marco, just normal.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. What's up, Matt? What you doing, man? What you did?
Not much. I just got a new game. The indie game is called, let's see. 6180, The New Moon. It's a very indie, casual game.
You like video games?
Yeah.
Me too, bro. I like a lot of games. I got PS3.
Cool. I have a PlayStation 3 and 4.
I still have the PS2, but mine broke.
Uh,
Yeah.
I swear the PlayStation 2 was like an awesome machine. It's like a CD, DVD, and a video game player. It's like everything.
Yep.
Same thing with the PlayStation 3, except that one has the addition of Blu-ray.
Yeah, because pieces then came with Blu-ray. It never been released on Sony. Yeah, that's why. What games do you have, bro?
For the PlayStation or for just general?
Well, any game, man.
Or for the platform that I am currently using at the very moment, I have quite the library.
Yeah, I got like probably 9 games.
The most notable of which is Witcher 2, Civilization 5, Left 4 Dead, let me see, Black Ops 2, World at War, and Arma 2. Those are all the notable ones.
I have Black Ops. Actually, I have Black Ops too.
Those are the heavy hitters. I didn't mention all the ones that aren't as mainstream. The Total War series, I have Shogun 2. I have, let's see, War Thunder. It's a free-to-play game. Planet Side 2, free-to-play. And a whole bunch of other ones that are not nearly as popular.
I got GT. I got Grand Theft Auto, man. I like it a lot.
Oh, the fifth one?
Huh?
The fifth one? The newest?
I like the 5.
Yes.
But
I've only played it at friends' houses and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's a great game.
I always play a line.
They really did improve upon the previous game. Like I'm glad that Rockstar didn't Call of Duty eyes their game, if that's even a thing.
Yep.
And they did it so perfectly. So Nadia, I heard that you got a new phone. Is that true?
It was a replacement phone, so it's the same phone she had before.
What phone is it?
I could not tell you. I have no idea.
By the way, MK, what is your profile picture? I know that your anime character is holding a British sniper rifle. I don't know what anime it's from.
It's from the Flash game Material Sniper.
Oh, Flash game. Interesting. Because I actually did do an image search of that picture on your profile and didn't turn up any results. I was like, no, I must figure out what this is. I'm playing the game now.
Man, I want to get a PS4.
Well, you know what's ironic?
What?
I did not pay for mine.
Oh, you didn't?
No. Do you know how I got it?
How you got it?
I won a contest.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So I was driving through one day and I stopped in for lunch at Taco Bell, and then next thing you know, I have a PlayStation 4.
Hey, man, I got a question for you, dude.
What?
What's your favorite all-time classic movie?
Classic movie? I really like Alien.
Oh, yeah? Oh, you heard the fifth one's gonna come out?
There's gonna be a new Alien?
Yeah, it's gonna be Alien 5.
Interesting, interesting. Do we have a cast yet? Do we know anything?
I don't know, probably still gonna be the same cast members from the first one. I don't know. I heard it's on Google. You could search it up. I don't know. Mine has to be like, oh, they got Alien like that one, but my very all time has to be Dumb and Dumber.
Okay. So down, you have a mic, right? Down.
You ready? What happened while I was gone, or is Brojo clean me out entirely?
Oh,
Good.
while you were
At
gone.
least. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
While you were gone, I was trying to talk to you about your phone, like your replacement phone, what it is, why it broke.
The original phone broke because the battery expanded. Broke
Oh,
out of the case.
yes. I hate it when that happens. My mom recently had a battery malfunction with her phone. Those batteries really do overheat easily. What phone is it?
Motorola Droid Razr M.
Oh, I have a Motorola X, Moto X, first generation.
The only phone I have is Galaxy, Samsung 4.
Oh, the Galaxy S4 or
That's 4.
okay.
I don't have a boyfriend down.
Down. I know you have a mic.
I have one too.
I know, but I'm somewhat off-put / annoyed that Down is not using his microphone.
Yeah, it looks like about 3 Hangout participants got poached by Bridges, FAir, and so on. But even so,
Hey, Nani, what phone plan
you
do you
sound
have?
like my type. And what?
Who do you have as your phone service provider?
Verizon.
have,
I have T-Mobile, but I don't like it a lot.
Oh. I have a new startup company called Republic Wireless. I only pay $12 a month for unlimited talk and text. I don't have to go to Walmart to get a card or anything. No contract.
You pay $12 a month?
Yep.
Damn.
That's after taxes have been taken care of. So that's the final after everything is said and done.
Yeah, if there's someone proposing to go outside of marriage or whatever, well, I would at the very least like to hear the I don't know, partner's assent and so on. And in the cases where that's gone on, that's exactly what happened. And not getting it on any traditional marriage or anything like that.
Tom, are you there? Can you hear us? I know you're playing a game, but still.
No, he's not a beard.
Flip44, join the call.
Oh, welcome, Flip.
Hey, Natty.
Yeah, you understand that a beard is essentially a sort of marriage of convenience or sham marriage, occasion to cover up homosexuality.
What's up, Flip?
Hey, what's going on? Who's that, Marco?
Yep.
How you doing? What's up, Don? Okay. Down.
Down's asking things in the side chat about sexual ethics, about marriages and such.
I gotta close
what about
another
married
screen
guys? Sorry, go ahead.
No, nothing. I just had to close another screen. What were you saying?
The quote-unquote married guys question, I suppose, revolves around whether they're violating the terms of their relationship, the understanding in their relationship. And, you know, whatever that understanding is, needs to be adhered to. So, and furthermore, there is a default. There is essentially tradition, and that is of monogamy, exclusivity, and so on. So essentially, without some kind of demonstrated proof of open marriage or whatever, I don't go along. How often does who ring me up? Well, there's a reason to.
Someone called me, that's why.
He's not the only person who calls me on Skype.
I don't use too much Skype.
Well, when you saw, there have been a lot of events ongoing in Hangouts today, and my audio over Google Plus Hangouts has been problematic. So Skype's been used as a backup a number of times today.
I still have no idea what you're talking about with the marriage thing.
Well, basically, you know, would I be the other woman in an affair or something like that? Is the effective content of his question.
Why would that be?
Why would that be?
Why would you be the other woman in a marriage?
Well, I wouldn't. Is the answer. He went into more detail surrounding, you know, quote unquote open marriages and such.
Oh.
Or
Are you
otherwise.
for open marriage?
Or otherwise open relationships. Am I for what?
Open relationships, or?
Yes, but we can't impose them on people. So when people are in not so open marriages, how do I deal with it? Or not so open relationships? And the answer is, I don't violate the terms of that relationship. So.
Well, of course not.
Yeah.
Why would you?
Yeah, actually, I mean, a lot of the way it goes is like almost a three-way pickup. Like they'll have their partner in tow when they quote unquote pick me up. So.
Well, if you don't know, you don't know. But.
You don't know what?
If they're in a close relationship.
Well, if I know there's a partner,
yeah,
and your presumption is.
Norris Terror Tim, join the call.
What did I get myself into?
Yeah, we're actually trying to talk. So, right, the presumption is the default, the most common case. It's not an open relationship unless they say it is.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
Generally, that involves consulting the partner.
Sure.
Not flexible on that point. I won't just take somebody's word for it. You know, their relationship is quote unquote open. Yeah, divorce in progress kind of things. Same deal.
Divorce in progress? Well, technically they're still married, so.
Definitely.
But nowadays everything goes, I guess. But I would say technically they're off limits until they get a divorce.
What people said to me back in, I think 2006, whatever, was they didn't see a need for swinger clubs anymore because, well, everyone was just basically doing it at bars.
Well, sure. They're probably most of them are married.
What?
I would assume a lot of them are married, if not most of them. Well, I don't know.
A lot of who are married.
In swingers clubs. Oh wait, you're talking about the husband and wife going, or partners going together, right?
Yeah, they go together and then they, you know, got people, take them home, whatever. Marco, you're making a shitload of noise.
We'll say what?
I said you're making a shitload of noise. So in the meantime, yeah, there's that ethical stance, right? There's romantic relationship. You know, you have some kind of term set to it, and then you're ethically bound to follow those terms, the agreed upon understanding, whatever.
So for open marriage is also not just open relationships.
Yes.
Okay. It's all what the people agree on. The two people agree on. Want to make life interesting? That's cool. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes two people get. What's that? Go ahead.
So sometimes you have to what?
Well, two people, depending on the people, that can save a marriage by having an open marriage. Depending on the people. You know, if they're two fun people. You know what I'm saying? Swingers.
I've heard of cases where, like, married heterosexual couple, has an open marriage because the man's impotent.
Yeah. Well, as long as the man agrees. In this day and age, technically marriage, well, I don't know. Who knows? You want to get real traditional. If you're married, that's it. You don't go outside of the bounds. Or don't get married, just have an open relationship. But if you want the benefits of marriage, then go for it. Whatever benefits there are. Taxes or whatever. I don't know. I don't really think about it all that much.
Well, when the adultery is forbidden by divine command, there's a different sort of ethical frame.
Sure. Now you're stuck. Yeah, if you want to look at it that way, of course. Once you're married, there's no open nothing. There's you and the other. You don't go outside of that. And so there's many variables here.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't like oversimplification. We'll make things, single factor and always direct and everything else, and well, they're typically are more than a single step in the chain of causation, and more than one factor in play at every stage.
Me personally, I never been married, but I would think I would prefer a closed marriage. I believe in love still. I'm a sucker.
Well, a lot of people who do
Death do you part.
have quote-unquote open marriage, similar open relationships, believe in love too. They just express it differently.
Well, I don't know. I'll have to see once I get married, but I don't think I'd go for that. But who knows? I doubt it. Death do you part till you strangle each other to death. Buried in the same coffin and lowered together. How's that? How's that for commitment?
For various reasons relating to just kind of formative experiences. I guess my sort of way of relating to sex tends to involve groups.
Tend to involve groups?
Yes. No, I've not been intimate with Brad.
Well, as long as your partner goes for that, that's cool. I guess the big factor would be the religious God factor. Because without that, then there's really nothing holding anybody to anything.
My personal observation suggests that whatever their religion might actually say, it doesn't seem to get in their way.
No.
They do what they do anyway.
I wonder what the percentage of married people in like one of those sex clubs are, whatever they are. Probably
Christian
high.
marriage, even.
Yeah.
And it's a significant proportion.
Well, I guess
Well,
the
there's-
closest thing to human behavior is bonobos, right? So we'd have to look what they do, and that's kind of what human beings probably naturally tend to want to do. If you took off the restrictions of the whole marriage Christianity thing, what would humans naturally end up doing? So what do bonobos do? They have group sex. They have monogamous partners.
I think there was an article in the New Yorker about bonobos called swingers, likening them, of course, to the sexual movement.
So is marriage and monogamy holding back our natural instincts and making us miserable?
Not entirely, no. Bonobos and chimpanzees are very similar, and essentially the only real differences are kind of the whatever neurology leads to behavioral differences, and some pretty slight superficial features. So, but bonobos and chimps have this kind of like almost sexually liberal versus sexually conservative divide.
So they are monogamous, and they have group sex, depending on the individual.
Well, no, but there's a clear divide in the sort of classification whether they're bonobo or chimp. Right?
Oh.
If it's bonobo, they're doing their group
So
sex
bonobo,
thing,
they're
and
swingers.
chimps do kind of more like the rigidly following the Abrahamic type things.
I think I completely misheard you, but
Yeah.
I heard the bonobos follow the Abrahamic thing, which would
The chimpanzees too.
really.
Well, sort of.
So they are monogamous. Chimpanzees tend to be.
Not exactly, but they
More so.
play a lot of like power, conflict, etc. type games, and for mates and everything else. Yeah,
So-
pressing the females into being broodmares and whatever.
So
attacking another tribe of chimps and slaughtering the males, running off with the females.
Hey, sounds like us.
It's not entirely like us. We end up doing a bit of both ourselves.
So I guess humans can go either way. They can be monogamous, or they can be swingers. So you just gotta find the right match.
Yeah, the New Yorker article was ultimately meant to somehow relate it to human behavior.
Yeah, if you took the Abrahamic handcuffs off people's minds, I wonder what they would really do.
Well, there are other religions in the world, and
What do they do?
the same kind of breakdown in terms of sexual ethics seems to apply. Yeah, go to China, for instance. I mean, the exclusive marriage and such is pretty typical there.
What's the divorce rate there? I would say much lower than America, obviously. No?
We could Google it, but
I'm lying now.
I think the basic idea is that the bonobo-like tendency is the minority one.
The normal like tendency is what?
A minority one.
Really? Well,
To take as hand wavy evidence, sort of predominance in popular culture or whatever.
well, I'm a blue jay. We tend to stay with one mate for life. We're very loyal. And we peck the shit out of anyone who comes near our partner.
Guys, are you fan of wrestling?
What?
Are you fan of wrestling?
Where did that come from?
Bonobos?
You guys are wrestling fans?
No, not really.
Yeah.
When I was a little kid, you know, but the old stuff. Are you talking about like WWE wrestling?
Yeah.
No. I mean, I know a
Yeah.
little bit about it, but
Well, I like it a lot.
my brother's a fan of it.
I think we were talking about sex actually, but anyway.
Well, actually, there's a lot of gay sex that goes on in the WWE, from what I understand.
Oh well, that's.
How about that?
Unfortunately, we don't see much of it.
No, you don't see it. I read an article. I forgot how it got into that. I think one of the wrestlers came out gay or something. Then other wrestlers were commenting on it and saying, "Yeah, stuff goes on all the time." But on the wrestling topic, Andre the Giant holds the record for drinking the most beer at one time. I think it was like 140 something.
Damn. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Andre the Giant. He was cool.
Yeah, he was in a bar one time and I don't know, some dudes were making fun of him, so he went outside and he literally flipped over their car. It was like a smaller car, but he flipped it literally on its.
Oh, wait.
There are some weird relationships. People.
What's that now?
There are some weird terms of relationships people have articulated, like inside they'll have like a heterosexual relationship, and the sort of outside the relationship affairs they all quote unquote give permission to and so on, or blanket permission to at least, are only with partners who are same sex outside the relationship. So.
Do you mean like two lesbians, like one will let one girl sleep with a man? Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's like a straight couple, man and woman, and then they give each other permission to sleep with members of the same sex. So the guy can sleep with guys, girls with girls, but.
Oh. Well, this is live, isn't it? Yeah, that could work. Usually wives tend to go. Guys let their wives usually, I think, would more often let their wife sleep with another woman, as long as it's in front of him.
And wives let their husbands sleep with other men.
I don't think it works as easy that way. I don't think women go for that as much.
Eric Bowie, join the chat.
Hello.
What's up?
But I really don't have like a survey of people I surveyed. The people I
So Eric, where are you from, you, dude?
What?
Well, what country are you from, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
What?
What country are you from, bro?
Oh, welcome, Eric.
I am from the
Thank you.
United States.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, the kind of off-the-wall stuff isn't really flying very well. Moving on, the
My
kind of
ex-girlfriend
phenomenon you're
dug
describing,
chick
but
stuff. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
phenomenon you're describing, the phenomenon you're describing is real. There is an unequal, in terms of gender, sort of variation to that. And I don't know. I think there's something about that that disturbs me, but even so,
What about it disturbs you?
like they'll have the open relationships, but the man and the woman aren't on equal terms. The woman's only open to I guess other women, whatever.
So would it bother you if the man didn't sleep with another man? Is that what you're saying? But let the woman sleep with another woman? That's not what you're saying.
Well, no, I said the guy can basically pick any kind of partner outside the relationship to
Oh, man
run
or
off with,
woman.
and then, but the woman can only have partners outside the relationship who are other women, right? That kind of thing. I found that pretty disturbing.
I don't think that would work too much, where a woman could sleep with a woman, but the guy could sleep with the woman. I don't think that would work too well for the woman. That's pretty unequal. Although,
What's your thoughts on the new Jurassic Park movie?
there's a new
Why are you
Jurassic Park movie.
doing?
I didn't know there was one.
Yep, it's called Jurassic World. It's gonna come out in June 12th, I think.
Well, if it's anything like the first one, I would say it would be probably pretty cool.
Stars
Yeah.
Chris Pratt.
How is he getting his audio through? Please stop derailing. Okay, so next is yeah, that kind of like sexist terms, and I don't know how to actually deal with that. Like, people setting terms of relationships that let's say are unfair, sexist, and so on.
So what exactly are you going for? Like, not you personally, I mean, but like, what are you trying to like conclude? Or are you just kind of talking about it?
Yeah, we were going on about the sort of sexual ethics issue.
I don't know. Aside from their personal religion, I guess just depends on what the people decide. Or yeah, or they stay together, two man and a woman swinging with another man and a woman, another man and wife, or whatever. That usually works. That usually probably works out better. Everybody sees what everybody's doing.
So is it just me and Flip, or does anyone else have anything to say?
Well, I think it seems like should be just mutual, right? I mean, relationship, if it's going to be anything long-lasting, it's got to be some mutual agreement, perhaps, right? Because there's a lot of different configurations that can work as long as all parties involved are agreeable with that.
I wonder what the long term is, like the realistic, real world long term. Does it cause problems eventually? I guess it depends on the couple, obviously, but I wonder if there's any statistics on it.
I wouldn't know. I've been in a classic relationship for 17 years, and it's working so far, but You know, I don't know.
Would you ask your wife to bring in another chick?
Nope. No.
Another woman, I'm sorry.
No, I wouldn't do that. Not anymore. I might have wanted that one time, but not anymore.
I never been married, so I don't know. You can get pretty imaginative and creative. I can, anyway.
I say as long
go ahead.
As long as everybody's in agreement with it.
No, I mean.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Well, that's one of the three major positions on soteriology or so on.
I hear another nod here.
Yep,
if you're pretty freaky.
Is, definitely essential. I mean.
What's that?
The full disclosure is definitely essential. I mean, it's like.
Oh, absolutely.
Not necessarily a blow by blow breakdown, but you know.
I mean, because you're dealing with STDs and all that sort of thing. You can't do that to somebody. That's criminal, really.
Exactly. Yes.
I don't care how protected you say you are.
Well, I've known couples who have had, open relationships where they say they can date other people, or they're swingers. They swing together, and it's worked for ever number of years. But it's just the way they want it. That's their thrill. Whatever they, whatever gets them off, or whatever they want to, whatever they enjoy. I think is the most important. What they can enjoy together.
See,
I don't know that there's what.
No, go ahead.
I just don't know that there's any wrong or right way other than what works. I mean, there's a lot of societal norms that exist, but I don't know that they're the right way. I mean, I don't know. I think it's all relative to what works.
I'd say the best, because I don't know, there's too many. I mean, you can be safe about it, but there's just too many diseases going around. I mean, people get lax, and a better way would be if swingers, a man and a wife and another man and wife, or whatever, out of one couple or another couple together who know each other and are kind of more long-term swingers. That might be a better idea. I don't know if there's any instant tests that you do for STDs or any. I don't know what's going on out there now. Are there any kind of instant tests now? Like you test for STDs in 5 minutes, or kind of blood prick test you get at the pharmacy?
Prick test, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Very positive.
We're gonna test your prick. Too much going on. I don't know. That would make me paranoid.
I'd certainly want to be careful, for sure, because it's kind of a one-way ticket, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you had another couple that you knew and were exclusive with, and you knew each other really well, and you guys got tested and all that stuff, and you knew they weren't fucking around with other couples, that could probably work. Or even if you had a third couple, who all three of you, and then it starts to get a little hard to keep track.
It can get complicated. I mean, you got 6 people involved, a lot of different personalities there. So I wonder how long that could work too.
I have no idea.
I wouldn't know.
Well, let me tell you.
Freaky enough in the bedroom, you may not need to bring in anybody else. Drinking each other's blood and all that sort of cool shit. Okay, I just went a little bit overboard.
Well, there's the usual sort of whips and chains and so on.
Let's get nutty.
Welcome back, Matt.
I mean, it's more about sex. It's about like getting inside like the person's soul, like trying to merge with them. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, you gotta get in there.
Yeah, I think people have a lot of different reasons, but yeah, I mean, for something meaningful, that makes sense to me.
Like it's trying to get closer and closer and like get your souls merged, but it's so hard because you got bodies. So you got to get like more intimate, more intimate, more intimate, more intimate. To, you know, you have to explore like the whole everything. So I could have fun with one person for the rest of my life. I think. But I'm a Blue Jay. That's what we do.
Well, another one I get hit with is, of course, the disclosure question, my trans status. I was like, well, as if it isn't freaking obvious from my face, my voice, shoulders, hips, and everything else before I take my clothes off. Yeah, I still tell. In fact, I'm literally trying to ward off surprise. As people get surprised, that's when the danger is, right? That they might attack, whatever.
Well, if you're going with people who you just met, things like that, sure, I guess. But if you're somebody you love and care about and they know who you are and what's going on, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, by and large, yep, looks like the pages took off.
What happened today in the room? Anything interesting? I wasn't really watching all too much.
I
Full house for a while.
barely know. I was responding to angry YouTube comments or whatever, because, well, Brett and such were in the hangout and I couldn't hear shit because server-side issues. So.
Are the issues gone now? Or are they off and on?
Yeah, server-side issues cleaned up a little bit ago. And, well, also, kind of continuation flame war against Brett seems to have.
Come back, buddy.
Well, Brett's here, so we can.
Hey, Brett.
Welcome. Yeah.
Took me a hot bubble bath, got me a fresh hot cup of coffee, and boy, it gave me like a second, what is it called, wind? Not like in a fart, but it gives me that kind of wind.
You play with a rubber ducky too?
Yeah, I do. I really do.
Submarine.
Well, anyway.
Who's this jerk, Brett King? We were talking about what's going on with this guy again. I hear a lot of bad shit about him all the time. What's up?
I heard he's a real douche.
I said that you were getting attacked pretty aggressively in Hangout. I was unable to really hear what was going on because of the server-side issues. So I turned into some kind of like horrific flame fest or whatever from that.
They just love him. They just love him and they don't know how to say it. That's all.
So it comes out in hatred and profanity.
Well,
I don't know what happened. I was in and out all day, so I wasn't watching. So.
Yeah, I was trying to address the sort of sexual ethics issue that I was originally started to hang up about since the server-side issues finally cleared up 6 hours into the hangout. Or, well, no, 7. And I'm not really getting to say much about them because, well, I mean, basically, people who would question it are not floating around, and also other defenders and such, or other people in my position, or LGBT people in general, are not around to really help out. So.
Are you trying to get more LGBT community in here? Yeah, obviously that's
Yeah, in general. Trying to kind of make a gradual shift, right? Move more toward LGBT issues and kind of away from direct Ferris atheists and so on.
Do you have any ideas how to do that?
Well, getting people in the Hangouts helps, but
At Daniel. Left.
What?
On came back.
It's also participation in like Google Plus communities and trying to in other communities where I'm plugged into more LGBT people. Yes, besides those on 2 Plus. Yeah, see if I can at least have a presence out there. One of the troubles though with the G Plus communities though is that posting about the Hangouts is like deemed spammy, so I haven't quite figured out a way to work around that.
Yeah, I don't know if Craigslist would attract the type of people. Well, if you just put an explanation of what you do, not like a spammy thing, but just like, this is what we do, and we invite LGBT member people to take part in our calls and discuss issues and that type of thing, maybe. Same thing with forums.
Yeah, one of the big things I'm hoping to do, of course, is to, I don't know, arrange kind of well, have both sides of the issue, right? So, us actually talking to those who are against us, and
Well, you have plenty of those.
that actually turns away a lot of people. A lot of people's approach is not to have the discussion, but to just get the hell out of conservative regions of the country and so on.
Are you saying you want to have the opposite side of the issue, or you,
I do want to have it, yes.
but not in the fundamental sense?
Well, I mean, for instance, have various kind of like traditional sexual ethics advocates like Christian Hillbilly. Get 5 of those, 5 of us.
Maybe Brett has some ideas, or is he? Did he step away again?
No, I'm here.
Oh.
Well, I mean, you might know about the religious community dynamics, but the I actually know a little bit about that too. And there's also the LGBT community dynamics that aren't terribly conducive to it. I mean, again, this sort of thing being out there is like something a lot of people are just not going to want to see. They don't want to hear. Two sides go head to head. Yeah, and that goes also on the religious point of view, right? They're arguing about people who are essentially reprobate by LGBT status is dissociation. 1 Corinthians was it 5:9 or 5:10, and of course 5:13. Purge evil from within you, and do not associate with the sexually immoral, right?
So it seems to be an ideological issue, right? So I wonder how much of that. I don't know. I'm not really a pessimist in that area, but I just wonder what would be the purpose of bringing such polar opposites together. Are you hoping to gain insight from both sides, or just showcase the difference, or what would be the purpose of doing that?
Well, both of those actually. Yeah, giving two sides, put the insight into the other side, and getting it out to the audience too. So.
Do you know of any G plusers that would be on the LGBT side? Who would be interested in that kind of discussion?
Well, again, the ones I know who are LGBT are almost never interested in the great debate affairs. Like to a person, say for maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4.
When you say great debate, you're talking about between LGBT and non, or the atheists, theists, or both?
Especially atheists, but having one side LGBT, one side religious.
Nobody? I don't really.
I think of 4 besides myself, and they're all gay men and 1 lesbian. Sorry, 4 gay men and 1 lesbian. So.
But they wouldn't be interested in that whole thing. I say the best thing to do, if there's forums out there, just go in there and just not spam, but just say what you're interested in, looking for, and where you are, and say you'd love to have. That's not really spamming. Have you go, come to G Plus for the great debate, blah blah blah. No, that's different.
It doesn't have to be, Brett. We can work something out.
Well, I have a gay brother-in-law, but he doesn't like to debate such things because he doesn't really think that much can be shared. I mean, he tends to just go for political action to try to just make change in policy. That's his hope, anyway.
What up, Desert?
Hey everybody.
Hey Desert, what's going on?
Not much, man. How about you?
Oh, just hanging about.
I hear you. Hey Nadia, is Google being better for you?
Yeah, I cleared it up about maybe 3 hours ago.
Okay, because it was being shitty to me earlier as well. Seems decent now, though.
Yeah, probably some kind of software upgrade or whatever.
Did you have your sandwich?
Yeah, had it a while back today. So.
Okay.
Are there any other transsexual men or women that on G Plus that would be interested?
Oh, hey. Welcome, Bob. I kind of sort of ran into one who might be. She's. I think what her actual experience in Hangout was. Might have said otherwise.
So they want to live their life, not talk about it and defend it and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think the sort of she's interested in the atheism versus theism thing on the atheist side, but I think it's maybe too close to home when it comes to the LGBT and so on.
Have you posted in any forums related to that?
Well, in general, it's gonna be tricky. I've posted on just kind of my home feed and such on various social networks, but it's not about not exactly about one of the forums dedicated to it, where you get more outreach than just my quote-unquote followers.
Well, I could do some peeping around the internet, see if there's any like reputable forums. If I get a chance.
Well, I know where the reputable forums are. Or,
Oh,
yeah, sorry. Well, even so, the sort of dynamics of things get tricky. Well, sorry, Vaughn.
well, they got Brett is saying like you should make like 2, 3. I don't know what he did, but you should make a couple videos, 2 or 3 minutes, explaining it, put it on your site, and just put out the back call sort of thing.
Welcome, Vaughn.
Maybe other people will link it to their sites. That would probably be a good idea.
Yeah,
Brett,
like a video. Actually, that's actually not a bad idea at all.
Brett, did you do something like that? I'm reading in the chat that you did, or am I?
Kind of an intro video saying like the purpose of my channel.
Oh, that's something different. Support technology. Yeah, I would just do just a short video explaining what you want and throw it on your site. Maybe people will link to it. I could throw it on my Google Plus, but I don't have many followers.
Yeah, I still don't have hosting yet for the actual websites per se. Hopefully, you're able to jump into discussion at some point, Vaughn.
I shall. Give me a moment.
Maybe Vaughn could do a video for you.
Says my dinosaur buddy is pissed as well. Okay, he says.
What is the percentage of transgendered people in the United States or the world total? 0.0 what?
0.3%. 3 out of every 1,000.
0.3.
I guess that explains why I don't meet many in my town, especially my town.
Yeah, where do they all hang out?
They all.
They all. Well, all of them.
They congregate in packs.
Is that an offensive way to say it?
I don't know.
Trans people don't congregate in packs.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Brett.
Oh, there he is.
Just, oh, Brother Vaughn, what's up?
I thought there was a transsexual club, but that couldn't have been a long time when I was 21. That was a long time ago. I think I went in by accident. What's up, Vaughn?
Hey, Vaughn, I got a question for you, bro.
Uh-oh. Alright, go ahead.
Vaughn, have you ever told Nadia the story about you being in the interview on the radio and what happened?
Probably not, no.
You should tell her.
I should, shouldn't I? Let me find a shirt, guys. I'm trying to find a shirt. Hang on.
Sarah B. There's Nadia Doe. I am in a hetero relationship, but we can have same-sex sex. Doll, wink, and then after, drink some popcorn.
Hey,
So,
leave the popcorn out of it. You need to bring the popcorn back, Nadia. That infinite bag of popcorn that never ends.
Ever eat popcorn?
That was hypnotizing. When I first came to your channel, you were just there eating 1 or 2 kernels at a time for like 4 hours of the same bag.
I'm on a diet now, so.
How's it going? You hungry?
Pretty dull. I mean, just eating what I'm supposed to eat and so on.
It took me like 2 weeks before I started noticing any weight loss when I was on very low calorie. So I was like, what the fuck's going on?
The glycogen stores in the liver don't clear out for something like 2 weeks. You know.
Was that right? Okay.
Nadia, you want to hear a story about the radio? It's pretty cool.
I do.
All right, dude, come on.
I do.
I do.
Well, Vaughn, you gonna tell it or do I tell it? That's one fun experience.
I'm getting a clean shirt. Hang on a second.
Hurry it up. Hurry it up.
We can't smell you from here. Or maybe we could.
Okay. Here I am. Let me get my mani camera in here. Yeah, I probably have not told. Well, I don't know if Nadia's heard it or not. She might have heard it through the trolls. I mean, I've got trolls coming into Nadia's hangout now, so she might have heard it. I don't know.
Oh, I know the feeling. Go ahead.
Anyway, yeah. Basically, we were, talking in Brett's hangout the other day, and I brought up the fact that, I was very cautious about doing interviews. What happened was, I got an opportunity to get an interview from someone on Shoutcast. Shoutcast is, a very, very large website. I mean, literally millions of people listen to Shoutcast. Okay, it's huge. And, I was interviewed on Shoutcast. And one of my trolls managed to call in and basically started an argument with me and got me kicked off my own interview. And then for the next 2, maybe even 3 hours, it was a long time, I don't remember how long, they just basically let him run, and he spewed nothing but hate and a bunch of shit about me for the next 2 or 3 hours. Okay, and in a show that was supposed to have been my interview. All right, and ever since that has happened, I won't do an interview unless I get paid $2,000. Now, I saw a fucking troll the other day leave a comment, hey, fuck you, asshole. You don't like the fact that I charge? Then don't pay it. Hello? You don't have to pay it. Honest. But I saw just not even, the ink wasn't even dry on the fucking video that a troll wasn't commenting some stupid ass comment. Listen to me, motherfucker. You don't have to pay my fee. All right? You don't like it, don't pay my fee. All right?
One more. Tell about the time you fell asleep in the hangout. What happened?
Yeah, I fell asleep on one of my hangouts and woke up, and all my trolls and haters had taken over my hangout and had spent I don't know, the bulk of the hangout, really, I guess, probably at least 3 or 4 hours of the hangout just sitting there spewing hate about me all fucking night. And I just happened to...
Wait a minute, Vaughn, what about your moderators? What happened?
Yeah, well, it ended up, the moderators ended up being friends with the trolls and let them all in and gave them all mod power and shit. So, I ended up losing total control of not only the show, but they all had moderator power, and we're sitting there going for the next 2 or 3 hours as well, talking shit about me then. And so, you know, ever since those events occurred, I charge. Yeah, I charge. You don't like the fact I charge? Fuck you. You haven't been where I've been. You haven't walked in my shoes. Okay, you fucking trolls out there on the YouTube side, fuck you. You've not been in my shoes. When you've been in my shoes, then you got a right to bitch. Until then, you ain't got a shit to say to me. Alright, but I will not sit there and let somebody take over a fucking interview that's supposed to be for me and sit there and spew hate about me. I've got a fucking wife in there that's in a goddamn mental institution because of these motherfuckers. Okay, every one of these sons of bitches should be in fucking jail right now. The only reason they're not in jail is because there's stupid-ass people out there that still think the internet is fantasy land. It's not fantasy land. I got a woman in a mental institution because of these motherfuckers. They all deserve to die is what they deserve, but I'll settle for having them all put in jail. Okay? So yeah, I do charge. You don't like it? Don't pay it. You want to interview me? Fine, you cough up the money. Because otherwise I'm not doing your fucking interview, because I'm not going to sit there and let it turn into a goddamn hate session. I've got enough of that shit. I'm up to here with that shit. So yeah, I charge. Don't like it? You know, call me an e-beggar all you want, fucking trolls. I don't give a shit. Fuck you. Look at me, trolls. Fuck you. You don't like the fact that I charge? Turn the fucking channel. Your little red X ain't broken, motherfucker. Click the little red X. You don't like to hear what I got to say. Fuck you.
Amen, Von. Amen.
That's about it.
Everybody has a right to charge for their service.
Well, it's funny because if you go over on Twitch, and I brought this up before, I think, but if you go over on Twitch, they actually promote giving donations to people. They'll actually set you up with emoticons and graphics and sounds and everything to actually promote donations for your Twitch channel. It's you know, but if you go here on YouTube and say, yeah, man, I'm in a hard spot, you know, I need a few bucks. Oh, he's e-begging. Oh my God, it's just so horrible that he's asked for some money or that he put up his his PayPal. You know, oh my God, it's just horrible. It's the end of the fucking world. But you go on Twitch, and they actually promote donations. So, like, yeah, man, leave a donation for this guy. Help him out a little bit. Totally different environment. Daylight and dark, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. They watch your videos, they use your Hangouts, but they don't want to pay a little bit, help out for your time. It's not right. It's a service.
Dude, you ought to go watch one. I mean, I've watched a few Twitch channels, man, and and there's all different stuff. Now, a lot of them are about gaming, but not all. There's some other stuff on there other than gaming, but
I never heard of Twitch.
Can I ask you one more question, Von, without getting you upset?
Well, it ain't gonna be hard to get me upset, but go ahead.
Okay, Von, if I would have been in that hangout whenever you went to sleep, or that interview, if I would have been there and had any kind of power control, would have any of that shit happened to you? Be honest.
No, it wouldn't have. No, it wouldn't have.
Why not?
Because you would have kicked the fuck out of them. That's why.
So you had moderator treachery.
Yeah, of course. Oh, it's a famous hate video on YouTube now. Von Helton Rages, it's a popular video, and well, it's popular with the trolls anyway. Yeah, Von Helton. See Von Helton rage. He wakes up and finds his whole fucking show is taken over. Yeah, and then I get upset. Well, gee, and see, that's another thing that really irks me. Okay, I guess they expect nobody's allowed to have emotion anymore. You got to be some fucking robot. You can't express emotion. Oh, look, he raged. He got emotional. Yeah, I'm a human being. I'm not a fucking robot. Of course I got emotional, dumbass. What the fuck, man? I mean, seriously, have we gotten to the place where if you express emotion, you're somehow wrong or something for expressing emotion? What the fuck? We're not robots. We're human beings.
An extremist.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. But I saw secular fat fuck Ernie in the chat the other day. I watched that Google Hangout where old Ernie popped in. Hey, Ernie, suck my cock, fucker. you fat Canadian fuck. You know, that motherfucker talked to my wife behind my back, and him and his crony friends sit there and drove her fucking crazy, literally drove her crazy. And she's in a fucking institution now. Fuck you, Ernie, and your buddies. Kenny KPZ, Dr. Descent, all you sick fucks. You all belong behind bars. You actually belong dead, but I'll settle for you being behind bars. You know, for what they've done to my wife. And now, and they think they're going to go after my kids next? Yeah. They touch one thing about my kids, man, and then they'll find out who the Punisher really fucking is. Because the police won't be able to stop me, a judge won't be able to stop me, lawyers won't be able, nothing will stop me. You motherfuckers do anything to my children, and nothing will stop me from hunting you down like a dog. And that's a fact. That is an absolute fact. But it doesn't matter, because the police have already told me to my face that if these fuckers try anything on my kids, there will be arrests made. So I'm good with that. I'm good with that. But yeah, my wife's in a mental institution. Not totally because of these fuckers, but they had a hand in it. They had a good hand in it. They pushed her over the edge. You know, they weren't the only responsible party, but they helped push her over the edge. And so yeah, they everyone need to fucking die, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, seriously, how many people do you know would get on Skype and conspire to destroy someone's family simply because they didn't like his opinions on the internet, or even worse, for the lulz, quote unquote? I mean, what kind of sick, twisted fuck does it take to get on Skype and literally for days, months, weeks, even years in some cases, conspire to destroy a man's family simply because they don't like him? Really? I mean, seriously? That takes some sick, twisted shit, in my humble opinion. Okay? That takes some sick, twisted shit. And the fact that Ernie was in this fucking hangout talking smack the other day, just, you know, and Ernie even told you, if you'll recall, in the hangout, he said, yeah, if you want to hear Von Helton rage, just mention my name. Hey, Ernie, I mentioned your name, motherfucker. What are you going to do about it? You going to try to DMCA my ass, motherfucker? You fat son of a bitch. I can't wait until the Canadian Mounted Police have your fucking ass in jail. I can't wait for it.
I got one more question for you, Von.
Go for it.
We've talked about this before. You seem to definitely have a lot of haters. It doesn't appear as though any of them are Christian, Jew, or pagan. What do they appear to be?
No, they're all pretty much atheists as far as I know, yeah. That's true. I don't know if there's a correlation there, but yeah, they do tend to be atheists. That's true.
That's odd.
That's true. It's true. They do. They tend to be atheists.
Well, in my case, I get it from my own side more, almost more than the religious.
Well, secular,
actually, definitely more than religious.
Right. Well, Ernie, aka Secular Opinion, should be KOS. If anybody, him and his asshole buddies need to be KOS over what they did to my wife, man. I mean, that young girl, she was only 25 years old. All right, she's in a fucking mental institution now. Like I said, they're not the only reason she's in there, but they sure did definitely push her over the edge. There's no question about that. You know, and they need to be KOS, man. That's all I'm saying. You know, they do. But yeah, it's funny because, you know, I mean, you go over on Twitch and you can be as emotional as you want. Nobody's going to sit there and harangue you because you're emotional or because you're excited or even because you're raging or angry. You know, nobody says shit about that. No, in fact, it's even encouraged, man. You're encouraged to be emotional. You're encouraged to, you know, let it out of your system. You know, and you know, go and hear all you. Oh, look at him rage, or look at him get upset, or look at him do that. You know, what the fuck, man? You know, it's like kindergarten over here on shit. You know, you go over to Twitch, man, it's a whole different fucking environment. You know,
it's so weird too because you know, after checking out your videos and everything like that for as many years as I've known you, You just talk about what you believe in. You talk about some of the things with politics, the government, and everything, and what's going on in the universe. You've never once made a video towards some individual and initiated nastiness towards anyone. Yet, for some reason, they see you as a target. I wonder why this is. Why do you not believe this?
I can answer your question. I'll answer your question for you. You know why they see me as a target? Because I ain't got no fucking money. You think they would do that shit to Shaytard's family? Shaytard's got his family out there on YouTube. You think they'd do that to Shaytard's? No. You know why? Because Shaytard's got this. And if they went after Shaytard's family, Shaytard'd sue their fucking ass into the ground, and they know it. That's why they'll never go after Shaytard's or any of these other popular quote-unquote YouTubers, because they got a ton of money, and they'll never go after their ass. But they'll target somebody like me that's poor. Okay, but if I had money, let's say I got the. Let me tell you something. I've got lottery tickets right now that I bought just the other day. All right, got them right here. All right, if I win the lottery, guess what's going to happen to my trolls? They're going to scatter like fucking cockroaches, because I'll have the money to go after their sorry ass, and they know it. That's the only reason they get away with what they're getting away with, is because I ain't got no fucking money. You let me get money and watch them disappear. Literally fucking disappear overnight. All their fucking YouTube channels will be gone. All their shit on Daily Motion and Live Leak and all these other, it'll all be gone. The page on Encyclopedia Dramatica will disappear. Why? Because they don't want to get sued. And they know they will get sued if I ever come into any money. Because I've already warned them 1,000,000 times. I said, I'm going to throw your asses in jail. Warned them 1,000 times. If I ever come into money, I'm going to go after them.
Nadia, you ever heard of that website before?
Twitch.tv?
No, the Encyclopedia Dramatica.
Oh, yes, I'm well aware of it.
You know it's ran by, don't you?
Not offhand, no.
Racist, homophobic, bigoted ass atheist. That's right.
Interesting.
Emphasis on homophobic, I might add. She is. She's a female too, and she is highly homophobic. She is very against transgender, and well, she basically just hates everybody, really. I mean, let's be honest. But yeah, she is. I can concur with that. I can agree with Brett because I did research her. She is virulently homophobic. Virulently.
Can you name this person?
Not right now. I'm still waking up, but she's the author of the Encyclopedia Dramatica. See, Encyclopedia Dramatica was started by a hater. That's who started it. You know, and they moved servers like, I don't know, God, hundreds of times, because as soon as they're found out, they get shut down again. I think they're in the Netherlands now.
What do you mean by hater? And
what do I mean by hater?
What is
literally? Well, I'd have to go and find it. It's on the About page of Encyclopedia Dramatica. What I mean by hater is somebody that hates. You know, hater's going to hate. Well, I mean that literally. She literally is a hater. She hates pretty much everybody and everything. She got started, my understanding, she got started because she was kicked out of some kind of hangout or website or something, and it kind of snowballed from there. But like, you know, just go in there and About page.
Well, the site also, there's a couple individuals on YouTube and everything who've been given access to certain pages to sit there and update it constantly with nasty, disgusting shit towards individuals.
Depends on what you're talking about, Vaughn. I mean, I'm sure you're considered if they were, you know, paid trolls.
Well, that's another thing, too. In fact, somebody brought that up to me just the other day. They said, Vaughn, a normal troll is not going to follow you around for 15 fucking years. You know, there's obviously something more going on. And I agree with them. There's obviously something more going on. Because a normal troll, even a hater, probably would not have lasted as long as
you're under 18 years old.
You start hitting on the wrong topics, and you know.
And then all of a sudden, yeah, you got legions of haters on your ass. Yeah. Well, I just got through reading a report where the CIA and FBI admitted that they hired people to troll people. You know, I just got through reading that article just a few days back, where they admitted to it. You know, so I don't know. It takes an awful lot of hate to destroy someone's family. That's all I gotta say.
Girl vinyl. Okay. And click ads are popping up.
Now, Nadia, do you understand why I asked Vaughn these questions to point this out to you? A little bit of a kind of a internet education.
Really.
Well, basically, when you start climbing up in the status as popularity on the internet, people start exploding out where they want to do whatever it takes in order to get their views and subscribers. And unfortunately, these hangouts have opened up a situation where you can find yourself hanging out with a buddy or something, or you just come in because you want to have a nice discussion. And then some pricks decide they want to come in and make a day of it on you, especially if they have some kind of access or ability. A guy like me and Vaughn, we've been around for years. So people, anytime they get a damn opportunity or chance to come in and dick with us, they're going to do it. These people are sick. And it's the same way. You get some kind of popular guy that comes in. I mean, imagine what it would be like if, let's say, Onision, guy has like 1 million subscribers, or PewDiePie were to walk up in here for some oddball reason, just got bored that day and decided to do it. He comes in, 9 other people are calling him all kinds of names. Not going to last too long.
Well, yeah, Onision has more production value to his videos than I'm able to achieve.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Did you know that I actually did an 1.5-hour video with him?
No, but
here, let me show you. I'll give you a link whenever you get time. You can check it out.
Hey, Vaughn, I got a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Is this going to derail again?
You hate Twitch a lot.
Do what?
Do you hate Twitch? I hate it a lot, man.
Do I hate Twitch? I'm not even on Twitch. How can I hate something I'm not even on? What are you talking about?
Just saying.
No, I don't hate Twitch. I'm actually envious of Twitch. Because if I had went to Twitch instead of YouTube, I'd probably be all right by now.
Oh.
You know? So no, I don't hate Twitch. Where'd you get that from?
No, thing. I was just saying.
Can you get on Twitch, or do you want to be on Twitch?
Yeah.
Well, I had a JTV account, and they were sister websites with Twitch, and so I don't know if my JTV account is transferred over to Twitch or not. I don't know if I need to create a new account or what, but I know if I tried to go to Twitch, it always sent me to my account on JTV because they were sister accounts. So I don't know if that dovetailed over since JTV is no more, or if I would need to create a new account. I might need to create a new account. I don't know that much about it.
Vaughn, I don't know if you'd ever heard of this situation. There's the link. The video, I'm doing about a hour and almost 30 minutes with Onision. He had a bunch of haters attack him, and he decided to do a live hangout where he invited me in as one of his supporters and defenders. Yep, kicked the shit out of every single one of them, and there was good stuff. Onision loved it. There it is.
Honestly, well, I do have Twitch, but like I don't use it a lot. It's kind of boring.
Anyway, the I don't know, defense against disparagement and so on. Yeah, it really does hit on some nasty issues. Like, you know, suppose someone did have a criminal conviction. Well, go digging that up, disparage them for it, and so on. Is that right? Really, they do the time. They pay their debt. Integrate into society and so on, right?
Well, the trolls' big thing is, oh, well, he puts it out there. He puts it out there on the internet. That's their excuse. Because I put my family out there, that somehow gives them carte blanche to attack my family. But like I said, Shaytard's family's out there. Donald Trump's family's out there. Obama's family's out there. I mean, there's all kinds of people got their family out in the public eye. Okay, so but the trolls' excuse, their reasoning is well, Von Helton put his family out there, therefore I have a right to attack it. I have a right to talk to his wife behind the scenes and compel her to leave her husband and end up getting raped and end up getting drugged and end up getting poisoned. Somehow that's okay. Well, no, it's not fucking okay. No, it's not fucking okay. And like I said, man, if these winning lottery tickets come up, watch them scatter like fucking cockroaches. Because I'll put every goddamn one of them behind bars. Guaranteed. Over what they've done to my family. There's there's absolutely no defense that they've got for destroying a man's family. There's none. There's no excuse for that shit. And then on top of that, I've got their own comments where they said they did it for laughs. They did it for kicks. They didn't even do it. There was nothing. I mean, there's nothing I've done to them personally for them to warrant going after my family and trying to destroy my family like they have. There's absolutely no reason, justifiable reason whatsoever. Okay, so like I said, I've got audio of them on Skype. How are we going to destroy Von Helton's family today? What are we going to do to Von Helton tomorrow? Blah blah blah, that kind of thing. Where they actually conspire on Skype to plot this shit out in advance. Okay, we have a term for that in the courts. It's called premeditated. Okay, so if it goes to court and that video happens to get in the hand of the judges, it's all over because they premeditated this shit. They actually planned this shit out in advance. Okay, so they can't say, oh, well, it was a lark, it was, coincidence, it was, they can't say none of that shit because I've got their videos where they're sitting there talking shit about it well in advance of the actual event, Yeah, but that's their big excuse. Is, well, Von Helton puts his family out there, therefore somehow the Constitution grants them a right to harass my family and to try to destroy my life. Well, sorry, the Constitution don't give them that right. In fact, we have laws against that shit. Slander, libel, defamation of character, we have all kinds of laws against that shit. So they can sit there and whine and bitch that, they have a right to harass people on the internet all day long, but they don't have no such right. There's no country on the face of the earth that grants you a right to harass others. Okay, you'll never find it. You'll never find such a law. Okay, it doesn't exist. Harassment is a crime, slander is a crime, defamation of character is a crime. Okay, so, they can sit there and whine free speech until they're fucking blue in the face. Free speech does not give you the right to harass others. It doesn't do that. All right? You don't have a right to harass people. Okay, you don't.
Strictly speaking, slander and libel are civil offenses.
It doesn't matter whether it's civil or criminal. It's still prosecutable in a court of law. So it doesn't matter whether it's civil or criminal. I don't care. As long as they end up behind bars, I don't care.
Calling something a crime, I think, makes it a matter of criminal instead of civil.
All right. Well, okay. Yeah, I see your point. Well, to me, yes, because criminal court versus civil court. I understand what you're saying, but there's still laws on the books. Okay, let's phrase it that way. There's laws on the books against that shit. Let's phrase it that way. All right.
Well, yeah, they're think you can say it's illegal. Lawyers would be good to have right now, actually. There are a few floating around online.
You don't think I've tried? They won't touch that shit. They won't touch that shit. I went to lawyers. They won't touch it. You know why? Because there ain't no substantial legislation put out by Congress. Now, Congress has substantial legislation out there about this shit.
There are people who work as lawyers, just show up in hangouts and.
Well, that's the thing. You got to have money. You got to have money, fucking money. Now, if I had money, this would all be over like that.
This kind of stuff, a relatively simple legal question like that, they'll just answer off the cuff.
Well, my experience has been different, Nadia. Okay, let's just put it that way. My experience has been different. Now you pony up the money, then you might get something done. But until then, you can go get shit done.
You are Sarah and Adam. Pretty much all speak to these kind of things. They're just not around.
Anybody with a brain cell, 2 brain cells to rub together, can go on YouTube and put Von Helton in a YouTube search and find shit tons of hate videos. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to do that. And the fact that my wife, what has happened to my wife, what has happened to my family, the fact that CPS has been out here so many fucking times, they know me on a first name basis, that's all documented via the courts. So there's no, you can't, there's no way that they can sit there and say, oh, it's a coincidence, or it's, we were just joking around. We weren't, they can't say that shit. I've got their own videos where they're sitting there slamming me. George Bush Pimps, a.k.a. Sean Merriman, right now, while we're talking, has a video on YouTube called the Rip Cervex. Well, what does Rip Cervex mean? Rip Cervex is a reference to when my wife almost died on the operating table. And they're making wisecracks about it. They literally are making wisecracks about the fact that my wife and my 2 infant children almost died. Okay, they're making wisecracks about that shit. All right, these motherfuckers are sick individuals. They deserve to be in the mental institution, not my wife. They deserve to be.
That way, try and get more into 2 of us talking. You said at some point earlier, you think haters might leave you alone if you had money, and.
Oh, I know they would. They'd scatter like cockroaches.
I'm not sure if that's true for you. I would say it's actually true for me, because what they hit me with is something of a blame the victim routine with respect to sort of employment discrimination and the economic consequences of that. So
well, yeah, you're not. Well, see, in their mind, in their sick, twisted mind, you're not allowed to be poor. Okay, if you're poor, you're garbage to them. Okay, even though some of them are just as poor as you and me, they, somehow if you get on and admit the fact that you're poor, well, that's some kind of sin to them. Okay, and then they get on here and they accuse you of e-begging and they accuse you of crying in your beer and shit like that. Because it's some kind of unwritten law that you're not allowed to be poor on YouTube. I guess I don't know.
I'd say that's actually pretty close to the truth. What about everything else? Does anyone else think that's the case? There's a sort of socioeconomic, discrimination or whatever, class bias and so on with respect to the hate, so to speak. Well, Palm says yes in the side chat. Anyone else?
On YouTube?
Social networks in general, really.
Are you saying like the higher level people will pay to eliminate the competition, so to speak? Or that's not where you're going with that, but that's a possibility also. Once you reach a higher level and you have the money, you can pay to kind of have people destroy your competition or upcoming competition. But I don't think that's where you're going with that.
Yeah. Well,
like I said, it's a whole different world when you go over on Twitch and just I mean, you know, I encourage you go to Twitch and watch a couple of Twitch hangouts. I mean, it's like daylight and dark, man. It really is. I bet if Nadia was on Twitch right now, she'd be getting donations hands over fist, man. I bet she would.
Right.
I bet
you
she would.
You mentioned some stuff in this book. Any chance you could bring that out on voice?
Well, is there some kind of problem with getting on Twitch? I mean,
No, just create an account. Just create an account. And the account's free. You can create a free account. Get over there. And Marco, would you mind muting, dude? I can hear every little breath, every little noise. Thank you.
Brett, would you any chance you could bring your comment from the side chat out on voice?
Sure.
It was about letting trolls take over and so on.
Yeah, I wrote, letting trolls take over and attack supporters and friends doesn't help Nadia nor the LGBT.
Well, and I am on record. I am on record publicly, in front of a live audience even, stating that I support LGBT and that I will help them any way that I can. I am on record for that shit.
Right. I got a video up on my channel supporting LGBT, but of course for years I have sat there and put out my views and thoughts on helping individuals.
I'm not too up on social networks, so I don't have too many opinions on it, but I will be very soon, so.
Well, there's a little bit of trouble. I mean, when there's sort of when you're actually kind of seeking out the opposing view and, wanting to essentially carry out some kind of persuasion.
Well, Nadia, this isn't hard to figure out. It's real easy to figure out. Once they cross that line into going into somebody's personal life, that's when you bring the band hammer down. When they start going personal, then you bring the band hammer down. It's just that simple.
Well, yes, that is pretty much proper line right there, but it's a bit fuzzier on whether someone's attacking or not. I mean, when you're seeking out the opposing view, right? Let's say I seek out the opposing view on LGBT issues, and I should say, well, I'm opposed, and therefore you are immoral, and so on. Now, is that an attack or not? I mean, it's in some respects, intrinsically something of one, but mounting the defense of my position and working with them over time, especially, is pretty important to.
Well, Nadia, I'm going to screen share my screen. I'm going to screen share my screen, and I want you to tell me what this box on the side here says. This little box right here on the side. What does it say? Look at it.
It says faggotry.
All right. All right. Making fun of homosexuals, right there on my screen live, where everybody can see it. I'm not pulling this shit out of my ass. I'm not making this shit up. There it is, right there on my screen, for anybody and everybody to see. All right, when we tell you that they're like that, we're not bullshitting. Me and Brett are not bullshitting about this. I mean, there it is, boom, right there. For anybody to see who wants to see it. So yeah, they do, man. I mean, not making that shit up. We're not.
This is a screenshot of?
That was Encyclopedia Dramatica. That was a screenshot of Encyclopedia Dramatica's page. Their main page, as a matter of fact. It's on the main page, right out there for everybody to see.
Right. Yeah, it's tough for us, isn't it, Vaughn?
Yeah.
Got to be careful whenever we do interviews or go into rooms and all that. If
like I said,
things get out of line, then we end up having to put up with a bunch of bullshit.
Oh, dude, I've had loads of people come to me and wanting to do interviews. I said, no, not unless I get paid. Because I'm not going to turn it into another damn troll fest. Every fucking interview I've done just about it ended up into a troll fest, and I'm just not going to put up with that shit no more. You want an interview from me? You want to find out the 51 years of bullshit I've been through? Fine, you're going to pay me. You know, I mean, and let's look at it from this vantage point. What if a book company wanted to? They would pay me, right? If they wanted to do a book, you know, I would get paid for that. You know, I would get paid royalties for doing a book, wouldn't I? Well, of course. Okay, well, what's the difference between writing it in a book and speaking it orally? Nothing. It's still the same thing. It's still the same story. You know, but if you put it in book form, you get paid. If you do it orally, you what? You don't get paid for it? Bullshit. Look at David Icke. Look at how much he charges for his webinars and shit. He charges money. Alex Jones charges money. All these people, they all charge money. There's a punk rocker on the other social network, MySpace. She charges $2,000 per item. Okay, you do a video about her, she wants $2,000. You do audio about her, she wants $2,000. You post pictures of her, she wants $2,000. You know, and she'll tell you that. You know, her name is Jaja. She's a punk artist. You can go on MySpace and ask her yourself. That's what she charges. $2,000, no matter what it is. She charges $2,000 minimum, and that's a punk artist. Okay, you know. Now I know the trolls say, "Well, Von Helton's not a punk rocker." Well, you know that's true. I'm not. But considering the absolute eyeball level of bullshit that I've been through, I think I'm deserved a few bucks. I don't think it hurts anything for me to charge for what I know.
Did you hear what happened to me, Von?
What? Something recent?
Well, I went into this hangout, and I'm sitting there, and I'm chilling out, having a good time with my friends and everything like that. And what ends up happening is this individual comes in and starts talking crap about my wife and everything like that, muting me repeatedly over and over and over again. Starts insulting the living hell out of me, bringing up all kinds of crap from troll past, and I'm literally sitting there for like an hour dealing with this while nothing's happening. So after a while, I end up just simply blocking the individual, and somehow I was the bad guy for doing so. How do you explain that, Bon?
Right now, as we speak, I'm on probation over at Star Citizen for, guess what? Trolling. Of all things. Of all things, I'm being accused of being a troll. But yet, the trolls here on YouTube went over to Star Citizen and actually attacked me in several threads and started a bunch of shit. They've somehow got the mods over there. One of their mods over there is a goddamn lawyer. His name is Toast. He's a fucking lawyer. But yet, they've somehow convinced him and the other mods that I'm the troll and that they're the good guys because of the type of play style for the game that I choose. Figure that one out.
It's weird, man.
I'll give you a while to figure that one. Let your brain spin on that one for a while. You know, they come over to another website and attack me in several threads, but I'm the troll. Figure that one out. And like I said, the head moderator over there is a goddamn lawyer. Toast. His name is Toast. His online name is Toast.
What would, if you don't mind me asking the stuff, because just to understand and grow, if an individual is being laughed at and called a fat fucking retard over and over, muted repeatedly, what should an individual do in this situation? What do you do?
Well, I know what they did years ago. Years ago, the concern...
You got somebody jacking off into the mic over there, Nadia. I don't know if you noticed.
You're mute there, buddy. You're mute, Marco. We're hearing everything you're doing there, buddy.
Somebody jacking off, pulling their pud over there.
I don't think that's what he's doing, but...
Well, yeah, I can't... For some unknown reason, I can't mute him, so you got to mute him.
Like baloney slapping to me over there.
But in any event, now years ago... what happened if something like that would occur is that a bunch of concerned citizens, quote unquote, would get together. They would find said individual. They'd take him back behind a barn somewhere. and they'd beat him to death with soap in socks. They would put a bar of soap in a sock, and they would beat the shit out of the motherfucker. That's what used to happen years ago. Now, of course, like today, I have a phrase for today. It's called a pussified society. We live in a pussified society today where these motherfuckers get treated like kings and the victim gets treated like shit. Okay? But years ago, people would never have gotten away with shit like that. They would have been taken back behind a barn and taught a lesson. All right? And I long for those days to return. I don't think they ever will, but I long for those days to return. Because we would have a much nicer society as a result. Trust me. Trust me, we would. But you could not do the shit that these trolls and haters get away with today. You did not do that shit back in the 60s and 70s. I know. I lived it. I lived in the 60s and 70s.
And it's so weird, though, Vaughn, because my only motivation and intention was just I wanted to be there for my friend that I care about. I just wanted to be there in support and be able to have a good discussion.
Of course.
But I gotta be called a fat fucking retard and treated like a piece of shit. Why?
That's why I said what I said. All right, that's why I said what I said. The moment, the second that it starts becoming personal, that person should get the band hammer right then. Bam. And you know, a little bit more liberal use of the band hammer might actually not be a bad thing. Okay. You know, because these people love to create sock accounts and come in and troll people and harass people and try to destroy people's families, try to get them kicked off their jobs, try to ruin their businesses. In my case, you know, hello, 1,600 problems there, Jay Stevio? Yeah. You know, try to ruin my online computer business and shit and my graphics business. You know, so, you know, these people, you know, a little bit more liberal use of the band hammer probably isn't a bad idea. It probably isn't. I'm just saying.
I hear you there. So what do you guys think? Oh, you guys are just sitting back listening. I mean, what do you do when you're just wanting to hang out with your pal and you got to deal with that shit nonstop? It's just like disgusting.
Can't you boot them, or they just come back in a sock account?
Oh, of course not. How am I supposed to boot them? I'm not the one hosting the room.
Oh, you mean when you go into somebody else's room?
Right. You go into somebody else's room, you know, you like somebody, you want to be able to talk with them and chill, but they might be away in the can or something, you know, not watching, not paying attention. People come in and they fucking nail you.
I blocked the world, so I basically don't go in anyone else's hangouts anymore. So
I don't know if there's much you can do. What can you do?
Well,
it's always weird when me and Von Helton, we're running some kind of shit and everything. We don't really have any problems because we keep control of that shit. Don't we? We've learned our lesson.
Yeah,
well, how did you get kicked off the show, Von? Because of a caller? Would he rile you up and then?
Yeah, the troll come in and got me all riled up and then said, "See, he's emotional. You've got to kick him out." And that's exactly what the announcer did. Kicked me right out of my own damn interview, man. Sure did. Sure did. It's on YouTube. The video's on YouTube. George Bush Pimps, a.k.a. Sean Merriman, sitting there, you know, just having a good old time, sitting there talking shit about me for 2 fucking hours, man. It's all on YouTube. They're proud of it.
I guess you got to control your own stuff, build up your own, and keep it.
Well,
or you can control it, but that takes.
That's the thing. I should, you know, I mean, if I could reverse time, you know, I would have put out my own website a long time ago. Number one. Number two, like I said, I would have went on Twitch instead of YouTube. Or, you know, now granted, Twitch come out much later than YouTube did, but I would have still, you know, switched over to Twitch. And you know, a lot of that shit probably wouldn't happen. You know, that happened, and you know that, you know, unfortunately we're victims of the things that we do, right?
Twitch is video too, right? Like this.
Yeah. Twitch is and Twitch isn't just video; it's also live. You know, it's live feeds.
How come everybody doesn't just go over switch over there?
I don't know.
You already established kind of a community here.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the new Hangout link. 3.5.
Alright, I'm going to stick around a little bit longer.
Come on over, Vaughn.
Tired.
Vaughn, Simon, Flip, and Eric. Okay.
Yep, I'm in.
Well, tell you a little bit about sort of moderation, etc. Sorry guys, I'll paste a link right here.
Well, like I said, Flip, you know, disagreement is one thing.
Yeah, where's the new hangout already?
What's that, Nadia?
I was talking to the old hangout saying we'd moved over to the new one.
Oh.
And I pasted a link there.